Good evening. I'm Lisa Carter. A new skate park just opened at the White House, and President Donald Trump is stealing the show. Here's the story.
It's a historic day at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House skate park is open, and President Trump has been here since dawn, dropping absolute hammers, skate tricks that have everyone buzzing.
He's been dropping hammers all day. Crowd stunned. Guy hasn't missed a trick since sunrise.
Trump caught on a hot mic today talking about the moment the 46th president showed up to skate the park today. Let's go to the audio.
I had no idea President Joe Biden was just another scooter fag. Why would anyone ride a scooter? It baffles me to no end.
The supreme leader of Iran made a surprise appearance at the White House skate park grand opening, and here's what President Trump had to say about it.
Can you believe it? Total fruit booter. Unbelievable. Now we know why Bibi bombed the hell out of them.
If you're one of the racists that's part of all the Indian hate, then you are in big, big trouble. And I'll tell you why.
No, we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur.
The pride of being able to be here and do work that facilitates making things better for people. And in the greatest country on earth, next to Israel.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
It is unfortunately true. We do not know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah.
144 episodes, I still don't know what the fuck.
Funnily enough, you left me out of that.
Well, you weren't here last week, so and I took it from the last. I downloaded the whole of last week's episode, so that's what I had on hand. So I thought, oh well. Anyway, no, see, but Tim does know what he's doing.
Yeah, because if Trump didn't. Yeah, if I'm not there, I didn't hear Trump say that.
Tim's like, no, Trump. No, I'm Trump. Tim knows what he's doing. Totally.
He knows me.
Great guy. Been to America. Unlike those other losers.
It's a pity he had to go to California. I wish he came down to Mar-a-Lago. But
could have come down to Mar-a-Lago. Anyway, you know what time it is. Because he's currently seething. He has spent the last...
You even know what that is?
The last 4 hours.
Only friends because they won't.
I can prove it. Started streaming 4 hours ago.
Lovely.
The only thing he's
spent the last 4 hours seething about Aaron. Yes, Tim Scrubs from the show. Yes.
Yep.
Hey Daisy, how you doing?
He writes text messages and letters for other people.
So yes, Nick is seething about Aaron. He's watching a video about Aaron. What is this video? Well,
I wonder what triggered it.
What may have triggered this this current spurg out? Well, here's Nick saying, I will give $1,000 to the first person to give me a video compilation of one public mention of me, day by any. Oh my god, I can't keep that fucking voice up that long. Public mention of me per day by any Imholte since April 11, 2024. I disclaim and condemn any comments or chats to any Imholtes on any social media platforms. What an epiphany. And it is a ex parte TRO. So yes, Aaron went to the judge and said, "Please, Mr. Judge, please protect me from the big bad Rakita." And the judge went, "Absolutely no problem, Mr. Imholte. I will grant you this harassment restraining order against this big bad meanie Nicholas Robert Rakita."
County.
Yes,
not in
it's not. It is not in Candy, Ohio County.
Yep.
It is in Stearns County. So Ricardo says the video compilation must include a clip or screenshot, a date, and a link to each publicly available video or post from said Imholte. Price is negotiable. If you'd like to be hired and we'll do the job, my DMs are open. Again, do not contact any Imholte, only public posts. I will fight this in court, as is my right. Of course, he had a lot of weirdos who were immediately like, yeah, we'll totally I'll totally help you, buddy.
Just give me the money first.
Just give me the money. Nick then proceeded to spin out. Skipper says it's worth mentioning that Nick Brigitte believes his order says he can still mention Aaron, but it's too much of a pussy to test it. But it's fine that Aaron's order is far more restrictive. And here he says, I can't contact him directly or indirectly. Apologies. I technically can mention him, but outside of this, I have no intention to do so. Again, do not contact any Imholte, only public posts.
Why would he want to contact him anyway?
Well, that's the no contact thing is part of the HRO.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though, why would a rational person want to contact?
So,
I suppose a rational person probably wouldn't. Be
It's probably just to prevent Aaron saying, "Oh, Nick's sick. Might have sick his people on me," just to cover his base.
Well, it's all very, very interesting. Has he won the hearts and minds of his detractors? No, he has not.
Not
he
even
has
close.
not won the hearts and minds of his detractors. It's very interesting because
or Nick.
Sorry, Nick, I presume, because he's talking about. It's very interesting because let's go to this. So Aaron Holte went to his hearing, his sentencing hearing.
Stoney's Bar.
And yes, this is Stoney's Bar. Went to his hearing in Stearns County, and it didn't go as planned. His sentencing was supposed to happen. He's already pled guilty. He has his plea in place. Unfortunately, he violated the terms of his release a number of times. Apparently, I believe
Aaron did.
Yes, Aaron did.
Mm-hmm.
I am not aware of the specific violations, but I think it is safe to say he wasn't allowed to mention Kayla indirectly. Basically, he wasn't allowed to talk about anything related to Kayla. Like even referring to her, like I think he referred at some point to getting out of a relationship with a crazy bitch, and the judge has inferred that as being Kayla when it's clearly April.
Por qué no lo estoy?
Yeah. Well, yeah, por qué no lo estoy, absolutely. But yes, there were other mentions of a woman, which I assume has been taken to mean Kayla. Apparently, the actually, let me just pull up the actual notes from the hearing. Where is it? Sorry, I'll have to go to MCRO. I thought I had it ready to go, which means I need to get Aaron's case number. There it is. Let's do it here. Sorry, great television.
Great co-host.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know
big help.
Well, you pinned that message in the Discord, so I know.
Yeah, I've got it. I don't need help finding it. I just need help. I just need to pull it up quicker. Access MCRO. Apparently, they're changing MCRO on the 1st. So yes, I accept case number. Enter case number. Here we go. State of Minnesota versus Aaron Holte. Non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images.
What do you reckon the statute of limitation is on that?
There is no statute of limitation.
Really?
Yeah, there's no. Unlike a lot of, because I looked that up. I thought I knew what the statute is, but there's none. So you will see. The victim impact statements were added to the file. They are not publicly available. They probably will never be publicly available. They will only maybe be publicly available if they are read out in court as part of the record, and even then they may be redacted. Mm-hmm. So they don't necessarily release them. But yes, here's the transcript. So quick, God damn it! I don't need you to save it. I need you to fucking open it.
So celebrity leaks of home porn and stuff could go back and charge on them.
Yeah, I think both people have to be residents of Minnesota.
Yeah.
But yeah, under the law, there's no statute of limitations, and if there were a statute of limitations, it would trigger from it would start from the discovery. But there's no defined statute. Like there's nothing defined. So from the point in time that the person discovers that their intimate images have been shared.
Oh, so if it's been out for 10 years, but they only found out last year.
Yeah, but you just discovered last year. It starts from last year, not from the date the photo was taken or anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
So here we go.
I was just thinking it could potentially open up like the Anna Nicole sex tape or any of that type of stuff. If that comes out, that could be interesting.
Well, Anna Nicole is going to have a really fucking hard time suing because she's dead.
Well, no, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like, those kind of.
The court says, all right, I have a number of folks present in the courtroom. I've been advised by court security that there were some issues with recording devices. So Melton, of course, was invited by Nick to fly in and stay.
In the cuck house?
In the cuck house, yes. In the Baldo bunker.
Oh, boy.
He did not stay. He did not end up staying in the Baldo bunker. He stayed in a hotel near to the courthouse, apparently. But yes, he was there. Apparently, there were a couple other Dabbleverse A-logs as well, and a number of other people. Of course, it was packed, apparently. But yes, there were issues with with people trying to bring in iPads and whatnot to record proceedings. But the judge, of course, says that the court issued an order back in September 18. In this particular case, with the exception of the attorneys of record, everyone in attendance at this hearing in this matter is prohibited from bringing any electronic devices into the courtroom. So I believe the bailiff did tell you that, but if you have any electronic devices with you, it needs to be removed from the courtroom. No recording is allowed, with the exception of the official court reporter. If you do violate this order and found in violation, you will be held in contempt of court. So I want to make sure that everyone in the courtroom is clear with that. There's no recording, no pictures, nothing like that. Apparently, Melton sat right behind Aaron because the guy is a fucking textbook stalker. Like, it is so like think about it. This Minnesota fucking
Melton's the one with the glasses.
Melton is the fat weirdo who is in my opinion suspect about children.
Is it Rock Spider, you reckon?
I wouldn't say that definitively, but he's certainly creepy as fuck.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He's the one that
he gives me the ick. He's the fat guy with the beard on Nobody Likes Onions. That's Melton.
Okay. He's the one that made the song.
Yeah, the song about a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old having sex. Like, that's very fucking weird.
That's really fucking weird.
Yeah.
So the alleged pedo.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to say that. I don't know that for sure. No, like that kind of accusation.
That's why it says alleged.
But Eric is stating it as a fact. So who am I to argue with the chat?
Chat is right.
Yeah. So like it seems like he's a fucking stalker. Like he follows everything he does online, every fucking thing, and obsesses over it to a really weird degree. And then
stalker degree.
When he has a location and a time that he knows Aaron will be someplace, what does he do? He travels fucking halfway across the country, all the way from Vegas to Minnesota, to sit in a courtroom, to sit behind Aaron.
That sounds like intimidation tactics to me.
Well, it seemed I wouldn't call it intimidation tactics because what's he intimidating for? But it would definitely make an interesting application for an HRO. So now, granted, a HRO issued in Minnesota has no force of law, like for a resident of Nevada, but still.
Unless they enter Nevada,
Well, I wonder. I do wonder what if you had a HRO that said don't fucking talk about this person, in Minnesota, and you were in Nevada and spoke about them? Would it be like the contempt charges? Like, would it be like the contempt that Ralph got? Where it's like, all right, bench warrant.
Potentially.
The internet is available here.
And then any
broke
state
the
they
law
enter.
here. Yeah.
Well, maybe.
So I would say that that's not legal to actually issue, but anyway.
It would possibly be an overreach, which is something that's coming.
Yeah,
up
because
later.
you have a law in a state that's being exercised on a citizen of another state.
Well, yeah, and the way I
remember, it's federalism.
Is that, well, that's your state laws, and they haven't been challenged against our state laws, and he hasn't had the ability to refute it, so it doesn't apply here or anywhere else apart from your state. So,
anyway, so yes, well, let's continue. So we're here today for a sentencing hearing. I did have a discussion in chambers with counsel prior to calling the case. One of the things discussed is really the procedural posture, because on June 18th, the probation department did file a conditional release violation report with the court, alleging that Mr. Imholte is in violation of the court's conditions of release. So he violated his pre-sentencing probation.
do you know what the list of
We do not know. I don't think we get to see the
conditions,
the probation department report. Oh yeah,
no, I mean the conditions,
the conditions of the original release. Let's see.
What he may have potentially.
Subpoena with service, order to appear, request for subpoena, held in hearing. All right, so let's go back. We got to go back. Warrant recalled. Demand notice of evidence.
What is that
warrant.
from?
It's from Content Cop, but I don't know what it's originally from.
Sorry, RC.
Anita's husband, you know?
That
guy?
Other order, amended criminal complaint, stipulation. Peter told Victor, promise to appear.
Man,
Maybe
he
it's
is
the
so
stipulation. Oh, yeah, I just realised what you said, Anissa's husband. Sorry, my hearing's not exactly fantastic, being that I'm getting older.
Having, a fan blowing in your ear.
Okay, so stipulation and protective order. It is stipulation and protective order. It is hereby agreed that no more than 2 copies of the photograph be made by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, investigator, expert, or any other representative. Any copy of the photographs may not be used for any purposes other than to prepare for the defense in the criminal action. No person shall be granted access to the photographs. So this is afterwards. Okay, so that's nothing to do with it. There was another stipulation. That one.
All right, so those stipulations are basically, well, you can't go around saying, here's the photo and this is what I'm being charged for.
Yeah. Here, look at these titties.
This is what I'm being charged
for. That's the
for.
same protective. Jesus, MCRO. Other order.
It is.
It's this fucking other order. Sorry, I'm going through all the fucking things because there was nothing that said, oh, hey, this is the bail conditions.
Wait, this was filed back in September?
That's the electronic order.
It's been going on that damn long?
Yeah, the case started in... that's when the warrant was issued, August 29th, 2024.
Jesus.
Omnibus hearing waived. Correspondence to judicial approval, request for subpoena. In order to appear, petition to enter guilty plea.
You would probably need to go to the federal court for a protective order to apply federally, not just in one state. Just guessing.
Court minutes.
Okay. That's probably the way it'd have to happen, is go to the local federal and then it applies everywhere.
Single HRO so Peterson, single HRO condition. Client is homeowner. God, Peterson is fucking homeowner thing. List education of owner, steel toe media. God damn it. Unconditional bail. State 100,000. Oh, okay, so there were two charge received, rights given, demands. Who the fuck wrote these notes?
You think they'd go in afterwards and write it up properly, like type it out?
Amended criminal complaint order.
And it means Aaron has to sign that document as well.
Subpoena, affidavit of attorney, correspondence, hearing in person.
Or mark it as a transcript that he doesn't have to sign.
Yeah. Proposed order of document. Proposed order or document.
Oh, was he was charged with both of them?
He was charged with both. He was charged with misdemeanor and the felony.
And then
the gross misdemeanor and the felony. Okay, order revoking interim conditions of release. So where's the interim conditions of release? How are you fucking revoking something that isn't even listed?
That'd be hilarious if that was the argument. They're like, oh shit.
We didn't actually list it, so how am I fucking...
I didn't sign anything, motherfucker.
Yeah, so there's only one thing here mentioning conditions of release. Okay, so you probably need to go to federal court. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Fuck. I have no idea. I can't find it. It's either I'm either not looking in the right place or it's just not there.
Yeah.
So he violated one of the requirements of his release. Maybe the HRO hasn't been added to the. Maybe the HROs don't get added to the file online, so you can't actually read them. But I think Aaron was issued an HRO, and one of the stipulations in the HRO was that he couldn't mention her, contact her, or directly or indirectly, and couldn't mention her directly or indirectly. So he violated that. So some weirdos in the Doubleverse have been sending in clips constantly, but we'll get to that. So from the court's perspective, that has to be addressed first before we would move forward with this any type of sentencing hearing. Mr. Thiem, do you wish to be heard regarding the conditional release violation? So this is the prosecutor. She says, yes, Your Honor. Initially, back at the defendant's first appearance back in September, the state had requested $100,000 unconditional or an RPR. Court ultimately set $75,000 or an RPR. At this time, I'm asking the court to increase unconditional bail to $100,000 and conditional bail to $50,000, that the defendant ultimately then be taken into custody today and then remain in custody until he posts that bail. I do have concerns given the ongoing behaviour. I would note that this conduct has been happening throughout the pendency of the case, even before the conditional release violation was filed. There has been multiple police reports, as well as reports to my office and probation, addressing concerns regarding the defendant's behaviour and what he's saying online. I wonder who's been submitting these reports.
Yes.
So it's safe to say these ones came from Nick.
Or
I can't imagine Dabblers being that fucking stupid as to be filing police reports about Aaron.
Well,
100% the reports going to the prosecutor and probation were Dabblers. Ultimately, I think it's increased since the plea hearing. Some of that information has been outlined in the conditional release violation. There's a significant amount of emails as well as documents sent with specific links to recordings where the defendant is in violation of the court order, specifically the condition that he's prohibited from directly or indirectly talking about, disparaging and or harassing the victim.
Okay, so that's what he...
So that's the condition that he violated. Certainly the amount of times that it's been brought up online, it crosses a line in terms of the harassing behavior directly or indirectly towards the victim in the case. He's clearly not taking the matter seriously. And so I think at this time, an increase in bail is appropriate, again, given the ongoing behaviours.
So directly talking about Kayla? Or indirectly?
Indirectly, yeah. Talking about disparaging and or harassing the victim.
Okay. Specifically the victim being Kayla, not Nick.
Kayla is the victim. Nick can't be the victim.
Yeah.
Unless he sent a photo, unless Nick's dick is in the photo as well, Nick cannot be a victim of this particular crime. And I don't know why he gets to put in a victim impact statement. But whatever.
As the husband of the victim.
As the husband of the victim? Oh, okay.
Maybe. I can understand that, but it's still...
So court says, Mr. Peterson, who is Aaron's lawyer. Your Honor, my client is a homeowner.
Congratulations.
He's lived in Minnesota all his life. He's establishing that Nick... I understand why he does this. This is boilerplate stuff. my client is a homeowner, so he's less inclined to flee. He's lived in Minnesota all his life, so he doesn't have anywhere else to go. He has 3 young children. He's not going to abandon them. He has a degree from Brown College, so he's not a loser. Debatable. He owns steel toe. He's a business owner. He's a business owner. So that's another reason for him not to flee.
Ties. Yeah,
so this is all establishing ties to the community. It's noteworthy that my client has no felony record whatsoever and no records of crimes of violence against persons. That's debatable. We understand that the state has brought to light statements my client has made on his show. Some of these can be construed in multiple ways. I've clearly explained to my client that it would be wise not to discuss any aspect of this case or any of the parties whatsoever. I think he clearly understands that and agrees to do that. Clearly, he does not. I do think a lot of these statements that are, I've just got because one of the examples I saw, someone mentioned was I just got to have a relationship with a crazy bitch. And it's like, well, if I sent you that out of context, or if I sent you that and I said he's talking about Kayla, and you didn't know any better, you'd be like, oh yeah, okay, he's talking about Kayla.
So that means,
but it's equally probable, and you can easily argue that no, he's talking about his literal ex-wife now,
or his first ex-wife.
No, he's not allowed. He's not allowed to talk about his first ex-wife. He's not allowed to disparage his first ex-wife because he's got a restraining order there as well. We understand that the state has
problem that he has. He has a history.
Yeah. I understand the court is considering some additional bail. Dude, you understand the court. You're standing right there. Is considering additional bail. I would ask the court to consider a conditional bail amount, and maybe also a cash option as well. So that may be a bond option and a cash option. Thanks, Todd. Real helpful. The court says, all right, the court has obviously reviewed and received.
He didn't even say, no, I don't think this is appropriate because...
exactly.
Jesus Christ.
I think he did.
Hang up, lawyer.
I think he did all his arguing in chambers. The court says, all right, the court has obviously received and reviewed the conditional release violation report prepared and filed with the court by the probation department. I really hope that becomes part of the record. I can tell you, Mr. Imholte, the court is not amused by the information contained in that report, at least as reported by the pretrial agent. The court's release order from September 3, 2024, at least in this court's view, sir, were pretty clear. That order says the defendant is prohibited from directly or indirectly talking about, disparaging, and or harassing KCR online on social media and or during any online broadcast that he participates in or has control of. So there's what the order actually says, and that's what he violated. Mm-hmm. The court feels that language is quite clear, and according to the pretrial supervision agent, sir, there has not been one violation, but several violations of the court order. The court feels that while this case is pending, the court sets conditions of release such that they encourage the defendant to appear in court, which you certainly have done, but they're also put in place for the purposes of public safety. And so I think a violation of that particular condition does create concerns for public safety, the safety of the individual who's the subject of this matter. And so I think it is appropriate to increase bail at this time. So I'm going to amend the conditions of release, increase unconditional bail, yada, yada, yada. You are prohibited from directly or indirectly talking about, disparaging and or harassing Kayla Christine Ricada online, on social media, and or during any online broadcast that you participate in or have control of. You are to also have no contact with that individual whose initials are KCR. That is directly or indirectly through third persons, electronically, by text, telephone, text message, letters, notes, emails. She's really fucking spelling it out. If you can think of a way to contact this person, sir, you are not to do so. You're certainly expected to remain law-abiding in all respects, make all your future court appearances, and all of the other conditions previously ordered do remain in a full force and effect. Having made that finding, Mr. Peterson, are you wanting to go forward with sentencing, or what is your position today? To which Aaron's lawyer replied, Judge, we would appreciate a sentencing hearing on a different day. I understand that your court reporter is not available. We will order a transcript of the plea hearing from the court reporter in order to consider our options. I'll also talk with counsel about those possibilities.
Judge, we would appreciate a sentencing hearing on a different day. Translation: you're pretty pissed at my client.
Yeah.
Can we do it some
You're
other
really
day?
annoyed at my client.
Can we? Once he's dealt with this shit and you've calmed down a bit, can we come back? Circle back?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So if we could just have a new sentencing date, we would appreciate that. Any objection to that, Mr. Heen? No, Your Honor. All right. To allow Mr. Peterson to request a transcript of the plea hearing and explore any legal options that he and his client may have, the court will grant the request. New sentencing date then will be October 2nd.
Oh my god.
At 11 a.m.
That's 4 months away.
It is indeed. So
Well,
the can has
3 months
been...
away.
The can, whereupon proceedings were then adjourned. So yes, the can has been kicked.
This is why courts
swiftly.
Cases take so long.
This is probably a blessing in
has-
disguise for Aaron because he needs time to sort his shit out.
He needs to shut the fuck up.
And that too.
I can tell you exactly what got him in trouble. It was straight away the streams would be like, yeah, I fucked up. I did did this thing. I'm responsible for it. I hurt this woman, and like dude, you're mentioning her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't even realize
committing a crime.
I didn't even realize like that was part of his release. Like, if that's part of your fucking release, stop, shut up, shut the fuck up. Don't say a fucking word.
If you're going to talk about crimes or things you're being accused of as crimes, wait until the court case is over.
Yeah,
Like,
if the
completely
judge
over.
says to you,
Completely over.
if the judge says to you, you may not talk about this person online anywhere at all, don't fucking talk about them.
I'd make one generic statement. There may be persons that I may or may not be able to talk about, and if I don't talk about certain people, there's a reason for it. Don't ask.
Yeah,
And that's the
I
last
won't be.
statement I'm
I
gonna
won't be
make.
reading any super chats related to said persons.
To some persons.
Please don't read about some persons. Please do not send them. I will not read them. Thank you. This is my only statement on this matter.
Yeah, and then be done with it. And
Then
wait.
go, anyway, this is what Trump did today.
Yeah.
That's it. That is it. That's all you fucking do. Anyway. Where was it? Anyway, yes. So Nick solicited someone to find it, but Scarecrow has been digging up stuff that he's been saying. Riccatello indicated he will stop his harassment campaign. Will stop his harassment campaign against Aaron M. Holte when he's dead. And this guy says, "Neat, why are you still talking about your ex-boyfriend while huffing whippets?" Nick replies, "Because he isn't dead yet." Sorry, because he isn't dead yet. Nick, please chill out. I really want you to get better. I miss when you were someone who was edgy, but still an example we could all look up to. Nick says, "I'll do to your family what he's been doing to mine for 11 months, and we'll see how you chill out."
Some of that was brought on by yourself, Nick.
Yes, almost all of that was brought on by yourself. Skibber has this tweet too. Past tweet on Aaron M. Holt by Riccatello, who's fighting an HRO. Nick is replying to someone, "How would any of this be a win? A retard exposed my private life to harm my wife and me because he couldn't cope with his inadequacy as a father and a husband, as well as his tiny penis. The shit he has done gets people put in the fucking dirt. Good thing I'm pro-life.
Inside you.
Good thing I'm pro-life." And this is all this is all around May. So this is what I'm saying. I think him going back to the 11th of April last year is pretty fucking pointless. Because these are the threats. Neat, why are you still going? Because he's dead yet. It's all gross, but that was fucking funny. Hi chat. Of course it's gross. It should have remained private, but he's a butthurt dork. Decided to ruin that privacy. Dorks should be bullied, so I hear.
Oh my god, he's a butthurt dork. A pot meat kettle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nick was clearly bullied in school.
Oh, 100%. All the black kids who went to
Oh
his
yeah, the
rough and
real,
tumble
the,
school
all the real
in the hood.
Yeah, from the main streets of Houston.
Here we go. If you aren't on Locals or YouTube member right now, we're about to have an absolutely delightful watch party in a bit. Are you going to be there? To be clear, this is a paywalled watch party. Come join up.
Well, that just screams, please someone steal me.
Yes. No, so I don't know if he tweeted anything else about it. Yeah, so here we go. So he has retained someone to assist him with this, with his he's compiling the video.
It'd be hilarious.
What's this? Aaron talking Ricada self-deletion?
You're running out of room. The coward's escape has been sealed. Do you think Nick's just, as that body cam footage is about to come out, do you think this sound is playing eternally in Nick's head? Do you think he's just hearing this until that body cam footage comes out?
Hearing what, Aaron?
Oh, that. The answer is yes.
Is it dark where you are? Do you see shadowy figures on the wall? Take the edge off. A little powder, a shot of booze. What's it gonna hurt? You won't test today or tomorrow. Come on. In that dark room with the walls closing in.
Skiki says the party just finished. Nick didn't even provide food and drinks.
A little bit of grandpa's old cough medicine. Get the good stuff. You deserve it. Come on. Tick tock. Tick tock. Oh, it's gonna be fun. And like I said, there ain't enough 1.5-year-old text messages about what a piece of shit I was. There ain't enough out-of-context texts. April ain't making up any more stories for you, Jack. It's fucking over. Have a good stream today.
I'm sorry, where's the threat?
Nothing to threaten me with. Nothing. Rougiette Men's Health. Oh, those are super
Randazzo about to earn another house.
For middle-aged men who can't get their dick hard because they've wrecked them from drugs. Oh, boy. Says Randazza about to earn another house. Defamation. I don't know if she'll go for it. People are saying that. They're like, she'll sue. I mean, what he said is very damaging to her profession. She absolutely does have grounds to sue, but I don't know if she will. 191 Redbird says,
who are they talking about?
Much of a smug cunt is going to put people on suicide watch. I mean, what would be lost? I mean, let's talk about it then. What would be lost? Probably nothing.
Wait, so all he said was, I wouldn't give a shit if you...
Yeah, which is exactly like... And Ricardo's literally said the same thing about Aaron.
Yeah.
Like today.
That's not a threat.
Like today.
I'm talking about him because he's not dead yet.
God.
Yeah.
And if he killed himself, I would not give a shit.
Oh, wow. He really threatened him. If someone...
But yes,
if
Nick's
Nick
latching
uses
onto
that,
the you have nothing to threaten me with.
If Nick uses that as this is him threatening me, Nick is an absolute fucking bitch.
Yes.
No.
Absolute fucking bitch.
No. Nick's saying that you have nothing to threaten. The Aaron stating that you have nothing to threaten me with when talking about Ricada is evidence that he's not afraid. Like it's evidence that but all Aaron has to say is, just because I say it on my show doesn't mean I believe it.
Yeah, it's a comedy show.
It's a comedy show. Like very little I say is reality.
It's not my personal opinion.
Does everything the defendant says on his show a fact? Does he agree with everything he says on his show all the time? Hyperbole, Your Honor.
Yeah, he said he wasn't a swinger 2 years ago.
I put up a strong front on my show, but in actuality, when I go home, I cry myself to sleep.
Do you need me to show you the wet pillow?
Like
of Nick I cry
it's
to.
a bold strategy, Cotton. But here it is. This is Aaron right before the Kiki interview flop. Who's harassing who? Who's harassing who? I think you mean whom. Who's wishing things on whom? Who's seething? Why does it? Of course, it takes you to the steel-toe boring show Reddit.
He has a subreddit.
Oh yeah, we've discussed this before.
Oh, probably.
This is before snark subreddits were a thing, and otherwise this would be steel-toe snark.
Oh, God.
Allegations that
Oh my God! Just post a
they
fucking
come out
video
about
to
Nick aren't
Twitter, you
true,
prick.
but nobody believes it. Because I want him to. There's a part of me that hopes that the allegations that may come out about Nick aren't true, but nobody believes it. Because I want him to fucking live with that. I want that piece of shit to live with people busting his balls and people fucking harassing him about something.
Oh yeah, it is a snark Reddit.
Did
Yeah.
not do, but he can't convince him. I want him to live with that because he has accused so
Fucking
many people
satire
of shit
snark
that he
Reddit.
knows didn't happen.
Well, that's Reddit,
But
to
he
be
just couldn't
honest.
stand the fact that he was losing in public opinion, so he had to go, yeah, but them. I fucking hope it's not true. I mean, I hope it's not true for two reasons. One, you don't want that to happen to children. But number two, I want him to have to flail. Now, I'm a much tougher and bigger man than Nick Ricada is, so I can handle it. But I know he can't. I want to see him try to walk that tightrope. Chevy fan.
I don't see the harassment there. But Nick's thinking that
much bigger. And
I want him to
tougher
live
man.
with people busting his balls and harassing him about something he legitimately didn't do.
Balls. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking. Just shake my head.
Just both of
It's
you.
all very retarded.
Both of you, fuck off. Just stop it. Get some help.
Bitch, don't tell me what to do.
Bitch, don't tell me what to do.
That's basically
What
Nick
else is on this fucking subreddit? Like, seriously.
I'd be careful.
No, I'm not logged in, so it won't show anything 18 plus.
You hope.
Oh, well, if it does, it does.
We've shown worse.
It was a slam piece who reached out to Nick. What's this?
What the fuck is that slam piece? I don't want to know.
A slam piece is someone you're just fucking on the side.
No, but who is slam? I know what a slam.
I have no idea.
I know what a slam piece is. Yes. Who's at? I have to look it up now. Who is slam underscore piece?
At slam piece who took Aaron and Monte to see the ocean for the first time at 38 reached out to Ricada Law.
Who is Angosh?
See, I know they think this is a burn, but like seeing the ocean for the first time at 38. But
wait, who took Aaron and Mark to see the ocean? 38. Okay, so he's never left Minnesota. He's not going to have seen the fucking.
Yeah, so if you've never left Minnesota, or if you've never left any of the like central United States, you may not see the ocean. Hell, there's probably people who live in Alaska who've never seen the ocean. Like it'd be strange if it was Australia.
Yeah, when what is it, 93?
When we all live on the fucking coast.
Within 100 kilometers of the coast. It's like,
yeah.
Okay,
that's like an hour's drive.
Yeah.
That looks
Dude,
like.
what order is this in?
Whatever sorting.
Like, what the fuck
It must
is
be like
this?
recommended or community highlights.
Best. Get the fuck it. To call anything in this fucking subreddit best.
the most upvotes on the
Best. Fucking Christ. Disgrace podcast. Oh yeah, there's a Daily Mail article about him being rearrested. Disgraced podcaster and DJ was arrested on Wednesday after he shamelessly sent a woman's naked photo to a guest and discussed her body live on air, despite being told by a judge not to have any contact with her or discuss it during broadcast. That's not what fucking happened.
Well, no, it is. It is. Except they didn't separate the past and the future, like the past and like.
Despite connects the two. Despite being told by a judge not to have any contact with her or discuss it during broadcast.
Sent.
So they are completely fucking confused
No,
as to
Sorry,
Which
the
in
and
the
there.
timeline.
The and there needs
No, the
to
and
separate.
connects sending the photograph and discussing her body live on
That's
air.
what I mean, but they didn't separate. Like, that's where the separator should have been.
No, they're confused. They don't understand what fucking happened.
That wouldn't surprise me either.
Fucking tourists.
Sophie Gable of dailymail.com.
Okay, so his original charge with a felony count and pleaded guilty to a lesser charge on April 10. He was released under conditions that he remained law-abiding, attending his court appearances, maintaining contact with his attorney, staying in the state, yada yada. During the May 27, 2024 episode, he was discussing a woman he knew with a guest named Gino Bisconti and allegedly sent the photos on air.
Okay.
Not on air during.
How is it he was convicted, or like how is it he was charged with a crime before the fucking crime happened?
I mean, it's a journalist, so they had no
She's
idea how the
retarded.
fucking yes.
She's fucking retarded. She's confusing 2024 with 2025. Or something. Like, I don't understand how she can be so fucking wrong on this.
Journalist. There you go. That's your answer.
Like, and this is, or am I reading, this isn't an old article. This is literally June 29th.
Did he plea,
fucking today?
Did he plea on April 10th?
Maybe.
And
I closed MCRO.
I think maybe she's I think she's maybe possibly left out the charging date and just.
That's what I'm saying. April 10th.
It's bad writing. It sucks.
2025.
That's good.
And that's why she mentions the episode on 2024, which is when it happened.
Yeah.
But it's very poorly written.
Yeah.
Very poorly written. So. Got 8 hours ago. 10 hours ago. Like,
Posting clips from fucking when he was actually on the radio. Like, what the shit, man? These guys are so fucking weird. Anyway. Timid Tiger, who is Mama K or whatever K, who went to the court. She says, I attended public hearings, didn't mock anyone, didn't monetize a thing, and never contacted anyone connected to Nick, yet I was called a stalker and received veiled threats. Meanwhile, Patrick flies in to monetize, intimidate, and hassle acquaintances, but he's a journalist. This is a very good point.
Yes,
I have every right to take a trip and to question individuals involved in what I consider a news story. Local radio man can't stop lying. And I have every right to travel on my own in an unthreatening way and question the counterparties to Aaron's lies. There ain't nothing he can do about that. I live states away. I came to a hearing, and I'm allowed to fucking go ask people questions. I have never once threatened Aaron. I have never once expressed violence towards Aaron. And to the contrary,
I'm going to offer $1,000 for someone to like dig up evidence that this happened, like that he actually did do all those things.
So then you want to frame it that way. How about local lawyer busted for drugs and child endangerment? How about we do that? And reporter watches body cam footage. How's that any different from what you did?
Yeah.
Milton?
Yeah.
Milton, that's funny. But yeah, they went to Stoney's Bar and Grill because of course they did. Like they went there at like 4:00 in the afternoon. And that of course is Milton with a picture of Nick. Hang on, watch this.
Next up is Orcata, everybody's favorite. So this is
I just want to point out, Josh gets almost everything about this wrong.
A picture of Aaron Imhall. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this picture, but someone needs to fix the lighting or the.
This was hilarious. This was his second mugshot. He is of course smiling in it again, which I think is fucking hilarious. Look, what does meme call him? The shiniest turd in the bowl. Like everybody in this is pieces of shit. It's just that Aaron is the shiniest turd in the bowl. So yes, make no mistake, I'm not a fan of Aaron. But yes, Meme is right. Meme Copium is correct. He is the shiniest turd in the bowl.
Camera that exists at the Candioi County Jail because it is beyond belief. just completely fucked. So why is Aaron M. Holt in jail? He's already out, but why was he in jail? The answer, he talked about Kayla Ricada. So here's a fascinating little development, okay? So when Aaron M. Holt was convicted of revenge pornography, he took a plea deal which allowed him to get out scot-free for $50, basically, which is how we established the price of one Kayla nude unit. It is $50. However, his plea stipulated things.
I think there has been some serious KNU inflation, though. Given the
what's the current value of the KNU?
Well, it's been devalued. I think it's down to it was down to $5. Now I believe its stock is rising, given that Aaron was taken back into custody and
by the dip,
and his deal is dead.
They've killed the deal.
Well,
not exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
They've just changed his conditions.
He's actually had to pay a little bit more money to be free.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Did they withdraw the deal? Like, I think they might have.
I don't think they did it
in
the court.
That didn't sound. They didn't mention any of it in the transcript you read before.
They just increased his conditions. That's all.
Yeah, but they may have done it in chambers prior. So
what? He has to pay $200 instead of $50?
I don't know, but I guess we will find out in October. I guess
I'd still call that a win.
Sorry, hopefully we will find out in October, because if we find out beforehand, because Aaron goes on fucking stream and talks about it again,
he's retarded.
He's a fucking retard who's going to jail.
Yep,
and would deserve it.
Yes, well deserved jail for being a fucking idiot.
Which are, according to the Kiwi Farms legal team, unconstitutional. But the issue is that the stipulated order that he agreed to was agreed by him. So therefore, even though the order is unconstitutional, the way that it works is that even if you receive a blatantly unconstitutional order, you generally will have to comply with it, unless it is actually physically incapable for and committed a crime.
Spurg's out of this fucking order. Like it's like some of the Kiwi Farms lawyers are the most retarded fucking people on earth, mostly because they're Spectre levels of lawyer, as in pretend fucking lawyers.
Especially that Sean guy.
Yeah, that Sean guy is such a pretend lawyer. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
And I've heard he's fat. Have you guys heard that Sean is fat?
No, but I've heard that he's a Moor. Love you, Sean.
That was serious enough that she went to jail. She agreed to, as part of her plea.
Oh my god!
Very hard to undo, because
this is how you know he is autistic, because he gets stuck on stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, we wouldn't know anything about that.
He can be a pro se litigant for himself.
No. Totally unfamiliar.
Also represent his wife.
I swear my wife is autistic too. She has been obsessed with this one song, listening to it over and over and over again. Hi Ren by I forgot the name, but she's listened to the song probably 1,000 times now, and she watches, I'll come upstairs and she'll be watching reaction videos to the song, and she was talking to me about it the other morning, while I'm in the shower.
By Ren?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, by Ren. Yeah.
Hi Ren.
Yeah.
Don't.
Yeah, I'm not going to play it.
Private chat if you want to go watch it elsewhere.
Yeah. But yeah, she's watching and look, it is arguably a good song. It's less a song and more a story. It's interesting. But yeah, she's watched it a lot. Is that the one? That's high. Oh yeah, and this Ren guy, he's it's not the high Ren one. That's the first one she saw. There's another one.
Oh.
That's called where is it? Something and something. Not high Ren.
And of course, lo and behold, there's the reaction videos all in the fucking feed alongside of it. I'm looking at it
Therapist
now.
reacts.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, maybe later.
I can't remember what it was. Because there's like Sick Boy and Ren and High Ren. They're like part of a story, but it's like Jenny's Tale. No, not Jenny's Tale. It's like it's part of like a full. It's like the tale of Jenny and Screech, and it's like 4 songs sort of cut together as one long film clip. It's really well done. The guy who, like, that Ren guy is really fucking good at what he does. But like, I don't care. Like, I love my wife, but I don't care. I'm over it. Like, I don't bore her with all this inane garbage. Like, she understands who Nick Recator is and
Violet's Tale.
Violet's Tale. Like, there's Jenny's Tale, Violet's Tale, Screech's Tale, and they all form one like 12-minute long song.
Oh, okay.
That tells a coherent story. There's bridges between as well. It is a great work of art. Anyway, yes, that makes me think she's a bit autistic as well.
Allowed to talk about somebody, and then you're sued for defamation about somebody, you can be deposed. And in civil,
okay, sorry, I want to correct him on this too. So let's listen.
Get his law license back, and he wants to get his law license back specifically so he can be a pro se litigant for himself, but also represent his wife and his companies. So as soon as he gets his law license back, he's going to be engaging in lawfare against all of his enemies to try and drain them of financial.
That would indicate that they're talking about Nick, right?
Yeah, he's talking about Nick. He's talking
That would
about Nick
indicate
wants
that
to get
Nick
his.
has lost his law license.
He has. He needs to complete his CLEs.
Oh, so he hasn't lost it. It's just not renewed.
Well, he cannot practice law.
Yeah, but he hasn't.
He has
lost,
he has
hasn't
lost
been-
it in order to regain it.
Okay, but he has it when
He hasn't lost it permanently.
Yeah, but someone losing their law license, I picture this. It's been taken from them. Like you
Well,
can't.
it has.
No, but I mean, you can't practice law because you've done this thing bad.
It is. The bad thing he did was not keep up with his continuing legal education.
Okay, you did something criminal. So his law license is suspended. He can't practice.
Well,
law.
technically, he did do something criminal, but you don't lose your law license for doing something criminal. You lose your law license by someone filing a bar complaint, and the bar agreeing that what you have done affects your employ. Usually you'll be disbarred for. So if you steal money from a client, that's the most common way to get disbarred.
That's pretty bad, though.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
So if you
specific
abuse your trust account,
yeah,
because law firms tend to law firms and lawyers will have a trust account, and the trust account will be where monies from so the retainer will go into the trust account, settlements will go into trust accounts, and you're supposed to keep all that stuff isolated off. It's not a personal piggy bank, but if you use it as a personal piggy bank, that'll get you disbarred.
Okay.
So basically automatically.
Yeah, it's all just
like if the
gross.
allegation is there and it's proven, you're done.
Yeah, it's all just gross ethical violations.
Yeah.
People get their law degrees in prison, right?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing precludes you from being admitted to the bar. Well, actually, law degree is different from having.
Yeah, getting a law
admitted to the
degree is
bar.
not bar admission. No.
So, because any idiot can get a law degree. Case
Clearly.
in point. But being
I thought we
admitted to the
stopped
bar
talking
is-
about Sean.
No, you mean Trudeau. Sorry, Trudeau.
Anyway.
Financial resources at zero cost to himself. So the issue with that is civil court and criminal court play by different rules. So if you are criminally held to a plea agreement that you're not allowed to talk about somebody, and then you're sued for defamation about somebody, you can be deposed. And in civil court, if you are deposed and you refuse to answer questions or provide information about somebody, the court instructs the jury to interpret that silence not as innocence, as it is in a criminal court, but as the worst possible thing that could ever be said. So if you were...
No. So, first of all, Josh is wrong here because if you are sued by someone who you have a criminal restraining order against, or sorry, who has a criminal restraining order against you, you go to the judge, go to the court that issued the criminal restraining order and say, I am being sued by this person. I need the order amended so that I can make testimony about this person. And the court goes, sure, no problem. And fucking amends the HRO, or amends the restraining order. That's it. This idea that you are being sued civilly and you can't answer questions in a deposition because of this file, like because of this, is not a thing. Not a thing at all. Otherwise, you could literally use that to get around stuff.
Oh, I'm sure it has been done before.
Because depositions can pierce NDAs, which are agreements. Like, granted, it's a civil agreement, but it's an agreement to not discuss a thing. Like, you can be ordered by a judge in a deposition, like as part of a deposition, to answer a fucking question about something, even if it violates an NDA.
So you'd think a TRO would be on the similar lines.
Well, yeah, and like I said, the judge will just amend the TRO.
Yeah.
So Josh was wrong about
refuse to answer a question, you're not reserving your right to be silent. That doesn't exist in civil court. You're actually confessing to the worst possible interpretation.
It does exist in civil court. Your right to remain silent exists in your right to not self-incriminate exists in a civil court. It is why. So if you think back to Bill Cosby got fucked because he entered a proffer with the prosecutor in order. So the prosecutor offered a proffer. So proffers are like just a piece of paper that says, I agree to do X, Y, or Z, or not to do X, Y, and Z. Doesn't actually have a force of, like, doesn't technically have a force of law. But a court will look on you. Agreement. A court will look on you unfavorably if you violate the proffer. So the state prosecutor entered a proffer in a civil matter to say anything that Bill Cosby says in the deposition will not be acted upon criminally. Like, we will not use what he says in the deposition criminally. Because of that, Cosby had to answer the questions. Those questions incriminated him. Like, he was forced to incriminate himself.
That was part of the deal, right?
That was part of the proffer.
Sorry, yes.
Was that he wouldn't be criminally liable for anything.
Tell us everything, and we won't pursue.
Tell
charges.
us everything. Well, no, we won't pursue charges. Pinky promise.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And in the unrelated case, the civil case that happened completely separate of the criminal matter, because the criminal matter didn't actually go through until after the civil case. In the civil case, he said, yes, I did this, yes, I did this, yes, I did that. And then another, like the attorney,
later, wasn't
the
it?
prosecutor who made the proffer was no longer working for the state. And he said, hang on, Cosby admitted to all this shit in a civil trial. We're gonna charge him with it. And then they charged him with it, and then Cosby took them. Cosby's lawyer went to court and said, hey, my client had to fucking say this stuff in open court, like in public record, because you issued this proffer.
The state violated the proffer.
And the state violated the proffer.
Right.
Yeah. So, like, this is the thing. Like, you still have a right to remain silent. You have a right to not self-incriminate.
But he basically voluntarily.
And it can't be interpreted in the worst possible way. For, like, if you refuse to answer a question in a deposition, that's not how it works. You will be found in contempt.
I think it's confusing something else with this, because that does sound familiar, but not with depositions.
Well,
yeah.
Fifth Amendment doesn't apply to civil trials, though. So maybe that's what Josh is confusing. I don't know, but yeah, you're right.
No, in a civil, if in a civil trial they ask you on the stand, did you murder this person? You have a right to remain silent.
Yes,
Your Fifth Amendment right isn't vacated by it being a civil trial or a civil matter. You have a right to not confess to a crime. You have a right to not self-incriminate no matter where it is. Like under oath, at least.
What am I thinking of then?
I have no idea what anybody is thinking of. The right doesn't fucking disappear.
No, but okay, no, sorry, no, you're right. No. What I'm confusing it is with in a civil trial, if you plead the fifth, it can be interpreted as guilt.
Yeah, the jury isn't instructed.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
To disregard your invocation of the.
Of course, you can invoke it, but you probably shouldn't,
because it's not. You're not up against the state. You're up against an individual. So
exactly.
it can be read as inferring your guilt.
Yes, in a civil trial. Yes.
So. But in a civil trial in this kind of circumstance, that would never happen. Like, you call him Mr. Imholte to the stand and then ask him to violate his agreement. He could say, I can't answer that question because there is an existing TRO. There you go. Problem fucking solved.
Mm.
So even if it still exists, you can still fucking, like, this kind of catch-22 thing doesn't exist. Nick is not 4D chess master fucking like organizing all this shit. The man can barely host a fucking stream anymore.
That silence could possibly mean. Did you murder somebody? That means yes. In civil court, that means.
And again, he thinks that that using your right to silence is in civil court is not allowed. Like, it's stupid. Like yes, in civil court, if you're being sued for wrongful death and you are on the stand and you are asked flat on, did you kill them? And for some reason you're incapable of lying. And
that's bad.
And you'd plead the fifth. Well, yes, of course the jury's going to go, well, hold on a second.
Yeah, the civil jury's going to go, yeah.
But no, this is such a fucking stupid, like, hypothetical.
But maybe that's what Josh means by the worst possible interpretation. It's like,
well, that's what Josh is giving it.
Yeah. That's I think that's what he might.
No,
mean,
he's saying that, like, person refused to answer. Oh, well, that means you must interpret this as guilt.
It doesn't mean you must do that.
The judge doesn't say this person refused to answer said question. No. That means they're guilty.
But a jury probably would.
No, like that jury would be discharged.
Yeah.
And that judge would be removed from the bench. I would hope.
The jury probably would interpret it the worst way, but they're not compelled.
They probably would, because that's how people work.
They're not compelled to interpret.
They're not compelled to do anything. Yeah.
No.
To fight the retarded plea deal that he should never have taken to begin with. That is the opinion of the Kiwi Farms League.
Again, the Kiwi Farms lawyers get it wrong. It wasn't part of the plea deal. It was the terms of his release.
Mm.
So as a function of being charged, he posted bail. When he posted bail, he agreed to these conditions. And I'm fucking 99% sure that almost every single case that involves harassment or what Aaron was charged with, so distribution of non-consensual distribution of sexual images, I guarantee you, like, I'm sorry, not guarantee, but I'm 99% sure almost every single one of them will include that stipulation that you are not to contact the person, that you are not to mention the person, like, you're not to talk about the person, you're not to contact them on social media, you are to leave them the fuck alone. Because I like Josh because he is autism. Not he has autism. He literally is autism, yeah. But he has some bad takes. Yeah, look, I like Josh. I will almost always like Josh. You're right. He does have bad takes, but a lot of the bad takes are because who he listens. Like, he listens to the forum. The forums aren't fucking infallible. So if they were, it'd be a hell of a lot. Actually, if they were, it'd be a lot less funny. So.
True.
Legal team. Okay, so that's not my legal analysis. A real lawyer came up with that. So.
No, a Kiwi Farms lawyer.
Nick has literally played 4D chess when it comes to Aaron Imholt.
He is literally not.
Made much easier for Nick because Aaron Imholt.
Nick has played checkers.
Seems
these are two retards.
I'm sorry. No,
These are
next up-
two retards fighting each other using the legal system.
These two retards have chess pieces shoved up their nose, drooling out their mouths. That's what's happening.
I wouldn't leave these guys unattended with crayons.
They're not Marines. Why
To
would
be
you do
playing
that?
against himself quite a bit. So he's really not in a good position. His bond was set by the judge at $100,000, which he has paid, I think, because you only pay a tenth. So he got a bondsman to give him $10,000.
I was gonna say, how the fuck
so
do you
he's
afford
already
that?
out. But that's his bond. And I think child molesters in Minnesota get less than $100,000. But the reason why his bond was set so high, by the way, is because the plaintiff or the state raised that Aaron Imholt himself on live stream said he wasn't concerned about a violation of his plea agreement.
No, they didn't. As we saw in the transcript, the prosecution asked for $100,000 bail the first time. He was given $75,000 for unconditional bail, or $0 for conditional bail. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure, like, if it might have been if he fucking ponied up the money for the unconditional, he might not have. He might have been able to mention Kayla, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure that would have been a broad condition of release. So.
Because Minnesota is so easy on criminals. So that thing I just said about child molesters getting less than $100,000 bond, that's literally what he said and spat in the face of the fucking judge who heard that and then said, fine, motherfucker, I'll give you some. You want some fucking bond? You want to see some fucking bond, motherfucker? $100,000. Bang, bang. That's what happened. So that's why you keep your
That's not what happened.
No.
fucking mouth shut. Shut the fuck up. Aaron Imholt, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Get a different lawyer and shut the fuck up.
This is good
Stop
advice,
doing your
though.
fucking live
Yeah.
stream. No one fucking watches it. It doesn't matter. Nothing you say on there changes anything. Nick
I'm feeling personally attacked now.
Recato lives in filth and squalor. His kids fucking hate him. His life almost left him. You're not punishing him. You're making him very, very happy when you shoot yourself in the fucking foot over and over and over again. You are ruining everything with your fucking idiotry. Okay, stop it. Shut up.
It is an entire group of rake steppers, and it's just covered with rakes.
Mm-hmm.
Just what are you doing, bro? What are you doing? So his hearing's in October, I think, but he's
You're
out
ruining
until then.
Josh's win against.
Oh, one more
Recato.
thing, by the way. This clip of Recato is just very funny because look how
Oh yes, he. So Nick interviewed. What's the name? Something
Turtle Boy?
boy.
Turtle Boy.
Turtle Boy. This guy. His name's Turtle Boy. Apparently,
Oh,
he's a
Karen
citizen
Reed.
journalist.
Karen Reed, Turtle Boy.
Karen Reed, Turtle Boy. Yeah.
Yep, gotcha.
So apparently, he was a citizen journalist who did a lot of reporting on the Karen Reed trial. He went on Nick Recato's show.
comfortably. He gets a super chat message that's in the AI voice, and then his guest looks as uncomfortable as humanly possible. I think the guest is on to give us apparently his hot takes about Karen Reed or some shit. So this is supposed to be like a serious Lawtube interview, but of course he can't do those anymore because he's a coke fried retard, and he gets the dopamine.
I kind of sympathize. Like, there's no way for you to be across everything. Like, I try, but it's not functionally possible for me to be across every fucking single story that happened this week that we cover on the show. It's just not feasible. There is not
Which
enough.
is why in the past you've brought on people who are have intimate knowledge of subjects.
Yeah,
on the show.
Let us take.
My point is in reference to Josh. Josh can't be across everything all the time. Like, it's obviously not.
Oh yeah,
not feasible. I can't be across everything all at once. It's just not a feasible thing. So yes, but yes, he will get stuff wrong. So
In super chat, so he lets it play, and his guest has to listen to it.
What happened to the peen counter? Also, did you load the kiddos up with enough cocaine they won't disturb the show?
God damn it.
Yeah. He looks super impressed by that. He
Yeah.
loves hearing about penises and children being doped up on cocaine. I'm sure that he heard lots of stuff, like when Recato announced this interview or whatever, he probably got lots of shit on Twitter, and then when he hears it on stream and hears him laughing about it, he's like, uh-oh, oopsies. Shouldn't have done that.
Well, back last time
and then
he had
afterwards, by the
Credible
way,
on.
last thing on Rekieta, our boy Nick met up with his best friend in the entire world, Patrick Melton, and gave us what is probably the worst photo of Nick, at least, but one of the worst photos I've ever seen. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this fat, greasy chomo wearing his own merch, and then Nick Rekieta looking like a 50-year-old fucking corpse. He reminds me
he's
of
almost
somebody like I know people compare him to Daniel Larson and say he's getting Larson-fied all the time, but he looks like a cartoon character or something. There's like a movie with like an old, decrepit old man sitting in a rocking chair that I'm thinking of, because he looks like he's 50 to 60 fucking years old. He just looks
44.
terrible.
He's not too far
He's like
away.
balding, and it's like, that's your friend, bro. Your best friend in the whole world is a fucking chomo.
How
And
tall is
by the way, I
Nelson?
think they got kicked out of this bar. I think they're at something like
good
called
question,
Stoney's or something.
because Nick is tall.
And they got
Nick standing
Patrick
up,
Melton
or
got
is-
punched
Well,
or
maybe
something
Nick's on
by
a stool, who
the
knows?
owner, and they were removed from the bar. I think that was a rumor I saw. I don't know if that's real, but that's what I heard.
Yes, so they were removed from the bar. They were asked to leave. One of the owners of the bar is a friend of Aaron's, and basically he approached Melton and said, I think you need to leave. And made a comment about him being a chomo. So, so yes, they got thrown out of the bar at 4:30. That was apparently, according to Nick, the first time that's ever happened to him.
We don't like your kind around here.
We don't like your kind around here.
Wait, Melton is 6'5", Eric?
Jesus Christ.
Like if he's standing next to Nick, if Nick is standing up, obviously
they're both
that would make sense.
So Melton's got an inch on me. That's insane.
Yeah.
And 40 inches around. 40 inches.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say like he's
40 inches in diameter.
yeah, like it's a big bitch.
That's a huge bitch.
I don't know. Tell me who you think Rekieta looks like, because he looks like somebody. He just looks so fucking old and sick, and just he looks hollowed out. It's like an actual. You know how like in like a video game,
Phrasing.
how you have like in certain games, like in Fable, you have like that morality meter, and it's like when you're good, you have like this glowing radiance around you as you're creating
your
character.
alignment reflects
And then
on
when
your
you're
body.
evil, like the ground cracks and turns to lava as you walk around, and you're like all like shadowy and shit, and you have little devil horns and stuff. That's like Rekieta. It's like he's like actually slipping down the.
I miss Fable. Fable's a great game.
I tried playing.
Even Fable 3, like Fable 3 was like, I know I got a lot of stick for being very short. But yeah, I thought it was good.
Good concepts. It's just poor execution for the most part.
Yeah, for 3. Yeah, 2 was still superior.
So
Fable
really good.
morality meter.
Aaron's clearly done more damage than previously thought if he's hollowed Nick out this much.
Well, I think I said in the Discord when Aaron, like there was a clip of Aaron talking about he and Nick never having sex. Like we never had sex. We never had sex. There was no bi stuff going on.
They totally did.
Nick,
Lady does protest a little too much.
Nick's demeanor shifted so rapidly. Like he almost to a hurt level. Like,
oh, was this in the hot tub?
No, this was in the stream he did this morning, our time. His cope about Aaron's stream.
Well, he keeps saying
the 4 hours he spent watching a 2-hour video.
Nick keeps saying that Aaron ate his goo, so clearly something happened. Like, does oral sex count as sex?
No,
Yes.
well, yes, absolutely it does.
Yeah, there you go.
But no, that's the whole April. Or April told me.
They gave each other
unreliable narrator, bro.
There is nothing that can be said that will convince me that they didn't give each other handless prostate exams.
There wasn't some fumbling around in the dark. Anyway,
well,
they all slept in the same fucking bed.
We had that comment.
It was balls deep prostate exams. They gave
We
each
do
other.
have the comment that Nick said that sex with Aaron was becoming non-consensual, we'll just say.
Ew.
Wait, what?
Hang on, are we saying that Aaron raped Nick? Maybe that's why this is all.
That.
Nick is saying that Aaron,
Nick is saying that.
Nick is saying Aaron might have done something.
Nick Ricandalaw, so Skibber says Nick Ricandalaw is seething about failing to beat Uncivil Law's interview with Turtle Boy. He's begun making shorts of him reacting to Kurt's videos. Nick topped out at 2.8k in his interview and plummeted to 1.9, losing about 1/3. Kurt, with less notoriety and subs, surpassed 5k.
Good on you, Kurt.
I did live with a murderer. That is true. To be fair, he committed the murder while I was living with him. So he wasn't a murderer at the time I moved in. He became a murderer during the time I lived with him.
Well, this is new. Wait a minute. Hold up. What the just happened?
I did live with a murderer. That is true.
What? What happened? This guy's not a murderer. He lives with Kurt for a while, and he goes off someone. This makes sense to me. Where are the? This is why this is the best content on YouTube. Where else would you get this data? Like nowhere. Look at him, wistfully remembering his murdering roommate.
You guys don't know that story?
No!
You don't know that story?
Tell us now! Right now!
All right.
Thank God.
Nick,
I did.
It's clear to me that Nick doesn't even know how to make shorts.
No.
Because that is a terrible short. Like, shorts are for Zoomers. See, there's not enough happening. There's, number one, they can't watch it with the volume off. So no subtitles. So how the fuck are they supposed to know what's going on, Nick? And you didn't put in hold up, wait a minute. Like, you didn't put in any meme videos. What is wrong with you? Well, Jesus. Ryan, the editor, you're fired.
Should be
terrible.
Fired years ago.
Terrible. He's potentially criminal reacting to Aaron bringing Aaron's restraining order.
Steel Toe took out a restraining order on Nick Ricada, which, if Nick was smart, he wouldn't use the last name of the fucking guy who's got a restraining order on him, or a protection order, whatever you want to call it. Just not a good idea. Not a good idea, but what do I know? I'm just a fat fucking whale.
Yes.
You know, even the narwhal was helpful. Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. Nose is stuck with crack cocaine here in Cockburg. Booze and pills to numb the brain in the cupboard. Let's keep it a mystery. And rewrite history.
I love it.
They're gay cocks.
And
they're gay. They're cocks.
Oh, that was great, El. Very good. It's true. He's gay. He's a cuck. There is this video here on Stalin's channel of Melton talking about the restraining order, but Melton is a copyright cuck. So we won't be watching that. But I would, if you want to go watch that, by all means, after the show, go and watch that. Yes, Kurt beat Nick, which is hilarious.
It's moving up in the world.
Speaking of copyright, Runkle says, and there's the nuke. Don't normally send those out, but this one was well deserved. Yes. So the weirdo we watched last week has been copy claimed by Runkle. So
a well-deserved one.
Well-deserved fucking claim. Absolutely.
So,
fucking 100%.
Since I wasn't here, what was that about? Like, I saw this thing from Runkle, but I don't know the context.
Well, someone when you posted the timestamp.
Runkle did a video with two lawyers, I believe, of Karen Reed's, and it was several hours. And someone else decided to take 20 minutes or so of that video, cut Runkle out, put themselves in, and pretend to ask the lawyers the same question by just pausing the video.
Oh.
Blatant. Like, just...
Like, it'd be hilarious if they asked retarded questions. Like, So did the judge ever drop his pen and blah blah blah, and then a completely different answer?
I have. This is still related to Ricardo, I guess. He didn't stream all this week.
Yeah.
So yes, the jury finds Karen Reid not guilty on the death. How do I?
Yeah, so I heard about the Reid.
Sorry, I actually put together a clip of the show, but I just haven't released it. So here you go. You can watch it.
I didn't look. Yeah, I didn't notice.
We can have clipception.
At least it wasn't a hung jury this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can all be very confused.
Potentially criminal.
Says, couldn't have picked a better person on Lawtube to host this interview. Great job, Runkle. Runkle got two of her lawyers, and you know what's funny?
Even the evidence,
the tools to seek through video on Restream are much better than the ones Nick was complaining about. So there you go. Mick Kennedy said, did you guys hear about the guy that took Runkle's interview, editing out Runkle and posted his own video? Seriously, did someone actually fucking do that? Dude, you got fucking link
That'd
me
be
that. I gotta
interesting to
see
see.
that. Dude,
Yeah.
what the hell?
I heard something about
I want to
this.
put that guy on blast to the 8 people watching this show. And there's 9
3
people
of whom
watching
are
this
probably
week.
on
Yeah.
the
That's because Tim's here.
That's because Tim's here. God damn it! Oh, get the fuck out!
Oh, it's trippy.
So yes, this is what he did.
Welcome everyone to the Mike Martin podcast. Come on in. I have
Comments are turned off.
2 of the greatest defense attorneys of this century.
So Skip,
Fresh
you
off
what
of
happens
the
with
big first right out of the gate.
social media team, and they were monitoring what was
Right.
going on. And
Okay.
in some ways,
Yeah, so he even did the reactions like, oh yeah, right, okay, right. Like, it was so fucking outrageous, absolutely fucking outrageous. I just never got around to posting the clip because I'm lazy.
Yep.
No, actually, it's not that I'm lazy. Because it's there. I've literally got it ready to go. I just was
the
like,
the thing I was talking about, I dropped in straight chat.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I just got to open in browser. No, it's gonna open my other browser. God damn it.
So yeah, so that's what happened, and it was blatant theft of Runkle's.
Oh yes, it's
But I
so
thought-
fucking.
But
Runkle
isn't that
did a-
transformative though?
No.
Fuck no.
It would be if he cut it up a little bit more.
If
Like,
if
he
he did
just-
what I said to do,
Mm.
as in take the video, cut Runkle out, fix the audio properly, like transform it so that when Runkle's talking, instead of just pausing the fucking video,
Mhm.
you take a section when Runkle's talking and try and match your speech to that length. Because obviously,
Yeah,
while
but-
Runkle's asking the question, they're just listening. So then, if you do that, you fit that all in, and that would be. You could argue that's transformative. But another one of the factors is that whether it cannibalizes the original market, and it did. He
Which it
released
would.
it like straight after.
Okay. I'm
And
looking
yes,
at this guy's channel now, and it's like he gets less views than we do.
I know, right? Like,
but he's got so many more videos. He's
I
popping
know.
out like 3 or 4 videos a day. It's crazy.
I know. Don't worry, chat. I have no more. I have no more baby Judge Judy videos. So unless I return to the well, like I went to the well and I took all the water I could find, and then I portioned it out into like 5 weeks worth of videos, and then I left the well alone. I may return to see if the well has refilled. Or if there is a new type of liquid in the well. But it has been ridiculously profitable. Let's just say that. I didn't get a bonus this year because at work our regular cycle of bonuses has shifted from March to April to end in like July. So ending to line up with the financial year. So bonus time is September. So I at least have some money to pay for. I at least have some money to pay for like the carriage on that. So, and of course, if I need to buy another keyboard desperately.
Yes.
What, number 9?
I think it's more than that.
Bet
I think
your
it's
wife
like
knows.
11. And I did manage to sneak one in the house, so she doesn't know about one. I just snuck it in and then put it on the pile, so she won't.
Didn't I
notice.
say you'd get to 11 before you got caught?
That's right. Well, she came down the other day with a different box. It was like lights I'd ordered, and she's like, "Oh, this is another bloody keyboard." I'm like, "No, I said that there is a keyboard coming." It's like, "I fucking knew it." But yes, here's Ricada Law saying Aaron was abusive and sex with him became less consensual. So yes, dun dun dun. Anyway, that's it for Ricada.
Yay.
Not literally. I mean, that's it for the
Only an
Ricada
hour
segment.
and a half in.
Yeah, thank God.
That's what I want. Oh no, Ricada's still there. Let's talk about Iran. And Iran is a place in Persia. Anyway, Operation Midnight Hammer was the name of the American strike on the Iranian nuclear facilities. So yes, it consisted of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers that flew from Whitman Air Force Base in what's that? Middle of America. Don't care. Flew all the way to Iran across the Atlantic, which I think is the long way. Would that be the long way?
Maybe.
No, the Pacific's much bigger. So it's the short way. Actually, at that point, wouldn't you be? It might be a push to go from like the center of America to Iran.
No,
you could probably go.
That,
it's probably roughly the same.
Russia.
No, it's probably the same in both directions.
True.
Whitman Air Force Base is in Missouri.
Oh, there you go. Like from Missouri to Iran via the Atlantic, via the Pacific, and then via the Arctic. It's probably all about the same. But yes, they flew all the way there. They had escorts a lot of the way where required. They refueled a whole bunch of times. It was a 36-hour trip. So 36 hours there and back, which is a lot of fucking flying, especially considering. So these guys can't get up and move around. Like these are ejection seat planes. So you are strapped into your seat for 36 hours. So, but apparently they have a little. They're side by side, so they have a little microwave and they can talk to each other. I presume there is sleep involved.
You would hope so.
Well, I imagine one person sleeps and the other flies. So they could probably both sleep, and the plane would be fine. But anyway.
That's pretty cramped to be sleeping in.
Yeah, actually, what does it look like? Let's see. B2 cockpit. I swear to God, if this gives me porn. There we go. Reddit Aviation. It's an exclusive look. That's not like cramped is it's tight.
That's not an F-18 cramped.
That's not that's right. It's not an F-18 cramped.
And it looks like they could actually get out of those if they needed to.
Yeah, I think if you needed to get out and fix something behind, looks like there's circuit breakers back here and stuff. Yeah. So you don't have stuff back here if you can't access it. So what about having a wank? I wonder if they've got like a sheet they can just put up.
A privacy sheet.
A privacy sheet, yeah.
Or you just get good at doing very subtle movements.
I wonder how it's I wonder if it's yoke or if it's like side stick or
well, I'm seeing pictures. There's 2 sticks, but there's also 2 wheels in one of them, but that must be really old.
Inside the cockpit of a B-2. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's a center. I'm muting that fucking audio. Holy shit. Okay, so they've each got a throttle and stick. I feel like this is probably illegal. Filming this because someone flying and filming it. Like, no.
or it's like, okay, this is last generation. You can film it, you can release it because we're going to upgrade everything.
Oh yeah. So this is a
all of the panels are just standard stuff that you can
it's all
easily
directional
get.
stuff. Yeah.
But still, the buttons, things, yeah.
Very
Depends.
cool. And there's the ejection seat, the ejection lever, one of them. Why is that stuttering like that? No. So yes, they spent 36 hours round trip, refueling it many times. It was also revealed. I don't think I have it in the notes that American tankers were refueling Israeli jets the entire time. So the entire duration. Alex Jones says below is a statement from Iran's nuclear-armed neighbor Pakistan in response to U.S. strikes on Iran's atomic sites. Pakistan condemns the U.S. attacks on the Iranian facilities, which followed a series of attacks by Israel. We are gravely concerned at possible further escalation. Oh no! I can't remember which of you made the Islamabad. They should have called it Islamagud. Like someone made it. Someone made that joke. I always love that joke. The Iranian parliament approved closing the Strait of Hormuz.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, that's going to be pointless. So, here's the details from
We say we can do it, but we can't. But
we say we can do it, but it'll be the last thing we do.
Yep.
So, main strike package was 7 B-2 Spirit bombers. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a sense of deja vu. Now, we kind of touched on this, didn't we?
A little bit.
We didn't have the details. Yeah. We didn't have the details, but yes, it was 7 B-2 Spirit bombers. What did you, Baldo? What did you say the number was last week?
21. They had 21.
So 21, and if you say a third are in standby or repair, and not in service, that leaves 14.
That's half.
So they use half their B-2 Spirit bombers to actually do the strikes.
Even if all of them were ready to go,
it's still a third, yeah.
A third of their entire B-2.
Plus, they sent some B-2s to Guam as well, as a feint.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody was they sent some to Guam and some to Diego Garcia, as a feint. So the Iranians thought they were going to come from Diego Garcia, which is obviously in the Indian Ocean. And they ended up coming all the way around fucking Europe, around the Med, and coming through the back way, and blowing them to hell. At 5 p.m., just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in CENTCOM launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. Key surface target infrastructure. So all the surface stuff was targeted by TLAMs. At 6:40 p.m. Eastern Time, the lead bomber dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators on the first of several aim points at Fordow. The remaining bombers then hit their targets with 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time. I have to say, I'm almost positive Trump's like, can we make sure it happens in prime time on the East Coast? Because I want to go live. And I want as many people watching as possible. I don't want to have to get up early in the morning. So yes, the final BDA will take some time. As a strike package, US employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed down in front, sweeping for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. They found none because there's none left. The Iranians don't have any surface-to-air left, except for guns. They have guns. They literally have flak. Not joking.
Okay, this would have been the shortest distance according to Google Earth, roughly. I put it roughly in the middle of Minnesota, Missouri, in the middle of Iran.
Let's see. There's nothing there.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks a lot, Google.
Thanks, Google. Stellar job as always.
If I go measure distance, and I go from here, and I go, ooh, where do we run? That's what does that say, 1,000,000 kilometers?
That's not.
No, that's 5, it's 1,000 kilometers, sorry, it's going the other way. 11,000 kilometers that way.
Yeah.
If I go this way.
It's it won't let
It's
you.
way longer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So it's about 11,000 kilometers. Would have been going over Canada, Greenland, Sweden, Finland, and parts of Russia. So they could have swung down through. Yeah.
Anyway,
but they went over
Quite,
the Atlantic.
You got to remember the streams of air, like the
jet streams.
The jet streams.
Yeah. Anyway, Russia officially condemns the US for striking Iran. Quote, the irresponsible decision to subject the territory of a sovereign state to missile and bomb attacks, whatever the arguments it may be presented with, flagrantly violates international law. I just want you to soak in and appreciate the Russians fucking saying that. Fucking Jesus.
Ukraine.
Like, fuck, that's balls in a wheelbarrow to move around. Like balls. Like, just fucking insane.
But it doesn't apply to us.
In this very specific circumstance, we very much care about international law. And you should never attack a sovereign country. But it is okay because our technicality is we don't think it is sovereign country. Fucking pricks.
Yeah.
Here's
for specifics.
Oh, this is
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing.
This is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Raisin Kane.
He looks a bit like oh shit, what's his name? Facebook Zuckerberg.
Maybe. Oh, you figured it out. Shut it down.
Yep, shut it down.
He's one of the models.
Our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night,
I just want to say, everybody shat on this guy when Trump appointed him because he was retired. Trump brought him out of retirement and gave him made him a 4-star.
Was he a 3 beforehand, or
I think he was a 2-star. He didn't follow. He didn't become JCS direct, like the normal path. The normal path is you move up to be Secretary of the Army and one of the forces, and then you become Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. It didn't come up the normal way. He picked from outside, and everybody's like, "Oh, this is disgraceful! He's underskilled. He's not qualified to do this, dude. He's fucking acquitting himself pretty fucking well."
Yeah.
So,
on the president's orders, U.S. Central Command, under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities.
I am actually surprised that the papers didn't go with, oh, well, they called it Midnight Hammer, but the attacks happened at 2:30 a.m.
That's something.
This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible.
Anyway, so we're not going to watch the whole thing. But yeah, everybody's dunking on this now, but admit it, you're glad this exists. You're grateful to have it to bat around this morning. This is why the New York Times still matters. This is how the grey lady justifies herself. And it's John Ishmael from the New York Times saying, in the briefing, Hegseth referred to B-2 pilots as our boys on those bombers, yet both men and women have trained to fly them.
Oh, wow.
Thanks.
Yep.
They later confirmed that one of the pilots of the 14 pilots flying the B-2s, because it's two-pilot jet, was a woman.
And is that the one that missed?
No, none missed. I think let me find it. I put it further back because I was going to go through I try to do this chronologically.
I'm sorry, this is probably a hot take for some, but I don't think women belong in the military.
I think it's fine. I think women in the military is fine. I think they
Air
shouldn't
Force
be in
is fine.
frontline combat roles.
I
Yeah.
don't think they should be. I don't know. There are some places maybe, but I don't.
I just don't. I think it should. I don't think it should be frontline combat roles.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that.
So-
At the bare minimum, would you consider a B-2 bomber frontline?
Yeah. Maybe because
F-16,
B2 is a strategic tool.
F-18?
So
Would you consider F-18 or 16 or?
yeah,
33?
I think female fighter pilots is frontline. Because look, and it comes down to it's not about skill or anything. It comes down to you're more likely to die. It's as simple as that. And psychologically speaking, the death of a woman is always more tragic psychologically than the death of a man.
Yeah.
So, and they've done studies, like throughout Iraq. So, in units that had in desegregated units, not like or gender desegregated units, in Iraq, when a fellow soldier died, there was like a level of PTSD. Like if you witnessed a normal male soldier, like one of your brothers in arms dying, it registered a certain level of stress. When you witnessed a female soldier dying as a male, it registered a much higher level of stress. So the PTSD you experienced was far worse when a female soldier dies than when a male soldier dies.
Which could mean that you're unable to continue with missions.
Well, yeah. So it puts an extra amount of stress. Like it's selfish. It is selfish to like to the male soldiers to force them to go through that. Have you seen Black Women though? I don't know if anybody's done a study on that one. Like, oh, the black female private in our platoon was blown up in front of me and I didn't feel a thing. But we're not at racism news yet, so anyway.
I'll save my comment for then.
IRGC Commander Tadar Tangsiri says the Strait of Hormuz will be closed in a few hours.
Okay.
Says Sadiq Azimi says the Parliament did not approve it. It didn't even propose a bill for this. The MPs have unanimously reached this conclusion merely in a constitutional capacity. The decision lies with the Supreme National Security Council. So it turns out they didn't do that.
Shockers.
Trump says it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Miga.
Oh, that's getting awfully close.
And Miga, please. The damage to the nuclear sites in Iran is said to be monumental, as in I turned it into a fucking monument. These hits were hard and accurate. Great skill was shown by our military. Thank you. I saw it, but I mustn't have put it in the chat. Let me just check my bookmarks on the Twitter. Nope, weird BPD chick. Nope, Sneeko. Nope, trans chick. Nope.
What are you looking for?
Nope. I'm looking for the. There was an image, satellite image of the impact locations for our impact. Okay, so this is interesting. So there were 3 holes observed at each of the 2 impact points above Fort Howe. During the press briefing led by Raisin Kane, the Secretary of Defense, the following was quoted. It illustrated the tooth-like configuration of the ventilation shafts positioned above the enrichment halls at the Fort Howe facility. A schematic drawing of the shafts was shown alongside before and after imagery. However, graphically reveals a more significant insight. There was only one primary shaft at each of the 2 points where the 6 GBU bombs penetrated. The The internal detonations generated upward gas pressure through the main shaft, which dispersed through the parallel ducting. This force blew off the shaft covers, causing fragments of concrete to eject at high pressure onto the surface of the mountain ridge. So these are the ventilation shafts, like this structure here.
Yeah.
This is after the attack. This is before. So they'd put caps over the top of them so they couldn't be struck easily. So the GBU went straight down the fucking middle. So they put this thing down the pipe. Like it was the Death Star. So this explains the appearance of 3 holes at each site. So they put this thing through the first hole, and it goes down the ventilation shaft and detonates when it like drills in and detonates at the bottom of the shaft, and then the gas pressure from the explosion blows the rest of the caps off. and that's why you have that ridiculous hole. And then they put 2 more down there each, because everybody's like, "Where's the holes?" It's like that scene in those scenes in movies where the guy shows off his gun accuracy by firing 5 bullets at a target, and the guy's like, "Oh, well, you only made 1 hole," and it's like, "Oh, he actually put all 5 through the same hole." That's this, but with fucking bombs from 50,000 feet in the goddamn air. Like, fucking hell. Main shaft. Yeah. Yeah, so they aimed for the main covered shaft in the center because they knew this was the layout. So I don't know why I'm sure there's an engineering reason for doing it, but I guess if all 3 of these shafts have fans that are pushing air, it'll be more than the sum of the center pipe. Because realistically, if you've got a fan down here pulling air through, you're only gonna get enough air. Like at standard pressure, you're only going to get enough air. The amount of air through the diameter of the main pipe. The other pipes are doing nothing. So unless you have more, if you have 3 fans all pushing air down into one pipe, you'll increase the pressure. But if you have one down here pulling, it's not going to make any fucking difference. So. But yeah, anyway, that's how they designed their shaft, and yeah. So yes, very greatest fighting force in the world. Trump says it's not, but oh no, this is the same fucking post. Unfortunately, people like John Bolton were very happy about this. I'm never happy when John Bolton's happy.
I think President Trump made the right decision for America to attack Iran's nuclear weapons program. And I think we're on the verge of potentially seeing regime change in Iran as part of that. I think this is a huge change in the Middle East. It was a decisive action. It was the right thing to do. I thought somebody should do it for a long time, but better late than never.
Why do you think it is that President Trump did this now? Obviously, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been pushing to do this for years, including when Trump was president the first time.
Right. Well, I think because of the launching of Iran's war against Israel on October.
Stevie says, we already saw this movie. They just copied the story from last Top Gun. Yeah. They didn't use GBU 57s for that. They just used like straight up small diameter bombs.
Well, Trump wants to go bigger, so
the Iranians copied the design from Top Gun. That is funny.
Oh, I just found out General Crane was in the air protecting DC
on 9/11.
After 9/11 in a F-16.
He'd be one of the guys who took off without arms. like without armament. So, because on 9/11, the planes that scrambled, the ones that were ready to fly, didn't have missiles.
He was the chief of weapons and tactics of the 121st Fighter Squadron.
Yeah, because the balls on those guys. They knew if they had encountered something, the only way they'd be handling it was
Ramming them.
Ramming it, yeah.
Yeah.
So balls of steel. An Iranian lady who is a PhD candidate says today, we Iranians are faced with something truly unbelievable. Western liberal woke feminists clueless about the brutal reality in our country, consistently stand with our oppressors under the delusion of saviorism. They have no understanding of the decades of humiliation, violence, and systemic oppression we've endured under the Islamic Republic. See, we hear this term and we wince because the context it's used in the West is, I'm a woman. I'm a person of color. Like, I'm a woman and a person of color. I experience systemic oppression every day. It's like, what are you talking about? Whereas Iranian women, they experience systemic oppression. Driven by their own need to feel morally superior, they claim to fight for justice, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of millions. And let's be honest, they are some of the most racist voices out there. They look at Iranians and other brown people as too backward, too uncivilized, too dumb to deserve real freedom and democracy. In their eyes, they're wild animals only manageable under tyranny.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
But that's the thing. Arabs maybe, but Persians are not Arabs.
That is true.
No, but she's also right, and that's what
they
liberal women think.
Yeah. But here's the truth. We are the ones fighting for real freedom, the same freedom they weaponize to silence us. And we want absolutely nothing to do with their hypocrisy. Based. Look at this awful. This fucking affluent white female liberal fucking like protesting, holding up the fucking like picture of the woman from Iranian news. Like, didn't this woman literally fucking say the woman who was uncut, who had uncovered hair and was picked up by the religious police and beaten to death?
Sounds about right.
Was deserved it. It's like, fuck you, man.
Probably.
You piece of shit. Just in, Iran's nuclear facility in Fordo has been hit again, this time by Israel. Iran finally reveals what happened to its nuclear program in strikes as NATO chief fawns over Daddy Trump. What the hell? It's a live blog, that's why. God damn it, I'm not reading through a live blog. Fuck that. So Iran struck back. They destroyed America. They defeated the Zionists. They wiped them off the face of the earth. Iran was incredibly successful. That's what the Iranians have been told anyway. But meanwhile, Donald Trump says, Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response, totally cucked, which we expected and have very effectively countered. There have been 14 missiles fired, 13 were knocked down, and 1 was set free because it was headed into a non-threatening direction. I am pleased to report that no Americans were harmed and hardly any damage was done. Most importantly, they've gotten it all out of their system. Now we're going to give them a bottle and they're going to have a nap and they'll sleep till noon. I want to thank Iran for giving us early notice, which made it possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the same. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yes.
I saw some whale on TikTok. Trying
you have
to
any
make,
idea how little that narrows it down?
Yeah, trying to make the comparison between. Oh wait, why? But nuclear weapons are just that. They're weapons. They're inanimate objects. They require people to do it. So why can't Iran have the nukes? And I'm just thinking, yes, but it's not Iran that's the issue. It's the people.
Turn
that
it
Iran's going
around.
to give them to. Yeah, but she's saying, but
Turn it around
the
on guns.
That's what she's saying. She's like,
Don't make a gun control argument.
That's your argument for gun control. It's the people. And I'm thinking, yes, and Iran is the people who are buying the guns and giving them to the niggers to shoot people. It's the people who get them from Iran that's the problem.
Yes. I watched Trigonometry. They had Glenn Greenwald on, and it was very frustrating, to say the least, to see Glenn Greenwald just simp for a regime that. So his argument was, Iran, like the argument was that, well, look, Iran funds proxies, America funds proxies. It's like, do they, like, really? That's your argument? That, like, America funds proxies. So America gives money to other countries, but point to me where America is funding terrorist organizations.
He's a self-hating white man.
Like, this is,
Are we talking recent?
Yeah, I'm talking recently, yeah.
No, because I know that.
And then he's like, oh, well, Israel funded Hamas, and it's like, no, like, they literally didn't. They've never funded Hamas. What Benjamin Netanyahu has done was asked Qatar to continue funding them, and this was before October 7th. It was like, keep them funded, like, because we need them to just, sit there and shut the fuck up.
Hamas,
yeah.
How's paying them keeping them from?
Well, if they weren't getting paid, then they'd be more likely to fucking stir up trouble. That was his reasoning. Obviously, it was fucking dead wrong.
Yeah.
While we're talking about Glenn Greenwald, I just want, so he tweeted this out. After 9/11, Americans asked, why do they hate us? The neocon lie, for our freedoms. The Bin Laden letter was censored when young people found it in 2024 because it gave the real reasons. Why does Iran chant death to America but not death to Argentina or Japan or Spain? So I quote tweeted this and said, Inshallah, one day all those like Glenn will meet their end at the hands of a Muslim warrior. For no matter if the kafir uses his words to defend jihad, he is still kafir, alhamdulillah. I am, of course, doing a bit. They don't hate us for our freedom. That was always reductive. They hate us because we are kafir, and their book permits them to kill, rape, or enslave us. We are at war for the future of the West, and the traitors among us are legion. As for why they focus on America, it's because that is the biggest threat. Without chaos, the Mahdi cannot return. America maintains stability, so it must be destroyed. It seems irrational because it is. Fundamentalism is irrational by its nature. Few in the West understand this.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I wonder if there's like a brief explainer for the Mahdi. Let me see if there's anything on YouTube. So the Mahdi is also known as the 12th Imam, and it's a Sunni belief, basically, that the 12th Imam was like a follower of the Prophet, obviously, and this was post Glenn Greenwald leak. And essentially he disappeared into hiding. And it's said the Sunnis, some of the Sunnis believe, including the Iranians, believe that when the world is full of strife and chaos, the Mahdi will return. Basically, it's like Jesus coming back for Judgment Day. It's very similar, but it would be like, all right, so Christian apocalyptic dogma says that a war needs to be fought, and the final battle is fought in Medigo, which is like a valley in Israel, and it's fought between the forces of Christ and the Antichrist. And on that day, when the battle ends, Jesus returns, and Judgment Day begins, and Jesus will what's it called? Will judge everybody. So he will everyone will die and they will be judged. So that's the Christian myth. So the Iranians are basically, they're like, oh, well, if this thing needs to happen for our prophet to return, we're going to make sure this thing happens, because that's how we can get our end times to happen. Here we go. Explained in 4 minutes.
Leader in Islam who will appear before the day of judgment to restore justice and spread peace. Mehdi is not his name, but a title which means the guided one. His arrival is seen as one of the major signs of the day of judgment. Imam Mehdi will be a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, through the lineage of his daughter Fatima, may Allah be pleased with her. The Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "His name will be my name, and his father's name will be my father's name." This means the Mehdi's name will be Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Characteristics. Imam Mehdi will possess unique physical and spiritual characteristics that set him apart. Physically, he will have a broad forehead and an aquiline nose. These traits are often admired in Arab culture. These physical markers will help people identify him.
If he has a broad forehead and an aquiline nose, doesn't that make him Roman? Like, isn't aquiline nose a Roman feature?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's literally a Roman nose.
So he won't be of the people.
He won't, so Roman nose guide shapes history aesthetics. So that's the Roman nose. So it's just got a bump on it. It's a Roman nose with a bump.
Okay.
So okay. Anyway, that's really specific. This is the problem. The Quran makes so many fucking really specific. Like the Quran and the Hadiths make really specific fucking claims.
Can you imagine if the prophet did actually come back though? And it's like, no, but you don't meet the.
No, this isn't the prophet. This is the Mahdi. He's just one of the imams.
Okay,
yeah.
the Mahdi comes back, and it's a genuine one, but everyone's like, no, you've got the wrong face.
Yeah, wrong. The book says you'd have this nose.
You're wrong. So go
He's
away.
like, I broke my nose as a child, and my parents had it fixed.
Go away. We're not following you. Fuck off.
Don't laugh. My sister-in-law did that. Like her parents. So she was running through a field, and she ran headfirst into like a stake. I contend she did it on purpose because she wanted a nose job. How
old was she at the time?
I think she was like 14.
Oh.
And yeah, she smashed her face, like her nose clean up, and broke it. And they got her a rhinoplasty to fix it. So
Resemble the Prophet, peace be upon him, in character and behavior.
All right, pro tip for people who make videos like this. If you're going to use 8 Muses to generate your audio, when you drag and drop it into your editing platform, make sure that the audio channels are dual mono, because the audio from 8 Muses is only one channel. Like it's mono, but it's left channel. So when you drag it in, if you don't do anything else, you will only hear it through one ear, and it will really be fucking annoying.
Mm-hmm.
People watching on TV won't notice. It'll just sound quiet. People wearing headphones like me, we're going to fucking notice. That's going to be real goddamn annoying.
The stream probably won't. Oh no, this is a different platform. So
yeah, I don't know if
that's why
Restream
we're
fixes
hearing
it.
Well, they're not fixing it for me, so I can hear it.
But
So I
not
can
in
hear the other
appearance.
two.
It is said that Allah will guide and transform him
No, you
in a
can kinda
single night.
tell.
This is interesting because it shows that during the earlier part of his life, the Mehdi will not be as devout or practicing as he should be. However, in just one night, everything about him will change, and he will become one of the most pious and righteous people on earth. Where will he come from? Before Imam Mehdi's arrival, the world will go through a time of
I'd assume a
extreme
woman.
chaos, injustice, and corruption. There will be widespread oppression, wars, and the collapse of societies. Muslims will face many hardships, and the Ummah will be divided and suffer greatly. This difficult scenario will create the perfect conditions for the emergence of the Mehdi, who will bring justice and peace. A big sign of Imam Mehdi's arrival is the appearance of black flags. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, spoke about an army carrying
And see, that's why ISIS carries a black flag with the Shahada on it.
black flags coming from the east. There is a famous hadith where it is reported that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "If you see the black banners coming from Khorasan, go to them, even if you have to crawl over snow, because among them is the Caliph of Allah, the Mahdi." Khorasan is a region that includes all of Afghanistan and parts of Turkmenistan and Iran. However, this hadith is weak and not fully reliable. While it's true black flags are said to...
Just for some context, so the Quran is the book written by the Prophet. The hadiths are stories, basically apocrypha, stories about the Prophet written by others after his death.
Come from the east, we are not sure if they will come specifically from Khorasan. This army will give allegiance to Imam Mahdi and will join him in the fight against oppression and injustice. They will be unbeatable. Imam Mahdi will not seek leadership or public attention. In fact, he will initially avoid the spotlight and flee from Medina to Mecca to escape the problems of his time. It is there near the Kaaba that people will recognize him and force him to accept their loyalty. This pledge of allegiance will take place between the Black Stone and the Station of Ibrahim. Imam Mahdi's leadership. Imam Mahdi's leadership will be defined by extraordinary accomplishments and significant transformations in the world. His period of rule, lasting 7 to 9 years, will see the elimination of oppression and the restoration of justice, including a free Palestine and other oppressed regions. Wealth will be distributed so generously that no one will remain poor. The Mahdi will lead successful campaigns against...
Keep in mind, the no one will remain poor is... All of this is exclusively Muslims. Only the believers.
Sounds very communism to me.
Yep.
Why do you think the Arabs were so in love with the Soviets during the Cold War?
Equality.
Because it sits with their ideology. It's an authoritarian, socialist, fucking fascist regime. Like, so, as long as you're one of them, if you aren't one of them, forget about it. Like, you will be killed, you'll be enslaved. You're just a
powers,
dhimmi.
including battles in the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, and Rome, uniting the Muslim Ummah under one banner. During Imam Mahdi's rule,
Oh, there we go. He's figured out the left-right channel thing.
Well, it was like 85%
One of these signs
left.
includes a miraculous event where an army sent to attack him will be swallowed by the earth at Beda, a location near Mecca. Another significant event will be the appearance of Dajjal, the greatest trial humanity has ever faced. The Mahdi will play an important role in resisting Dajjal's influence, and his efforts will be supported by the return of Prophet Isa, peace be upon him. Together they will lead the Ummah against Dajjal, and Isa will ultimately achieve victory and kill Dajjal. The legacy of Imam Mahdi. After successfully leading the Ummah through these challenging times, Imam Mahdi will pass away. Despite his relatively short reign, his legacy will live on as a period marked by justice, peace, and righteousness.
So yeah, that's the Mahdi. That's what the Iranians believe. They're a 12th Imam cult. 12th Imam cultists. So
people we definitely want to have.
That's why they export hate. They hate Americans. They hate the West because the West maintains a semblance of order. If the West were to fall, everything else would fall too. So, where was I? An Iranian source confirms that a ceasefire with Israel has been agreed to. According to one source, the truce will go into effect at 3:30 a.m. Jerusalem time. At which point the Israelis are like, "What? There's a truce? We didn't hear this shit," and then bombed the fuck out of Iran. One of the things they blew up was the giant countdown clock in Tehran. This is the clock that counts down to the destruction of Israel. So New York has the national debt clock, and Tehran has the
destruction of Iran.
The Jews will be dead clock. Sorry, wrong tense. Had. This is the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic. He says, Iran has made repeatedly clear Israel launched a war on Iran, not the other way around. As of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations, however, provided that the Israeli regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time. We have no intention to continue our response. Afterwards, the final decision on the cessation of military operations will be made later.
In other words, please stop hitting us, and we won't have to pretend to retaliate.
Yeah, that's we're not going to we give up. We give up. I thought this was great. If you've been given World War III whiplash by an influencer, you may be entitled to compensation.
Oh, great.
I would be entitled to compensation, but I wasn't injured because I never accepted the fucking claims. But yeah, missiles were launched by the Iranians after the Israelis attacked So despite what the foreign minister said, it was bullshit. The Iranians fired a whole bunch of missiles. There were a lot of interceptions. There were some hits. So it was there was no official ceasefire. Despite Trump claiming that there was an official ceasefire. Congratulations to everyone. It has been fully agreed. Was this before or after? I can't remember if this is the same day.
So Trump actually got this wrong?
Yeah, Trump got this wrong.
Okay.
Because he announced this and was like, "Oh, there's a
ceasefire."
ceasefire."
I saw it all popping up, and I'm like,
his response was hilarious.
It was great. I tried following this, and then I saw the things from both sides saying, "What the fuck? There's no ceasefire. We haven't heard of this." And then Iran says, "Oh no, there's a ceasefire now." And then I stopped. I couldn't.
Iran just doesn't really want to agree with the West.
No, but
they word it into effect that they accept the ceasefire.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But because Israel's the one who says was saying there's no ceasefire. You would think Iran would be the one saying, "Oh no, there's no ceasefire. We didn't agree to anything." But if Israel's the one that says, "Hey," and that's what prompted this. That's what prompted this. Okay. Gotcha. So this, when it happened.
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
The memes, right? These are all going to be used so much. It's the biggest load I've ever seen.
Aaron, they've already ate the biggest load I've ever seen.
Aaron, he ate the biggest load. It was huge. Nick slept on the biggest load he's ever seen.
When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours,
This is the thing. Over here, when Trump says we've negotiated a ceasefire, yada, 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 he says in approximately 6 hours from now. Well, Israel went, okay, so we've got 6 hours to blow the shit out of them.
Yeah, basically.
Before this, and that's what, that's what a ceasefire means. Means in 6 hours, there'll be no more firing.
Yeah, so finish the war in 6 hours.
Yeah, they had 6 hours to
wind down. They had 6 hours to finish up. And they're like, okay.
Just bomb the shit out of them for 6 hours.
Don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Oh, the president of the United States.
I saw people kvetching about that. That annoys me no end. But watch what he's doing. He does it. He was ready to fucking say this when he came out. He said this on purpose and he phrased it this way exactly.
That didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
He had that fucking ready to go.
Yeah. And I hope he won't learn from this. I hope he just learns, right? You've acknowledged it now. They have no fucking idea about what they want for peace. So walk.
So it is over. So it is over. There's an actual ceasefire between the two.
There is now. There's like that's not going to stick. So
no, I think it'll stick for now. I think the Iranians have been smacked around enough. They're going to do their like, we actually won. Like,
I don't think it'll last a year. Like maybe a couple months, but most ceasefires generally don't last even up to a year.
There he is.
Right.
Well, it depends what each side wants, though.
That's what I mean. And in this case,
Like,
neither side actually knows what the fuck they want. So
the US and from what I can tell, the US and the Israeli sides, they wanted the nuclear sites to be dismantled, and that's happened, apparently.
Well,
yeah, they went and dismantled them themselves. So.
Yeah, right. And what does Iran want? To retaliate?
They want to be left the fuck alone.
Is that it? Well, they will be now because there's no need to continue to bomb them if the purpose was to dismantle the nuclear enrichment sites.
So here's the Ayatollah's Twitter feed, and yes, the Ayatollah has a Twitter feed. I offer my congratulations on the victory over the fallacious Zionist regime.
It looks like almost every single post.
It's all a cope. Like this is just fucking cope after cope after cope. With all that commotion and all those claims, the Zionist regime was practically knocked out and crushed under the blows of the Islamic Republic. My congratulations on our dear Iran's victory over the US regime. The US regime ended the war directly because it felt that if it didn't, the Zionist regime would be completely destroyed. It ended the war in an effort to save that regime, but achieved nothing.
Scroll down just a tad. Right there. Imam's important television message will be
released in minutes.
That's the only one I can see that's not community noted.
Yeah, because it's a fact.
Because it's like this is happening in a few minutes. Just
those who know the Iranian people and their history know that the Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. Iran has actually surrendered many times, with the most recent one during World War II and the occupation of Iran by the allies. Iran's Safid dynasty surrendered to Mahmud Hokhti after the siege of Isfahan in 1722 by Afghan rebels, which resulted in a famine. Oh, dude, this is Pete Hegseth is quoted here. What the fuck? Oh, that's fuck these fucking community notes, man. Sometimes they're just fucking. There should be an option to say, "Hey, this is retarded. This is a bad note because it's retarded." So yes, the Islamic Republic delivered a heavy slap to the U.S. face. It attacked and inflicted damage on the Al Udeid Air Base, which is one of the U.S. key bases in the region.
What are the notes on that one?
14 missiles, 13 interceptions, 1 miss. Oh, an incredible slap in the face!
Because it went in a different direction.
You were slapped in the face! How can you slap? Iran's nuclear system is totally obliterated. There was no damage at Al Udeid Air Base, and every missile from Iran was intercepted. Yes, this is true. Meanwhile, state TV airs stuff like this. Iran state TV airs Lego-style animation glorifying its war with Israel. Iran launches missile barrage at Israel, downs Israeli aircraft, destroys high-rises, ports, air bases. We are the ones who control the game. There's one of the F-22s they shut down. Oh, F-35 shut down.
The woman doing speaking.
Oh, it's so fucking cringe. We are the ones who control the game, bro.
That's pretty good AI though. For Lego people. That's pretty good AI.
Look, they do good stuff. We saw the like incredible fucking video they created about assassinating Trump. So
yeah.
Trump's Nobel Peace Prize nomination has been withdrawn.
Womp womp.
This was about Ukraine. So he's not going to get a peace prize for Ukraine. Sorry, Trump.
Wow, no.
Sorry, buddy. Press secretary says the FBI is investigating the intel source of the Iran bomb report that claimed U.S. strikes didn't really destroy the nuclear program. Yeah, so there was a let's watch the.
They took bits and pieces from a leaked top secret intelligence report. And by the way, I understand the FBI is investigating who was the source of that leak because it's an illegal leak to CNN. And this is the same fake news CNN reporter who wrote the story alleging that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, which we know is one of the greatest political hoaxes
Did I hear
this
a
country
ceiling
and the
bird?
American public have ever seen.
Or was that
And
a foot
CNN
scuffing
story
on
does
the
not
on the
change
line?
I think it was foot
There was a
scuffing.
total and complete obliteration of Iran's nuclear facilities. And because of the president's
Anyway, here's the story. Exclusive early U.S. intel assessments suggest strikes on Iran did not
Zach
destroy
Cohen.
nuclear sites.
Okay, yeah. Zach
Sources say. So apparently it was a preliminary report from the DIA, which is the Defense Intelligence Agency. So the DIA assessment is the U.S. set them back a few months tops, this person added. U.S. military strikes last weekend did not destroy the core components, according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment that was described by 7 people briefed on it. Fucking hell, these people have to bend in weird directions just to fucking quote this stuff. The assessment, which has not been previously reported, was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, the Pentagon's intelligence arm. It's based on a battle damage assessment conducted by Central Command in the aftermath of the U.S. strikes, one of the sources said. The analysis of the damage to the sites and the impact of the strikes on Iran's nuclear ambition is ongoing and could change as more intelligence becomes available, but early findings are at odds with President... so this is them saying it. 2 of the people familiar with the assessment said Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was not destroyed. One of the people said the centrifuges are largely intact. Source said that the intelligence assessed enriched uranium was moved out of the sites prior to the U.S. strikes. This is so the assessment is that the US set them back a few months at tops. No one fucking knows this. This was the day after. No one fucking knew this. No one has intel that this happened. None. The Iranians don't even know if their centrifuges are intact because they haven't got down. They can't get down into fucking Fordow.
So they lied about it.
So how do you have intelligence for something that is impossible to observe? What they left out of this article was that the report said that they have a low confidence on this report. Not mentioned at all. This is a low confidence report from the DIA. They did not mention this in this article. They just reported that, it happened. Meanwhile, early assessments on the war cast the Israeli and American strikes as setting Iran's nuclear program back only a few months, but apparently without specifying which part of its nuclear infrastructure could be quickly rebuilt. Now, however, nuclear experts say the destruction of Iran's metallization plants has seemingly ended Tehran's near-term ability to make a bomb's explosive core. Rebuilding the crucial sites they add could take years. So we went through how the process kind of works last week. But essentially, you take
list, except for Tim.
You take
let's put Tim on that list too.
You take the uranium hexafluoride, which is a gas, and then you take it you run it through a metallization process that turns it back into a uranium metal, so that you can form it into an explosive core. Without a metallization plant, you can't do that process. So you have a whole bunch of uranium hexafluoride gas that you can't turn into a metal. That's the point. So even if they did manage to extract the uranium hexafluoride, the uranium that they had enriched, because if you get it to 60% enrichment, there's no point metallizing it, because then you just have metallized uranium that's 60% enriched.
So you just keep you're better off just going.
You're better off you leave it in its gaseous state because it has to go back through the centrifuge. You put the same uranium through again and again and again. You basically take this amount and you keep reducing it down until finally you have a pure amount of uranium. It's like taking a kilo of gold of gold ore, and you end up with,
silver,
like
iron.
Yeah, you end up with a ton of different parts that you need to remove for it to be gold.
Yeah, so you got to just keep processing it down.
You keep processing it down. So that 1 kilo of gold ore is actually about 20 grams, 40 grams, 100 grams, whatever, of actual gold.
Yeah.
So I'm not actually sure on the numbers. I think it varies based on mine, but still, that's my point.
Yeah, you take the
So
raw
even if they manage to get the gas out, there's nowhere to process it into metal. So
at least for another
you might say that their nuclear program has been obliterated, but because Trump says it, it's like, well, actually, no, everything's exactly in place. Nothing's changed. It's like, I fucking hate these people so much, and you should too.
Everyone should.
Yes.
Here's an example of the. So this is the GBU 57 MOP test. So this is cool as hell. So they set up a tunnel and a hole to drop the bomb into. There it is. Oh, there you go. The wings folding in. I don't have this set to like low speed, do I? I feel like this could be used as one of those clips in movies. The train going into the tunnel. back when the Hays Code was a thing, and movies needed to present people as having sex. So they just was like, oh, they kissed, and then cut to smash cut to a train going into a tunnel.
and that's the conclusion.
the like, oh wow, yeah, whoa, they're going into like train going into a tunnel.
Oh, you really wrecked
15 minutes. So you'd use that and be like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love that the guidance wings just fucking fold in. That's brilliant.
Do
Anyway,
you think it's deliberate, or do you think that
it's deliberate? It's deliberate.
Okay,
It's
so it's not
100%
because
deliberate.
it slows down and then they just flap in.
No. They would be fighting against inertia. So
Yes, but when the bomb hits, the bomb slows down, and because they're on hinges, they could be flapping in.
doesn't look like it slows down.
Okay.
I mean, like it is in slow motion, but because it imparts the kinetic energy into the. So that's not slowing down. That's maintaining a constant rate.
It's going to be slowing down because it's hitting. It's changing densities, surfaces, material. Going from air to
still in play.
No, that's folding in.
It's not slowing down as well.
Anyway, I just thought this was funny. This is from Hoplite Industries. If you were reclaiming the Holy Land for Christ, you'd wear Hoplite.
Yeah, true.
While we're on the topic of Iran and this bombing, I wanted to talk. Let's talk about propaganda and propagandists. Lord Bebo tweeted this out. B-2 bomber caught on camera. China's Guangyang satellite company caught the US bombers during their raid on Iran's nuclear facilities. Oh my God. China must be so advanced they can just spot B-2 bombers from orbit. This image is from Google Earth, taken in April of 2016 above Missouri. Like, he even included the screenshot from Google Earth that says 2016 up here. I fucking hate these people so much. I personally think that every one of these people, if they're in the US, they should be found and arrested by the FBI for espionage.
Okay.
The issue is that most likely they're foreign actors.
They're not. No, they're fucking overseas.
Which goes back to having a way to tell where these people come from, where they're acting from.
Yep, absolutely. Like, I'm fine with my account saying Australia.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's
My
pretty
account-
obvious.
I'm pretty sure my account says Australia in it. Like,
I'm a
I've
fuck.
written it in there.
My logo's a fucking koala. It's meant to convey that I'm Australian.
Technically, mine says Kentucky, but
I don't hide
whatever.
it. While on this propaganda track, dozens of Scottish independence X accounts went dark after the Iranian internet blackout.
Oh, that's interesting.
Social media accounts behind 250,000 pro-independence posts suddenly stopped after a major Israeli strike. Dozens of anonymous social media accounts backing Scottish independence abruptly fell silent after Israel's airstrikes caused an internet blackout in Iran, it has been alleged. A UK Defence Journal reported that many of the accounts on X had posted hundreds of messages per week backing independence or criticising the UK. But the post suddenly stopped at the same time on June 13th after a major Israeli airstrike campaign crippled Iran's cyber infrastructure, causing an internet blackout that affected 95% of national connectivity. Isn't that interesting?
It is interesting.
Some of the accounts included a first name and a description in their bios, such as NHS nurse or Glasgow socialist, and were accompanied by a photograph of a young, attractive person. Disclosure comes after US researchers last year identified a network of more than 80 X accounts linked to Iran that had posted more than 250,000 messages since late 2021. So yeah, funny that. And then we get this shit as well. So this is the wiki for the current Iranian war, like the current Iran-Israel war. And it says casualties and losses. Per Israel, 29 killed, 3,238 injured, 2 Hermes drones shot down. According to Iran, it's a per Iran, 5 F-35s shot down, 2 pilots captured, 61 plus UAVs and cruise missiles destroyed, 139 alleged Mossad agents arrested, 5 alleged Mossad agents executed, 700 alleged Israeli spies arrested. Casualties for Iran. According to Iran, 610 killed, 4,700 wounded. Per the HRANA. What is the HRANA? Per the HRANA, basically the same figures. Per Israel, 650 drones destroyed, 200 ballistic missile launches, and 120 SAM launches. 8 AH-1 attack helicopters. That's not the Apache. That's the Cobra. Cobra! 5 F-14 fighter jets destroyed. Aww. 2 F-5 fighter jets destroyed, and 1 KC-707 refueling aircraft destroyed. So yeah, Wikipedia, of course, is like, oh, totally believe Iran. More bullshit. The most despicable form of genocide has recently come to light with the spread of a drug called oxycodone among the population. Israel has reportedly been smuggling it in through bags of flour provided as aid. As a pharmacist, let me explain what this drug is. So he wants you to believe that this guy pulled this drug, which isn't fucking
oxy.
Isn't oxy. It's this stuff. It's literally a fucking diabetes medication.
HRANA is Human Rights Activist News Agency.
Yeah, well, there you go. Human Rights Activist News Agency. So he wants you to believe that that Israel is diluting oxycodone, turning it into pills that look like diabetes pills, and smuggling them into Gaza one at a time in bags of flour.
What?
Yes,
Why?
It's fucking retarded. It's propaganda.
Oxycodone has OC on it on one side, and then the dosage on the other.
They're fucking. This is what these people believe. Like, I went to the original thread, and the number of people who are just accepting this, just out like straight up, is.
And that's the reason why they're doing that. because people will just believe what they
They
read
believe
on
it.
the internet.
Anything the Jews do is bad. So of course the Jews would do that.
Oh, this is the Jews doing
That's-
oxycodone to.
Yeah, the Jews are giving the Gazans oxy.
Ah, that doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, it makes no sense at all. Someone pointed out, like, what? Why would anybody want oxy there? You can literally buy
Opium.
No, not opium. Like you can get pharmaceuticals in Gaza. What's it called? Tramadol.
Meth.
Oh,
Like if you want to get fucked up, you can get tramadol. Easy.
Tramadol isn't. I thought tramadol was just a lower form of oxy.
I don't think it is. No.
It's.
But like you can get tramadol, you can get morphine, no problem. Like easy as pie in Gaza. And the street value of oxy, one pill, like that's stamped 80, so you would assume it's 80 milligrams. If that was an 80 milligram oxy tablet, they should collect all that shit, because that's at least $65 a fucking piece.
Yeah.
On the black market. So like it's just all nobody uses their fucking like logic. Like none of them. McKenna says there's a tiny bomb inside that pill, guys. Yes, I'm sure there's explosives in it as well.
Yeah.
Fucking yes. Hey, McKenna, how you doing? It drives me fucking nuts. So, just fucks me off so much. Anyway, let's talk about people who need to go in the chipper. A transgender pedophile has been sentenced to 30 years in prison after being found in possession of baby rape videos.
Oh, damn it.
Some of which feature newborns being sodomized. Burn him at the fucking stake.
Beat him to death.
Yes.
Bring back
Chloe
stoning.
Howard, 25, also made abuse material of his own infant son. He needs a North Korean execution.
How do they do it in North Korea? Just bang.
No. Well, it depends. Kim has used rabid dogs to tear people apart.
Oh, televise it.
He executed an uncle with an anti-aircraft gun.
That would be too fast.
Yeah, I think that one's a bit too fast. I think the rabid dogs.
No, even that would be too fast.
Just do it the way that Bricktop did it in Snatch and just take them to the abattoir, throw them in the pit with the pigs.
It's once they're dead, sure, get rid of them that way. But you need to make it slow and painful.
Yeah. Let them get eaten alive by the pigs.
Slow and painful.
Josh says, "Hey, Fox for KC, what is the price of your immortal soul? How many peanuts do they throw at you to get you to play pretend with
Josh,
channels
what are you
like
doing?
this?" Leavenworth woman sentenced for creating child porn.
Hashtag woman.
It's literally a copy and paste of the DOJ press release. We came through over 50 pages of court documents. Oh, that's the article.
Yeah.
That's the article on the same fucking story.
Yeah.
They just said Leavenworth woman sentenced for creating child porn.
Yeah, Fox is calling him a
Fuck.
woman. Fox called him a
Fuck
woman.
you.
The DOJ did not call him a woman, but Fox
Fuck
did.
you. Like
Yeah.
fucking hell.
Yeah.
No, this is the DOJ. Like fucking Jesus.
So by Delaney Ironman, this is the Fox coverage. A Kansas resident.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fox calls him a woman. Nobody else does.
Fucking execute that piece of shit.
Yeah.
Strap in, there's like 3 more stories.
All right.
French police arrest 22-year-old British man accused of trying to marry girl aged 9 at Disneyland Paris.
I heard about this.
So they've arrested a 22-year-old man believed to be British. Believed to be. What does that say? Park staff were shocked to see the child, along with her family, and around 100 guests turn up for the event and quickly called the police. I guess these are traditional traditional residents of the British Isles.
Doubt. They're probably Asian.
Officers arrived on the scene and took the man into custody along with the girl's 41-year-old mother, who is believed to be Ukrainian. A statement issued by the prosecutor's office in the nearby town of Myr said 4 people were arrested and questioned. The groom, who is believed to be an organizer of the event and is presumed to be British, at age 22. The mother of the child, a 41-year-old Ukrainian woman, and 2 Latvian nationals aged 55 and 24. It added that the police custody of the British suspect and a Latvian national was also extended on charges of fraud and money laundering.
Oh.
Okay.
So these guys are real fucking winners.
So is this guy actually, like, is he Muslim or what?
I have no idea. Again, he says, chip a photo, grab the gas can. Yeah, that's right.
Let me do some Googling.
They cancelled. So a source who claimed to have been a wedding guest told the French newspaper, "We all thought we were going to attend a wedding. Everyone was stunned. No one expected it. Disneyland did things very well." What the hell? The groom said he was the director of a production company and they were shooting a video. A source who claimed to have been a wedding guest told the French newspaper, "We all thought we were going to attend a wedding. Everyone was stunned. No one expected it. Disneyland did things very well. They cancelled everything as soon as they realised the bride was a child. We were shocked to see that."
I am loath to cite The Guardian, but they have got a bit more info.
Do they? All right, let's
private chat.
Let's see, because we need to make sure this segment is fucking as long as possible.
Sorry, I had to check.
It's fine. Britain accused of staging mock wedding with child is charged with fraud offences in France.
Yeah.
He's a sex offender.
Apparently, already.
He was arrested after allegedly hiring a Disneyland Paris for a fake ceremony. Sorry, I just got to adjust my microphone.
Yeah, it doesn't say the 22-year-old. It doesn't say the groom was 22 or anything. But this has to be the same place. This is the same event.
Well, it says Jackie
Jaj. That's clearly not a British name.
39 though, not 22.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Right. But it's the same incident at Disneyland Paris.
Yeah, maybe they got the dates wrong. Jackie Jai, 39, who in 2016 was found guilty of sexual activity with 2 15-year-olds, was arrested this weekend at Disneyland Paris after a theme park was hired for a private wedding. This is the same story.
Yeah, sorry. In the article that says mock wedding with a child, that says 22, but it looks like
he's actually 39.
Yeah. Judge, who prosecutors said was playing the role of the groom in the wedding. Yeah. So this is the guy. He's not 22, he's 39.
Why are sex offenders allowed to travel overseas?
EU. Freedom of travel.
No.
Oh, sorry.
He's a British
British
citizen.
British. Yeah, sorry.
Has to show a passport.
As soon as I said that, I realized. Yeah.
So the Ukrainian child who arrived in France 2 days before the event. So this Ukrainian mum sold her daughter. Prosecutor's office designated a 24-year-old Latvian woman who played the role of the bride's sister at the event as an assisted witness in the investigation.
Yeah.
So she a snitch.
There you go.
Oh, God, Times of India. God, we're really fucking going all out on this one. Oh, there we go. Right.
Yeah.
So this is the individual in question.
The British man.
South Asian origin Brit. South
Pakistan,
Asian.
Indian, fucking...
Just Khan or Jackie. Sure. Yeah, okay.
Jackie Jean. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just Khan or Jackie Shan. So he's calling himself Jackie.
Yeah.
Was arrested last Saturday at the theme park when a 55-year-old actor who'd been paid $12,000 to play the role of a father of the bride contacted police when he realized the bride was a child and she turned up looking scared and confused.
Oh, okay.
Josh is a convicted pedophile in Britain. He was jailed in 2016 for sexual activity with 2 15-year-old girls placed on the register. Around 100 children and 200 adults have been paid to take part in the fake ceremony at the Sleeping Beauty Castle. The mock wedding was to feature violinists, a cake and chairs were laid out. Times of India and understands the plan was to create a video for social media. Jardy had hired Disneyland Paris for several hours before it opened for the stunt, costing $110,000, allegedly using a fake Latvian ID. This will be why all the confusion about ages. The original report is probably based on his
The fake
on the
ID.
fake IDs. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was going to play the role of the groom to the child who could not walk in her bridal dress and heels and had to be carried. The 41-year-old Ukrainian mother of the girl, a 24-year-old Latvian woman who was to play the bride's sister, and the 55-year-old Latvian man acting as the groom were also as the groom. I think they mean the father of the bride.
Yeah.
Were also arrested and have since been released. Judge appeared in front of a court in Mur, northeast Paris, on June 23rd. He was charged with fraud, breach of trust, money laundering, and identity theft. He remains in custody.
Good.
He is a serial prankster. I guess the being a pedophile was just a prank, bro.
Just a prank, bro.
He hired hundreds of teenagers and children, some as young as 6, to act as his fawning fans at a fake red carpet premiere. Where is this guy getting? I guess he used the fraud as the money for the. I was going to say, where did he get $110,000? And apparently he's just a fraudster. At which he pretended to be a film star, and last year he organised a fake funeral at London's Oratory with a horse-drawn carriage and empty coffin, hiring extras as mourners. Spokesman for the Met Police said 39-year-old man is wanted by Met Police for breaching a sexual harm prevention order and a breach of the sex offenders register notification requirement. He had to notify French authorities when he got there, and he didn't.
That's why he used the Latvian ID.
Yeah. Fuck that guy. Put him in the chipper.
Yep.
Another one for the chipper. Married Florida math teacher, 32, accused of classroom sex with student during lunchtime.
Oh, he must be a really bad person.
don't be stupid. Sarah Jackus is listed as a mathematics teacher at Coma Lake Middle School, which is part of the Orange County public school system in the Orlando metro area.
Oh, Florida.
Orlando, Florida.
I thought it meant. I know it said Florida.
You saw Orange County and thought, oh, in LA.
Yeah.
Google it. I
Not
think
LA,
there's like
but-
12 orange counties in the US.
Yeah, I thought California immediately.
Yeah. She was arrested on Monday and faced a judge on Tuesday, June 12th. June 10, now a 16-year-old boy told investigators he had sex with Jackus when he was 14. According to an arrest warrant and affidavit viewed by Fox News Digital. Oh, my God. The alleged sexual encounters were said to have taken place between June 2022 and April 2023. All right. So I know all the schools got shut down during COVID. Did something happen during COVID so that all these teachers and students went back to school and just had to fuck?
A now 32.
What is going on?
So this was 2 years ago.
This was 2 years ago. It happened between December 22 and April 23.
But schools were open then, so
I know they came back to school and suddenly they're all fucking. What is going on?
They were this is Florida, so Florida was already open. Like for
Yeah, I
most
know,
part.
but
so like it's weird.
I'm commenting on the fact that a lot of this stuff happened post COVID.
Like I understand isolation would make you
Stir crazy.
Yeah, a bit stir crazy, and then oh crap, I'm around people.
But
and
all these
pheromones
teachers are
and
down to
things.
fuck apparently.
Down to fuck children.
Down to fuck children. Yeah.
Like what the fuck is wrong?
Not
with
just
you?
down to fuck kids.
And what happened? Like, was it just not being reported before COVID and now it is, or like why is there such an influx of female teachers?
Well, teaching is a female-dominated
No,
profession.
but what, but female teachers taking advantage
fucking
of children.
kids, yeah.
That's like, okay, 5 years ago, if you'd been like, oh yeah, there's a lot of pedo male teachers, it's like, yeah, okay, that's.
Yeah, people usually think the men when they think pedo teachers, but it's mostly the fucking women.
2020 or before, and you're like, yeah, there's a lot of women pedo teachers, and you'd be like, really? No, that doesn't happen.
Oh, I know for a fact it happened. Like,
all the time. It's like
25
when
years
was the last
ago,
time
like,
we had to
my-
reset the clock for a male teacher?
It happened at my school. Like one of the teachers was banging a couple of the year 12s. I was like in grade 10, so they were a couple of years older than me. Like we knew that was happening. Like,
it's crazy.
Yeah.
I suspect what happened was the barrier breakdown that happened during COVID, where students were easily accessible by the teachers.
Yeah.
Because back then why would you communicate with your teacher online?
Oh, because it's all online now. Now you're communicating outside of, like, it's not person to person. Then
Yeah, we only heard about
on
it
your
through word of
phone
mouth
or-
back in the day, and
It's
But
on your
now,
phone, on your computer.
yeah.
It's all in your home, and it's more familiar. It's more.
And when you go back to school, there's the opportunity to have sex with the kids.
Okay.
That's my theory.
Sorry, my eldest just sent me photos of their new dog.
Oh,
They got a little black lab puppy.
Nice.
Aw. She's
Um,
she's very cute.
She gonna get big.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There are 8 orange counties in the United States.
Oh, there you go.
Close
I was off by 4.
Close enough.
Well-
But I always think California because of the OC. So.
Well, the other 6 are Indiana, New York, North Carolina, Texas, Vermont, Virginia.
Tampa Bay Rays Wanda Franco found guilty of sexually abusing a minor after getting approval from the child's mum. Oh, well, he got approval from the child's
That's
mum.
all good.
Prosecutors say the girl was paid tens of thousands of dollars and the child was flown by helicopter to his home.
Jesus Christ.
Franco will avoid spending any more time in jail as long as he meets certain conditions that were given to him by a Dominican judge. The girl's mother was served a hefty 10-year sentence after being convicted of child sex trafficking in the Dominican Republic. The relationship took place in the Dominican Republic when the girl was 14 years old. So, yeah. The MLB star signed an 11-year, $182 million contract with the Rays in 2021.
Damn. And just to confirm, the age of consent in the DR is 18. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like other places in the world.
Yeah, so he hasn't played since August of 2023. No jail time. That's insane.
Especially
Dude,
when the mum gets...
the mum gets 10 years and the guy gets off scot-free. Jesus. It's okay as long as he meets certain conditions. Does that certain... is one of those certain conditions writing an enormous fucking check to the judge?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Fucking Christ. Whatever. Disgusting fucking...
Straight to wood chipper.
Yeah, the mum can go too.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, well, yeah, there's a twofer.
Feet first.
Yes, extra fuel for the chipper tonight, yeah. Anyway, that's it. That's all the chipper news.
Thank God.
Now for some terrorism news.
Yeah.
Weren't on a list before.
Phoenix Underground says, I'm reading a court document right now where the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation unraveled a terrorist plot that was being planned over roadblocks.
Well, I mean...
The case reads like a fucking South Park episode.
I mean, wilder shit has happened.
Here it is. James Wesley Berger.
Okay.
Berger.
Western District of Texas.
He's a white guy. So this was on or about the dates of January 23rd, 2025. He communicated, so they've used obviously the Interstate Commerce Clause. Let's see. I, Carletta Carter, Special Agent, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Austin, Texas, being duly sworn, yada, yada. My duties inform this. My knowledge is based on participation in investigation. Facts. The United States is investigating Berger for making threats via the Roblox gaming platform to attack Christian concert or event.
Uh-oh.
Report of threat by a witness. On or about January 23rd, 2025, the FBI received a report from an individual located in the state of Nevada, the witness, of a possible domestic terrorist incident being discussed on Roblox by a user, Kraz3Pain. On or about January 21st, the witness observed the user, Kraz3Pain, state they were willing, as reported by the witness, to, quote, kill Shia Muslims at their mosque. Kraz3Pain and another Roblox user continued to make violent statements, so the witness left the game, but returned to the game on or about January 23rd, 2025. The witness observed Kraz3Pain tell Roblox user 1 to check their messages on Discord. Roblox user 1 replied on Roblox to Kraz3Pain. they should delete the photographs of firearms within the unknown Discord chat in case it was flagged as suspicious. The firearms should be kept hidden. Kraz3Pain continued to speak on Roblox to Roblox User 1 about their desire to commit martyrdom at a Christian event, and that he wanted to bring humiliation to worshippers of the cross.
Oh wait, I thought he was going to attack a mosque.
No, he was going to kill Shia Muslims. He is obviously a Sunni Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Shias and Sunnis no like each other.
Hmm.
When the witness asked Kraz3Pain if he was going to be at a church service, Kraz3Pain told them no, it was going to be a Christian concert.
Oh.
When Kraz3Pain was asked when it would be, he said it will be months. Shawwal, April. Oh, dude. Shawwal is the 10th month of the Islamic calendar following Ramadan. It corresponds to approximately March 31st to April 28th. The witness observed messages from Kraz3Pain stating they owned at least one firearm. The following are certain screenshots provided by the witness, though not all communications were captured. Oh my god. Dude, sorry, I have to clear my eyes. It's fucking hilarious. Alright, I've got to zoom in for this. And deal a grievous wound upon the followers of the cross, inshallah. He's keeping it disclosed. Aki will make dua for you once you martyr. I cannot confirm anything aloud at the moment, but things are in motion. Dude, look at this fucking guy. That is fucking gold. Oh my god. And look, you've got the fucking you got the Arab head thing. I can't remember the fucking name. Oh, that's fucking great. God, fucking FBI, god damn it. It will be months, Shawwal, April. Oh Jesus. Based on billing information provided by Roblox, the name associated the name associated with the account was James W. Berger, with an address in Round Rock, Texas, and a Gmail email address.
Of course.
Roblox also provided Internet Protocol address logs showing access to the account from San Antonio and Austin, Texas area. This corroborates Berger being within the Western District of Texas. Oh my god. Fucking Christ. Search of his residence and interview of Berger. On or about February 28th, investigators executed a search warrant at his residence. Among other things, agents recovered an iPhone. During interviews connected with the search, agents learned that one of Berger's family members had installed a keylogger on Berger's computer. Based on open source resource review of the Keylogger's company website, I've learned this software is capable of collecting chat and email messages sent, websites visit. So his family are like, he's a fucking terrorist. I'm going to install a keylogger on his computer. When the software captures what an individual types, it also records when the user deletes and retypes words and phrases. The software stores keystroke logs on the monitored computer itself. The administrator of this computer then has to access the software directly on the monitored computer to view the captured logs. Software can be configured to send emails, reports to the administrator uses email specified. One of Berger's family members provided the keystroke logs to the FBI.
Oh my god. That's everything he's ever typed.
On or about the keystroke log recorded an individual accessing Roblox player beta.exe. I know that a program used to access the Roblox. I know that is a program to access the Roblox platform. During an interview with law enforcement, Berger admitted using his laptop to play Roblox, and thus there is probable cause to believe he was the user. Berger typed the following at approximately 7:03 p.m. Oh my god. So he's moving around in the game and had the fucking text select. He's moving it. Oh, obviously it's a keylogger. Oh, okay, yeah. So this is his movements and in here like WASD. So he's moving around in the game. Mm-hmm. And then he goes / Ibn Isa. So he's talking to Ibn Isa. As Assalamu alaikum, I've come to conclude it will befall the 12th of Shawwal, and it will be a music festival attracting bounties of Christians.
Oh no.
Inshallah, we will attain martyrdom and deal a grievous wound upon the followers of the cross. It's not the followers of the cross, you nitwit. It's the people of the book. Pray for me and enjoin yourself to martyrdom. There, inshallah, Ya Rab al-Mulin, an employee of the Keylogger software company, has confirmed that the quotes refer to a user hitting enter. Thus, I believe these statements were communicated and not merely typed on the computer. After comparing the keystroke logs with the report by the FBI to the FBI by the witness, the above statement was not the original threat, but an additional threat made on Roblox, similar to the one the witness reported. Oh my god.
He's fucked.
For the date and time that the witness reported they encountered Berger on Roblox, there were no keystroke logs recorded, indicating Berger had used a different device such as his iPhone to access Roblox. I observed cookie data obtained, so this is just basically establishing that he's the one who done the crime. During the premises search, Berger agreed to speak voluntarily with agents while seated in his living room.
Big mistake.
Dude, you fucking moron. He was advised that he was not in custody and that the interview was voluntary. He was afforded the opportunity to pause the interview and leave the room to pray. Oh my God. Asked about the goals of the threat against a Christian concert, Berger stated, quote, at the time, it was mostly a heightened emotional response, but it certainly does take away from the fact that, that is a concept that would have occurred, the deaths of Christians. That's not something that's going be shunned or shied away from. The details definitely become exaggerated. The end goal is still the same. It has shifted a bit to obey and submit and live under the banner and laws of God, or to literally die trying. That's the end goal. Get the hell out of the US, and if I can't, then martyrdom or bust. You are telling this to a fucking FBI agent. Sorry, let me rephrase. You were telling this to a pair of FBI agents.
Yeah, but he's what, 14?
No. This guy's not 14.
Of course not.
How old is he?
Holy shit. Let me find it. What page am I on? I'm page 5, okay. Where is it? So what was his name? James Wesley Berger. Why does that take so long to come up? What the fuck you doing? Round Rock Man, not Round Rock Boy. Does it say his age? God damn it. Age. He was 18.
Okay, wow.
So he's an 18-year-old idiot. Dude, what the fuck happened to this guy? This is a white guy from fucking Round Rock, Texas.
Is it?
Yeah, James Wesley Berger. It's hardly a fucking
yeah.
It's not exactly a traditional Islamic name.
It's not like all the ginger Brits who get converted to Islam.
Yeah, but and they when they do, they take on Islamic names. Regarding the intention behind the statements made by Crazy 3 Pain, Berger stated, the intention in the action is something that is meant or will cause terror. I cannot agree with the term terrorist, I definitely agree that it serves the same means that a terrorist would be seeking. This is like the living embodiment of Reddit.
Yeah, he's giving me incel vibes.
He's giving me fucking I am very smart vibes. I'm like, what the fuck? Berger was also asked whether he mentioned specific guns in his online statements, and he said, I think the closest I mentioned I would use like a pistol or a car or like a small hunting rifle, something like that. I don't remember mentions of like a shotgun. Asked whether he would be looking to acquire a rifle to carry out an attack. Yes, pretty much.
Oh my God.
So he's just,
I appreciate his candidness.
Yes.
During the interview, Berger was shown photographs provided by the witness of the conversation between Kraz 3 Payne and 2 other Roblox users discussing an attack at a Christian concert. Although Berger at one point told the case agents that he owned the account and provided agents the password, when shown the photograph, Berger attempted to say he was not the user of Kraz 3 Payne. I began referencing the statement the witness told the FBI that they saw Kraz 3 Payne make on Roblox. I said to Berger, I have an ongoing conversation, and in the conversation you talk about dealing a grievous wound to followers of the cross. So you were able to just input that as a sentence. So that's what you made. That's what you made that statement. When I said the words grievous, Berger said the word wound. Berger said the word wound indicated that he was aware of the specific statement. Berger stated, How do you mean? You made that statement. Yeah.
Oh no.
Dude, he's going to need Bob Loblaw to get him out of this. Fucking hell.
That last one I sent, that's a picture of him.
That's a picture of him. All right, let's have a look, man. Oh, yes. Ibn bin Sultan, clearly. This is a trailer trash white guy. Like, how the fuck does a retard like this... Well, actually, no, I'm just answering my own fucking question. I was going to say, how does a retard like this end up fucking falling for dawah, converting to Islam, and deciding that he needs to martyr himself?
Yep.
A search of Berger's electronic devices. Although he attempted to argue that he used the Kraz 3 Payne account in conjunction with another person, Berger admitted, yes, I used that account, and yes, I've made similar statements.
Fucking hell.
If he had a lawyer, he'd be like, oh.
Shut the fuck up.
The FBI agents are like, we've fucking got this. This is the easiest. The hardest part of this will be writing the fucking report, like writing the submission.
Yeah, transcribing the submission.
Yeah. A search of Berger's electronic devices provide further corroborating evidence. On an Apple iPhone, the Notes application allows a user to record quick thoughts or to save longer notes consisting of checklists, yada yada.
Oh, shit.
2 notes explain how to prevent leaving any DNA or fingerprints behind.
Too bad he didn't figure out how to not leave any digital fingerprints behind.
Digital fingerprints.
For fuck's sake.
Oh my God. The third note in the application was titled An Address to the Followers of the Cross and stated the following. Bishmilha Hirama Narhim O Khafa. You are ruthless, but we are also ruthless. Did you think that we would remain inattentive? Oh, God. Did you believe we would not repay you in your lands upon your terms? As you did whilst you raped the Ummah of its honor and glory and subjected it to a state of weakness and humiliation and corruption. So the Ummah, so when Muslims say the Ummah, they're talking about the Muslim community in general. So all Muslims, all followers of the faith make up the Ummah. So whilst you raped the Ummah of its glory, so the Muslim community of its glory, honor, and subjected it to a state of weakness and humility. Dude, you know what I find fascinating about Islam? The followers have literally not gotten over the fucking Crusades.
Good. They need a second one.
Like they haven't. I think it'd be the 6th.
Okay, they need another one.
Like the Muslims are so fucking butthurt at all the times they have lost against Western forces. It's that they can't get over it. They can't get over it. It's a fucking a fucking thorn in their side, something stuck in their craw. Like verily, today has brought a great wound upon you and has paralyzed your media and whatever you possess of temporary might and power. I believe these statements were written by Berger and corroborated statements he made as Kraz 3 Payne. A search of his iPhone showed searches for, among other things, the following: lone wolf terrorist ISIS, lone wolf truck ISIS propaganda. Which month is April in Islam? Oh, dude. Festivals happening near me.
And then Google goes, "Oh, would you like us to use your location?" And he,
Oh my God. Sorry, I've just read ahead. That's why. Are suicide attacks haram in Islam? Ginger ISIS member.
Oh no.
Oh God. Sorry.
Why don't you put your
I'm
name?
laughing so hard. I'm giving myself a fucking head spin.
Why don't you just type your name in and then go ISIS member, ISIS threat? Like, you're making it too easy. Come on.
38 round M14 G43X 22 caliber G19 P80 972 magazine 45 WASR 45 WSR gun. Kill the disbelievers where you find them, Quran. Kill cops, not trees. Oh, he's an environmentalist as well.
He's a hippie. What the hell's a P80?
I think he might have fucking put meant to put P90. Actually, no. I think P80 might be an AR variant. P80 shooting star. No, it's the pistol. Polymer 80 lowers.
Shooting star is a Lockheed
It's a
P80
jet.
shooting star. It's a jet.
Yeah. P80 2-speed Ultima hydraulic hand pump. P80. A P80 is a Glock.
Okay.
Oh, okay. It's the
Yeah.
P80.
P80 means so according to Reddit, which is always accurate. It says what is a Glock P80? I'm looking to get a different frame. Glock P80 is two things: the original military Glock 17 with a safety, or a polymer 80% frame manufactured out of Dayton, Nevada, and built from the comfort of your own home.
The second one is probably what he wanted. The polymer.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is the most effective knife type? A sharp one.
One you can use efficiently.
Fairburn Sykes fighting knife.
What is the punishment for one who insults Allah or His Messenger? Can you kill a woman who doesn't wear a hijab? Is Abu Bakr a part of Ahlul Bahat? Oh no.
He was turned down by a white Christian woman.
Oh, totally.
Good morning. Hey, Tom, how you doing, man? Oh my
Which is
God.
funny because the Christian women are wild.
Web browser autofill data for Berger's laptop showed saved information for the Gmail account associated with the Kraz3 Payne Roblox account and other accounts that indicate the Berger was the user of these accounts relevant to the crimes. Berger searched for ISKIP claims suicide attack on Shia, and I have learned that ISKIP is the abbreviation for the Islamic State Khorasan province, a designated foreign terrorist organization. Berger also searched for mosque attacks and ISIS bombings. Berger took screenshots of his username Kraz3 Payne being banned from Roblox. According to Berger in the interview, being banned from Roblox was a familiar occurrence.
Your first time, huh?
That was fucking gold.
He's fucked.
This guy's going to jail for 20 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what a fucking idiot.
Probably federal pen too.
Oh, it's a federal charge.
Yep.
The FBI doesn't visit you for a state charge.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fucking hilarious.
Get wrecked.
I'm totally clipping this out. Oh, that's so good. Anyway, let's get a deportation update, shall we?
Hey.
Kevin Sorbo says, so ICE catches an illegal who turns out to be an Iranian sniper, and we're supposed to pretend that's fine.
Disappointed.
ICE captures Iranian army sniper living illegally in the US. I wonder when he came to the US. Look at this fucking guy. Jesus Christ.
Policia. So easy.
Ribvar Kami, who served 4 years in the Iranian army before obtaining a visa to enter the US, comes after a dude. He obtained a visa to enter the US.
How?
He was a sharpshooter in the Iranians and that like elite national like an elite army unit. What the fuck?
But when was he? When did he get the visa? Like, was it before this went down?
Well, he served as an army sniper from 2018 to 21.
Yes, when did he get into the States? Was it after?
Between 21 and now, obviously.
Okay.
So Biden. He came during the Biden administration and failed to alter his status, which was a legal requirement.
Oh, he came in on a K1
A K1, right. Issued to foreigners who want to marry a US citizen.
Right.
It's unclear who applied to be Kami's future husband. Well, that's interesting. KTLA says, in a graphic video that has since gone viral on social media, about 7 or more masked men wearing US Border Patrol vests are seen violently detaining a Santa Ana father before forcing him into the back of an unmarked car. There's no audio. Whenever I hear Santa Ana, I may immediately my unfortunate brain, the way that it works, immediately goes to Summer Rain by Belinda Carlisle.
I think of Santa Ana Winds.
That's right. That's where it goes to, because she mentions the Santa Ana Winds in the song. That's why my brain is basically wired for music, and that's it.
I think mine's from Star Trek. Someone in a series of Star Trek mentions that they're from somewhere in California and something about the Santa Ana Winds.
Okay.
So
my brain is broken for like music. Like it's just music weaves everything together into this weird paste.
He's just a Santa Ana father. It's not.
Santa Ana father didn't do nothing. Propaganda machine KTLA updated their posts after claiming it was a brutal beating, but still leaves out the part where he was resisting arrest and attacking agents with a weed whacker.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, he was attacking agents with a weed whacker.
And there he is. There he is with the weed whacker.
They're going to ban them next. Assault weed whacker.
Well, it has to be an electric one because those little petrol engines are banned in California.
Are they?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
You can't buy them anymore. So
that's retarded.
So yeah, they were like, "Oh, he's the father of." They discovered he's the father of 3 Marines, which again became part of the story as well. So,
how dare you arrest a Gold Star father?
Yeah, that's right. No, Gold Star is if one of them had died.
I'm just assuming.
Yeah. Anti-ICE rider outraged after police didn't care when she got hit by a car at a protest. She was riding in the street, by the way.
Oh, well.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Tiernan. And on Saturday, after leaving the No Kings protest, I was struck and injured by a motor vehicle while leaving
Obviously
the protest.
not severely.
The cops here in Catskill, New York, took several days to get an accident report together. And they would not give me any information. They never interviewed me after the accident. I've been asking for information for days because I've been very traumatized by this event. And now, in order to re-traumatize me, the cops here in Catskill are telling me that it's my fault that I put my human body in the street to be hit by a motor vehicle. The people in the motor vehicle actually got out and started screaming in my face after they had struck me.
Lady, you were in the middle of the street and you were struck by a car, obviously not very hard.
The rest of the day in the hospital.
Unless beforehand you didn't have that speech impediment, but okay.
Having x-rays and MRIs, CAT scans on my pelvis.
Why were you scanning cats?
On my head. And they never came to check on me. They never came to ask me any questions. They never did anything.
Oh, fuck.
And now they're giving me a citation for being in the road.
God, I would give anything for this video to have been taken in the road and her to be hit by a car on the video.
So, honestly, I think that's a bunch of crap, and I'm very, very upset.
I can't believe she's appropriating Jamaican culture.
I know, right?
What, with the dreads?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, dreads come from Nordic people.
Yeah, but it's
The
traditionally
Rastas- the Rastas didn't
But
didn't invent
the
dreads.
racism thing is that it's a Nordic thing.
Even though it actually is.
Actually,
Every culture has had dreads. It's not a.
There's a very good porn star who has dreads. She's very good.
Because I want to press criminal charges against this person who hit me.
Unfortunately, when you look at photos, you're like, I could smell that.
Yeah,
I know what that photo smells like. Yeah.
And the cops just handed me a fucking citation saying that it's my fault that my fragile human body got hit by a motor vehicle after the protest.
Well, you got hit by a motor vehicle and you didn't brake,
I have
so
not yet
too
seen
fragile.
the videos. They refuse to show them to me without a FOIL request, which of course I will file. That's all I have to say for now. But protect and serve? I don't think so.
Yeah, they're protecting and serving the people who hit you, you dumb cunt. You stood in a road designated for motor vehicles, not pedestrians. You get hit and suck shit. It is your fault, and they cited you for it, which is fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
They not only were they like, oh, you've been hit, so that's good enough punishment. No, here's a fucking ticket, you dumb bitch, for standing in the fucking road, and you got hit. Well, they might want to sue you too for damage to their vehicle. That'd be hilarious.
New meatpacking plant's novel pitch to attract American workers. A Nebraska slaughterhouse offers ergonomic workstations and no night shifts to lure employees as the immigration crackdown threatens its traditional labor force.
Shit, that'd actually be good. No night shift.
Yeah.
Or overtime for night shift, like time and a half or something, time and a quarter.
Yeah.
That's how that'd work.
Supreme Court allows Trump to resume speedier third country removals, but Boston judge says detainees in Djibouti still protected.
Djibouti, Boston.
Yes, Djibouti, Boston, yes.
Sorry, Djibouti, Massachusetts.
It's Djibouti, Massachusetts, yes. Soon. The Supreme Court's conservative majority on Monday delivered a significant win for the Trump administration on immigration policy, clearing the way for officials to resume deportation of migrants to third countries without additional due process requirements imposed by a district court judge. The nation's highest court did not explain the decision, but it says that the stay of a lower court judge's mandate would terminate. But it said the stay of the lower court judge's mandate would terminate should the administration ultimately lose an appeal on the merits. Okay, litigation is ongoing, but is expected to take years to complete. Lol.
So by the time everyone's out, it's moot.
No, it'll be Trump. It'll be Trump's out of office, and then it'll go back to normal. So this Daily Mail article says Norwegian tourist 21 is barred from entering US after ICE guards find meme showing JD Vance with bald head on his phone.
Oh, that's a bit much.
It does seem like a bit much.
Yeah.
Seems a bit odd though. It turns out he was refused entry because he admitted drug use.
Oh well, that's a different story.
So when you're on your visa form, it asks you if you've ever used drugs. Don't answer truthfully.
Yes, I filled those out.
You fucking idiot.
Yep.
Egyptian man who violently kicked a CBP agricultural detector dog named Freddy will be deported.
Back to Africa.
So this is Freddy.
Good boy.
He's the dog. He's the dog who did it. So he's what's his name?
Hamed
Ali Marie. Pled guilty during an initial appearance to the U.S. District Court. He was credited with time served, ordered to pay the veterinarian fee, and to immediately report to Border Patrol for removal from the States. He departed the U.S. on a flight to Egypt at 12:30 p.m. today. Out you fucking go. Fucking kicking dogs. Fuck, it's not like it's a fucking big dog either. It's a fucking beagle. Like, look at him. They use beagles because beagles have like tons more. Like, they actually have more like receptors in their nose.
Yeah, their olfactory system is fucking insane.
Like way more than the regular. Like
I love how they
German
call
shepherds and stuff.
I love how they call him an agriculture detector.
Yeah.
Not a drug dog.
Well, because the normal
It's more
drugs
than
can
it's more than
detect
it's more than
drugs,
drug.
yeah.
It's biosecurity. I understand.
Arguably, this dog is more important to America than all the drug sniffing dogs combined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bring in the wrong pest, you bring in the wrong crops, and
But yes,
boom.
Freddie is fine. He is recovered. He was injured, but he's been treated by a vet. He'll make a full recovery, and here he is enjoying his favorite treat, a pup cup.
Good boy.
So he's a very good boy.
Pop cups are Starbucks, and apparently Starbucks are very liberal. And this is CBP.
Oh,
They may not be happy about this.
Maybe they made an exception because it's a dog.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone just rocked up to a Starbucks and bought a pop cup and suck shit.
Yeah. He had also just indicated on the guy, which is, I believe, why.
So I wonder what he was carrying. Trump's DHS is terminating temporary protected status for over 500,000 Haitians brought into the country by Biden.
Good, kick him
out. It did have the word temporary in it. I mean, it was right there in the name. So yes, that's our.
Safe to go home. Yeah, off you go. You got 2 months.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea was they return.
Yeah, they've got 2 months to leave, or else ICE is going to round them up.
All right, everybody, it's time to go. It's time for Aussie News.
That can really needs to be either Foster's or VB that Rue's holding.
I'm not going back and editing that video. Like, I might give it another shot. Like I might see if there's a new model that'll. Actually, I should see if I can try VO, and see if I can just get it to generate a proper proper one.
Oh.
I guess the prompt would be the most Australian man you can think of drinking a beer sitting at a computer. Anyway, survey finds significant rise in racism towards Indigenous people in past decade.
I wonder why.
The Australian Reconciliation Barometer reported a significant jump in racism experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from 39% in 2014 to 54% in 2024. Younger First Nations people, younger Aboriginal people report experiencing higher levels of racism than other groups. Reconciliation Australia is encouraging the federal government to adopt a national anti-racism framework. Fuck off. I got this story from Reddit because I accidentally ended up on Reddit looking up the Save a Fox stuff, and this popped up on the front page. So I'm like, oh, that sounds interesting. And I had a look at the thread, and I found this. My children come home upset because they can't play with their Indigenous friends because at lunchtime they have a segregated area. The area is created to give Indigenous kids access to milkshakes, game tables, etc., more than non-Indigenous kids. No other races are allowed in this area. The idea is noble. The execution is creating separation, institutionalizing racial differences, and causing frustration in our young people.
It's like treating races differently.
Yeah.
Causes issues.
Well, you're treating them like they're different. So, of course, kids see that and go, oh, they are different. Because if you treat them differently in front of kids, and then you turn around and say, no, they're the same as you, Billy. And it's like, well, they're not the same as me. They get to do this and I don't. Like, kids are stupid. And that kind of, like, thinking, like, we understand why it's done. It's done to get the kids to fucking go to school.
Well, that and
because the parents won't make them, so the kids have to fucking.
And there's a chance that they don't
have their own reasoning.
Have food at school.
Yeah.
For economic reasons. All right. It's like, okay, then why not the implementation is wrong.
Yeah.
In that instance, implementation is wrong. So.
I didn't realize this was really a thing. Like when I was at school, it wasn't a thing.
Kids
was not a thing at all.
You said kids are stupid. They are, but they're also smart. Like they can see something going and not
Yeah.
understand
They
why
can.
it's happening.
They're intellectually stupid. They're emotionally intelligent. But they didn't have this when I was at school. Had this at my local high school. There was a room set up with PlayStations for the Aboriginal kids to play at lunchtime. It was a place to encourage attendance, given how bad the truancy rates were in the area, but at the same time created resentment among the non-Indigenous kids. Yeah, this is the problem. When you treat people differently because of their race, positively or negatively, like when you treat them different because of their race positively, It breeds discontent. It worked. So when the white kids were treated better than the black kids resented the white kids. So if you're going to do the opposite, guess what's going to happen? The white kids are going to resent the black kids, and we're going to end up in this fucking cycle over and over and over again. The curriculum has heaps of Aboriginal stuff in it and just got more added. Oh my God, seriously?
Yay.
One school I know tried one of those recent musical films that was released, I think Sapphires and Brand New Day, with the two options, hoping it would be more enjoyable. The kids ended up hating it even more. Like you said, this just ends up creating resentment and ironically probably doing more harm than good.
Yeah.
The curriculum's been like this since I was at school 20 years ago. Yeah, that's probably why I don't recognize any of it. Schools incentivize kids coming to school on their own accord because their parents aren't great. To be honest, where I live now, the problem transcends race and is a whole socio-economic thing. In my honest opinion, we have just a heap of people in society left behind. Housing, jobs, interest rates, cost of living. There's a whole underclass that doesn't have a fighting chance. When I hear about programs like this, I just wish they'd let all the kids in. Who gives a rat's if a handful of kids with decent home life get a milkshake? If it drags one kid to the school, it's worth the cost.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the fucking thing. I've probably said it. I've probably said it a dozen times on the show. What divides us is not race. What divides us is class. And we all need to rise up and take Costy's money.
Yes, indeed. 100%.
Workers of the world unite.
Against Costy.
Throw off the shackles of your capitalist owners. Seize the means of production. I am coarse kid.
Costy, pay me.
But it is
$1,000,
true.
I'll take them down.
But it is. Yeah, Costy posts on Twitter like $1,000 to fight, like destroy Thermo. No, but it is like so. Reality speaking, there are the people who own everything, like the people way above us, not the Costys, because like Costy has money, but he's not like he doesn't run the world.
No.
And no, I'm not talking about Jews. Jesus Christ.
You're talking about the Elon Musks.
I'm talking about the people who have fuck tons of money, who can get away with whatever they want, and if they don't like something that government does, they have the ability to change it.
George Soros
through money or influence,
for instance. Yeah.
So the Gina Reinhardts, the Twiggy Forrests, the really really rich people, those 1,000 to 2,000 people that have almost everything. So, and I'm not saying we go to their houses and take their money away. I'm fine with them existing. I'm saying their power needs to be curtailed somehow. I don't know how that's done.
How it's not done is by giving Aboriginals milkshakes and non-Aboriginals not milkshakes.
Well, that's exactly right. My point is that what divides us is not race, because the broad experience of humanity is the same up to the point where you get this. There's a level of wealth. Costy, would you agree with this? There's a level of wealth that is where the world changes for you. No, like you're obviously not there. Like not even Nick's there. Like Nick's not there. Nick's parents aren't there. Like we're talking about a level of wealth where doors open automatically for you. I don't mean like shopping center doors. Like I mean it metaphorically. Like
where high-end people come to you to say, can we fix this problem for you? You don't have to go out and
Trump used to talk about it. Trump used to talk about how like he's a billionaire and he thinks it's not right that he as a billionaire gets free dinners. Like gets told that no, he doesn't have to pay for dinner. Because it's like, and he never really understood it because he could afford to pay for it, but he's getting it for free. Why am I getting it for free? And he's getting it for free because they want the billionaire to come back.
Mm.
Like they see a benefit of that. But yeah, it's hard to I guess it's hard for me to elucidate it. So, but that's my sort of method, my way of thinking about this stuff. Like I'm not a communist. I'm not I'm not a socialist. Like the bit of me that is socialist is just the stuff that doesn't make sense in the things that don't make sense in a capitalist system, because capitalism doesn't make it any more efficient.
I would
So
think
the stuff that trips up libertarians, where people like Tim are like, no, government shouldn't exist. We should all do it. It should all be private. And then the question is, well, what about roads?
We will
everybody can build their own roads.
We will get together and we'll build the roads. They're like the way we fucking used to do it.
Tim, I have a genuine question.
But I can concede a bit on roads. Like this.
Tim, I have a genuine question for you. What are the several layers of roads when you build them?
Don't know. Let's talk to the people who've built roads before.
Well, how are you going to build the road?
Yeah, how are you going to build the road?
Me, myself, I'm not going to build the road. We're going to get people who are willing to we're going to get people who are willing to build the roads.
Like
pay them.
In exchange for money.
Yeah.
So like what the government does.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why not the system?
Why does the government have to do it?
My point is,
you know what? The government actually doesn't do it.
Why does the government have to be the one hiring the people to do the roads? Yeah, I'm going with I'm basically going with Milton Friedman's like 3 or 4 minimum functions of government, right? I'm not an anarchist.
You know, the government doesn't actually build the roads; they just pay people.
No, that's what I mean. So why is the government the one organizing for it all?
Okay, so you're
when they can't do shit right in the first place.
You're going to pay $12.5 million for a road that has 48 houses on it and ends in a cul-de-sac?
Depends. Is the road? Do the people think they need a road?
No, but are you going to pay for that?
Do the
people? Are you going to be the one? Like, do you know how much
the houses don't exist until the road exists?
Do you know how much a speed bump costs?
No clue. Is the speed bump necessary?
Don't know.
Let's ask the people who actually fucking live there.
I wish I was speed bump out from my
started
house.
something. I really
I
didn't mean to.
My problem is the government takes my money and then spends it on shit we don't need in the first place.
My point is there are some functions of government that make sense.
Yeah, there's only like 3 or 4.
And there are some functions of government that do not make sense.
Yeah.
And the government should do the things that the market couldn't possibly do properly.
And there's very few of them.
Like, because we should focus on outcomes.
There's very few things that the market can't.
And to my reasoning, if you get sick, it is important. Like for the proper functioning of a capitalist society, the cogs in that capitalist system are the workers. If the workers get sick and die, they no longer produce anything.
Okay.
So
Medicare.
it is
I know where you're going. I know where you're
it is
going
to
with
the
this.
benefit of the overall system that the cogs are maintained.
I know where you're going with this, and you're still wrong because Medicare is just insurance. That's just public. It's just public insurance.
I know it's public
insurance. That's so there's no point having it. Like the government isn't the one providing the healthcare directly because most doctors don't work for the government. The government is just the one who pays your GP bill.
Yeah, that's
and again,
right.
I pay $2,000 into Medicare, and I use almost none of it every year. I would rather just pay the small things.
But I'm saying, as a collective good of society, you in a system where nobody pays the doctor would have to be doing it for the good of the overall system.
So why would the doctor not be getting paid? Even before Medicare existed, we paid doctors
Because
we just paid them
because
directly.
the amount of people who need his services on any given day isn't enough.
You're losing me there. We've already.
Sorry, I've probably lost myself as well.
Probably like before we had Medicare, we just paid the doctor directly, and all we had mutual funds, like smaller local level insurance. Right, like insurance has always been the way. Like this is.
I'm just gonna go back a bit.
I'm going back. I'm just going back to Milton Friedman. Like,
no, I don't care about your liberalism. I don't care.
He's not.
I'm just going back to your capitalist versus communist things. I think what's missing sometimes is morals, because that's not really a function of those two systems. No. It's something outside of that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. A moral system sits out. Capitalism and communism. There's no morality to it at all. It's
disconnected.
Yeah.
And the issue is capitalism can go real bad when the people in power are very selfish.
Yeah.
And hoard.
Capitalism unchecked is just as bad as communism unchecked.
Yeah.
So
that's why you have
and that's where you need morality and a system in place to kind of maintain a morality is required.
Tom Bullitt
In
says
the
government has to
past-
protect land rights, not like Victoria where they steal land through excess taxes.
Yeah. And in the past, that was religion, but that's less relevant now. And we kind of need a new system. Or just go back to the old system.
Look, I don't agree with the land taxes either.
Land taxes.
I think if you buy a plot of land, you should own that plot of land, not rent it forever. Because if there's a land tax, you're renting it from the government forever.
Yeah. That's
and if land tax exists, you shouldn't buying land shouldn't be a thing. The government should just provide it because there's no point otherwise.
Yeah, there's no point in buying the land if you're just renting it.
Well, an argument could be made that you're buying rights to do whatever you want with that land,
But you're
then
not.
You're not, because you've got codes and all that crap you have to do, and you can't do this, and no,
And there
not
we
allowed to
go.
do
There we go to my government should do the very limited thing.
I'll just put it in show chat. It just sums up everything for me. There you go.
Government has three. So there's a quote from Milton Freeman. Government has three primary functions. It should provide for the military defense of a nation. It should enforce contracts between individuals. It should protect citizens from crimes against themselves or their property. When government, in pursuit of good intentions, tries to rearrange the economy, legislate morality, or help special interests, the cost comes in inefficiency, lack of motivation, and loss of freedom. Government should be a referee, not an active player.
Yes, that's basically it. So there's wiggle, and this is the minimum. This is primary.
And that's why I say the government should be the insurer, like a health insurer.
Why not? Like that's what Medicare is. But
No, but I'm talking about in the context of America, the bastion of capitalism.
They just have a retarded way to do it.
In a capitalist system, no one is served.
And I will point you.
No one is served by the workers dying of preventable or curable illnesses. No one is served by people being, treated for those illnesses.
I will point you to pretty much every population over 100 million. They don't have very good functioning public insurance or health systems. Most of them don't. It doesn't scale up. It can work in smaller populations, and to an extent it works here, but America is nearly 400 million people. You got to be comparing it to countries like India, China, Nigeria, Indonesia. Really,
I don't think China has anything akin to a private health. You literally just pay the money.
Brazil,
it's just super cheap.
Thailand's not. Thailand's like 68 million. Sorry.
I know the NHS is rooted, but a lot of this stuff is rooted because of intentional acts of the governments of the day. Like the Tories have spent years underfunding the NHS, and the same Tory government here, the same Tory governments here have done the same.
They keep increasing the budget.
Yeah, but not only is it them.
Well, it's not about increasing. It's not that the budget keeps getting bigger. Obviously, the budget will always get bigger because the number of people increase. The focus should be on.
It's not the dollar amount; it's the percentage of the budget. It's increasing.
Anyway,
well, yeah.
It's absorbing more and more of the budget. That's why
the NHS is rooted because of the amount of people that they brought in.
And that's the same thing with our system happening here too.
Ours doesn't help. Yeah.
Like the government. It's noble to want the government to provide that primary, essential function, but they're also the ones destroying it through their own actions.
Tom Wallace says it helps to lower overall wages if disease kills off the older workers that are paid more. That's definitely a point. Anyway, moving on.
That kind of works if low skills, but not for high skills.
Yeah.
Moving on. New South Wales government has called next Tuesday a very special day because for the first time, people will be able to change the gender on their birth certificate without undergoing gender-affirming surgery.
You know what? I'd be okay with this if we could have our guns back.
If that's the price.
Yep.
That's fine.
Sure. Let's do it.
A good member foreshadowed. Next Tuesday is a really special day, and you should be very proud, in particular, of your efforts to champion this particular reform. Because from next Tuesday, it's going to be easier for the people of New South Wales, for gender diverse people to be able to update their birth certificate. And up until now, New South Wales has been the only jurisdiction where it required a person to undergo surgery to be able to change their registered sex. But the amendments that have been made to the Birth Test and Marriages Registration Act 1995, something I share with the Attorney General, do away with this requirement, and now bring us in line with the rest of the country. The key points here are making sure that everybody is supported and feels included.
This is the one drawback of federalism, because states will do this shit. All the other states do it, so we should do it too.
Yeah.
Respected and safe when dealing with New South Wales government, particularly in transactions. It's at the very heart of the New South Wales government. And for me personally, as a really simple view, I talk about often inclusion and what inclusion means in my portfolio. And I want to say inclusion means everyone. That means every single person needs.
The Liberal Party is dead, or it should be.
That's the Labor Party.
Sorry. Oh, I couldn't tell the fucking difference, to be honest. So
in New South Wales,
my point stands. Like it's.
Oh, dude, absolutely.
Sisson Lay has already.
Yes, as the police are approaching, I'll be updating my my agenda.
Yeah.
You have to. It's the only way to defeat it. So. Anyway, I know a girl in Long Bay, so I'll just go hang out with her. New AI cameras slash speeding limits and steep fines. The major road changes every driver in Australia needs to know. New South Wales officially has 2 Victorian style speed cameras now. The ones that clock you going on and clock you leaving, and then work out your average speed, and if the average speed is higher than the speed limit, they fine you. Drivers across Australia are being urged to prepare for major changes to road rules and penalties from July 1, as states and territory governments roll out new measures designed to combat the country's rising road toll. Wow, the road toll's rising. You telling me a country that has more people every year has a road toll that goes up? I'm shocked. Actually, I always do this, but New South Australian road toll. List of motor vehicle deaths in Australia by year. Let's see. So what's that? 4.8 deaths per 100,000 individuals? Yeah. So here we go. 70s when we were at fucking 22. 70s is when we introduced seatbelts as mandatory. Took about to the 80s to finally filter through. It's been declining every year. Like, has it ticked up? So 2019 it was I don't know 1194. In 2020, when no one went anywhere, it was still 1,000. I'd say we found our fucking floor.
Yeah.
So, lockdowns everywhere, hardly any people traveling, still 1,000 road deaths. What is it? That tells you that's the fucking floor. Like, absolutely fucking ridiculous. Does this have any more info on the summary? Like, Road Trauma Australia 2022. No, that's not the one I wanted. I said fucking 2020. 2020. I click 2020. Why does it say 2022? Latest year. Archives. Right, okay. 2020. Let's see. Thank you for the Creative Commons exception. Transport research, economics. Fatalities decreased. During the second quarter of calendar 2020, estimated vehicle kilometres travelled declined by 22%. So the kilometres travelled declined 22% and fatalities declined 14%. You would think that if the kilometres travelled went down 22%, the fatalities would also drop an equal amount. Because that just makes sense. Because you would imagine that, like, it's just fucking ridiculous.
Don't most accidents happen, like, very close to your home?
Yeah. Ridiculous. COVID-19 analysis. Quarterly counts of deaths. So here you go. Commencement of code, not the second quarter of 2020. So this quarter is when, like, second quarter is when it kicked in. So for New South Wales, June 2019 quarter, 74 deaths. Lockdown quarter, 65 deaths.
Yeah, there's not much change.
So no, everybody stay home. Still 65 road deaths. 245 nationwide. Hell, in the ACT, road deaths went up. month over month. Like, fuck's sakes. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, what is it internationally? Right, I think we're one of the lowest fucking, right? Australian road tolls.
But the only way they're going to get it down is to increase the requirements for driving.
Road deaths. List of countries by traffic-related death rate. Right, let's go. Per 100,000 inhabitants. I think we've done this before. 29. We are 29th in the world. Fuck's sakes.
And that's pretty decent, so considering we're kind of spread out, unlike the other European countries which have better public infrastructure.
Yeah. But that's the thing, we're not really spread out. 97% of us live on the fucking a strip of the coast.
If you point the dots on the map where the cities are, we're spread out, but it's like two or three dots. Yeah. 2 or 3 dots have most of the people.
Yeah.
But depending on the city, the public transit can be pretty trash.
It's all shit.
Anyway, AI is going to be used to spot you driving with your hand on your phone or your dick, so that it can fine you $1,000 and 5 demerit points. Sorry, $1,200. And there's mobile speed cameras.
Oh, speaking of cameras, we've got one of those on the Bruce, and we've had them for years. The distance cameras.
In New South Wales, existing mobile detection cameras will now also identify drivers and passengers not wearing seatbelts. Between 2019 and 2023, 150 people died on roads by not wearing one. Who gives a shit? This is about revenue raising.
Government is the problem.
That's not a normal sign. 30.
Oh, no. Yeah. School zones are dropping down to 30.
Yep.
Ooh, ouch.
There you go. In West Australia, speed limits will be slashed across more than 1,800 regional roads.
Shit, I may as well just get a scooter if they're going to give me if all the red limits are going to be so low.
I hope it's not an electric one because they're not allowed in New South
Wales.
No,
it's on as a 50, like a postie bike, right?
In Victoria, amendment to Road Rule 79A means drivers must now slow down to 40 kilometres an hour when passing any tow trucks,
what the fuck?
incident response vehicles, or roadside assistance vehicles displaying flashing lights or sounding an alarm.
Fuck it, just buy a moped. You'll be. Oh, this is
no. It's probably because of the person who ran over the police officer or constable back a couple of years ago.
Queensland will also reduce speed limits from 50 to 40 in high pedestrian and tourist areas. South Australia, new rules require drivers to slow to 25 kilometres an hour when passing a stationary, roadside emergency vehicle or breakdown vehicle. Penalties among the harsh. So, dude, it's 1,607 demerit points in South Australia for driving faster than 25 kilometres an hour past a stationary, roadside, or emergency or breakdown vehicle.
How's that going to work on the freeways?
Everybody drops down to 25 kilometres an hour.
That's retarded.
Extreme speeding offences, including excessive speeding through a school zone or urban area, now attract fines in excess of 1,600. Existing limits of between 70 and 110 kilometres an hour will drop down to 60 kilometres an hour. Dude, you are slashing 50 kilometers an hour off roads. Fucking nuts.
Wait, hang on.
It'll take forever to
Three
get
lanes and then
anywhere.
flash across.
More than 1,800 regional roads, including the Margaret River to Peverly Corridor and the Bayview Drive entering Gracetown, where existing speed limits of between 70 and 110 kilometres an hour will drop to 60 kilometres an hour. So instead of areas being 70 and areas being 110, the entire stretch will just be 60.
Where's this in? New South.
This is in West Australia. Margaret River's in West Australia.
Oh, okay.
In Augusta Town Centre, other areas 40 kilometres an hour. Many states have reported an increase in road deaths. Fucking, like 10 people. 10, like, fuck. It's ridiculous.
If it only saves one life.
That's the fucking problem.
If
it only saves one life, it must be worth it. Fuck.
I think it was RC who said it before about you should just increase the requirements to get a license.
No,
they've already been doing that. That's it. Like, licensing requirements already are fucking ridiculous. With logbooks.
No, I think you should have to pass a defensive driving course.
I didn't have to do that.
I think the cars should just. I think the cars should be able to travel as fast as they like, but only computers can drive them.
Defensive driving course.
Anyway, Celine, the five head has something to say.
Begins. Australia is so special and so soft that we now have our very own reporting category on X. We're already isolated from the rest of the world, and now we're going to be even more isolated because we are governed by a bunch of far-left socialist pussies. They've already passed the hate speech legislation, they've already passed the digital ID legislation. It's only a matter of time. Get a VPN. Because if you don't, then your social media feeds are going to be extremely censored. I mean, if you don't want to hear alternative opinions about the government, climate change, immigration, transgenderism, by all means, don't do anything.
I mean, realistically, it's just going to be the trans stuff first. Yep. You hurt my fifis about the trans.
But those of us who've had experience with censorship know exactly where this is going.
No, I had no experience with censorship. Never heard of it. Anyway, that's Aussie news. Just a quick one.
Was that the ship that we came to Australia on?
Yeah, that's right. The censorship. Anyway, New York had its Democratic primary this week.
Speaking of commies.
Speaking of socialists.
Oh, that's interesting.
No, he's worse. He's a commie.
Sorry,
legit.
Real quick, that is actually only for Australian users.
Yeah.
On X, I just VPN'd into the US.
Yeah, that's why she's saying get a VPN.
Yep. Zoran says, if you're under 30, you weren't even born the last time Andrew Cuomo lived here. This is your city. Vote like it. I think people are voting that, like, if you were born here and you're 30, you've been a citizen for 23 more years than Zohan, who's from Africa. He spent 80% of his life not an American. Something to think about. I thought that was very funny. It didn't matter. He won. He fucking won.
He won the primary.
So some of you may remember I had a long rant about Americans getting all butthurt about ranked choice voting in the Democratic primary in New York, and how it was going to lead to this horrible fucking communist socialist winning the election and taking over and destroying New York. Well, yeah, he won anyway, and he won
the primary.
He won the primary with fucking 48% of the primary vote. Like, he almost won it outright.
That's generally
like, he won a plurality. He fucking crushed Cuomo.
Hmm?
I'm actually looking to see. I'm pretty sure I had the numbers, but
it was like 43 or something like that.
Yeah, it was like 43%. I thought I had the fucking numbers, but
which is basically a sure thing.
Well, he would have won. Under the irony is that everybody was like, "Oh, this system is so confusing. Ranked choice voting sucks. It's gonna elect Zohan Mandani." He ends up winning. And if they use the old system, he still would have fucking won too.
So why use the new system?
Because
Sorry to be that guy.
The new system is better.
Nah. But nah. Anyway, we're not going to rehash that, but it's just like, clearly the Democrats of New York want this guy. So
Yeah,
and that's the way it should be. You should be good enough. That's why
I thought this was funny.
Yeah.
Because I think that New Yorkers, more than they hate a politician they disagree with, they hate a politician they can't trust.
On the subject of trust, you've adopted different speaking accents in different scenarios.
But they go to their local bodega.
Is there one that's real and one that's affected?
What I would say is, as any immigrant knows, having been born in Kampala, Uganda, and then raised in South Africa and moving here when I'm 7 years old, is there are different parts of my life.
A worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
Mamdani was talking about a worldwide...
Raised in South Africa and then moved to the US when you were 7?
Yes.
No, you were raised in America, motherfucker. By the sounds of it.
Zohan Mandami, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to South Africa.
You're very welcome. It's a pleasure. A lot of people are afraid of the word socialist, and a lot of people have misconceptions about what it means.
No.
I'm a democratic socialist. I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. Nepotism and hard work goes a long way. We need our internet because we have all of our kids staying at home doing remote learning, and if you don't have internet, you can't be taught, you can't learn. I was supposed to assist the music supervisor.
That's what textbooks are for,
dickhead. All the
dickhead.
songs for the film. City Hall is engulfed in corruption. A mayor could change this.
Oh, they still exist.
And that's why I'm running.
Apparently, you are a rapper too.
I happen to be a rapper. I am a rapper proper. It is up to us here across New York to make it very clear that every single one of us deserves a shot. We had to find a studio to record dialogue for one of the actors to perfect their accent. It's a weird thing where I know what someone wants to hear, right? I would play to whatever X person needed from me, as opposed to being who I actually
Autistic people call that mirroring.
want it to be. It's like being a great mirror, right? You just give.
Oh, you said the word.
You give people exactly what they want.
Ooh. Look, the simple solution is beat the shit out of him and see what comes naturally.
Please don't, please.
Yes, beat the shit out of him and see what comes naturally to him under duress.
I think it's a gay attack. I think they tried it on Kamala. It doesn't work. People who can do accents code switch. Simple as that.
Yeah. It's all for show.
Yeah.
The numbers are in the side chat, private chat. Sorry.
Yeah, and the Democrats do that all the time when they go to other regions of America.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Republicans
Nobody
aren't
should
the
be surprised. They don't, Republicans don't code switch. So here's the hard numbers results.
43.
So, Zohan got 43% of the vote. So Andrew Cuomo was a terrible pick, and I might see if I can find it because it is fucking good. Like, say what you will about Zohan, he fucking destroyed Cuomo in the debate.
Mm-hmm.
Cuomo.
I'm not really interested to see where it goes. It's just New York gets what it deserves. Like if Zoran wins the general or the governor, what are the mayoral? Sorry,
that's the general election. Yeah,
general. I thought general was just for president. Sorry, but he wins the race for. If he wins the race for mayor, New York gets what it deserves. Like it's time for the tough love.
Just for Zohan destroy Cuomo. Zohan destroyed. Like he fucking just annihilated him. I watched the clip of it the other day, and I was like, holy shit! Like he did not fucking hold back, and I thought, wow, damn, that guy's fucking like it was literally a stop, he's already dead. Like he got absolutely fucking destroyed. Oh, God,
it looks like Cuomo's running as independent now.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Primary debate. Come on, Google. Destroys Andrew Cuomo. Oh, this is Don Lemon. Oh, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Oh, no.
Fuck off.
Couldn't even last.
Blasts Andrew Cuomo in mayoral debate.
My name is Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I am running to make this city affordable.
Why is that pausing?
I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich.
To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right.
No, we don't. Fuck you.
Yes. So I thought that was fucking like ballsy as fuck.
That's pretty good.
And probably like he's probably had that loaded, ready to go.
Oh, trained that one.
Interesting point about his mother. She's like an award-winning director, like film director. Because a lot of people commented on his campaign, like his primary campaign, being very well produced. To the point where he'd do it like I heard one reporter talking about how like they would try to follow him around the town and he would appear in a location, do a spot, and 30 minutes later on his Instagram there would be a perfectly edited cinematic quality video of his appearance and the like comments he made at that location, and it was just bang. Like he just had a machine that was just pumping this stuff out. But yeah, let's have a look at some of the stuff he's said.
And I know that Jewish New Yorkers, like Jewish Americans, are fearful in this moment of anti-Semitism. They're fearful, especially after the horrific attacks that we saw in Washington, D.C. and in Boulder, Colorado. And they're fearful also in conversations that I have heard myself about life in this city. And I spoke to a Jewish man in Williamsburg not too many weeks ago who told me about the fact that he now locks the door that he used to close, that he used to keep open for years because of a fear of who may come in. I spoke to a friend of mine after October 7th who told me about going to his synagogue for Shabbat services and hearing the door open behind him and turning around with a tremor going up his back, not knowing who was walking in and what they wished for them. And ultimately, it's through the conversations I've had with Jewish New Yorkers that I have developed a proposal for the Department of Community Safety that would include an 800% increase in funding for hate crime prevention programs. Because ultimately, we cannot simply say that anti-Semitism has no home in this city or no place in this country. We have to do more than talk about it. We have to tackle it. And that's what we will do through this funding and through this commitment. We will root out bigotry across the 5 boroughs.
What are the odds on this guy being a raging anti-Semite in private?
100%, and it's not in private. But yes, he was defund the police there, of course.
No, of course. Oh yeah, okay.
So this is what I was saying. Yeah, well, this guy says one under-discussed part of the Mandami campaign was the usage of video filters. Every video is the same soft, humanizing tone consistently. But like, look at the depth of field, like the composition. This is well done.
भाइयों और बहनों, इस इलेक्शन में सिर्फ 20 दिन बचे हैं और चॉइस मेरे और एंड्रू कोमो के बीच में है।
Speak English,
पहली बार
motherfucker.
इलेक्शन के बारे में जान रहे हैं तो ये है
At a minimum,
जो
speak
ऑफर
Spanish.
कर रहा है।
आज मेरे पास बिल्डिंगें हैं, प्रॉपर्टी है, बैंक बैलेंस है, बंगला है, गाड़ी है, क्या है तुम्हारे पास?
आपकी वजह से हमने $8 मिलियन रेज किया है। 6 लाख से ज्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं और बस इतने करीब है इस शहर का पहला साउथ एशियन मेयर बनाने के लिए। पर बात ये नहीं है कि मैं क्या बनूंगा, बात ये है कि मैं क्या करूंगा हमारे कम्युनिटीज के लिए और हर एक न्यूयॉर्कर के लिए। मैं हमारे शहर को अफोर्डेबल बनाऊंगा। न्यूयॉर्कर्स मुश्किल से अफोर्ड कर रहे हैं रोटी, कपड़ा और मकान। मैं ये सब बदलने के लिए लड़ रहा हूँ। रेंट फ्री बसेस, यूनिवर्सल चाइल्ड केयर और सस्ती ग्रोसरीज के जरिए। पर आपको एक सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ।
See what I mean about the production quality?
तुमने कभी किसी को वोट किया? कभी किसी को रैंक किया? देखो, यहाँ न्यूयॉर्क सिटी में हम रैंक चॉइस वोटिंग यूज करते हैं। इसका मतलब है कि सिर्फ एक कैंडिडेट को चूज करने के बजाय आप 5 कैंडिडेट्स तक को रैंक कर सकते हो अपनी पसंद के हिसाब से। सोचिए, ये 5 लस्सिया कैंडिडेट्स हैं और मैं ये वाला हूँ। ये सिस्टम ऐसे काम करता है। सबसे पहले फर्स्ट चॉइस वोट्स काउंट होते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट के वोट सबसे कम होते हैं उसे हटा दिया जाता है।
It's a good explanation.
लेकिन अगर वो आपका पहला चॉइस था तो आपका वोट खत्म नहीं होता है, वो आपके नेक्स्ट चॉइस को चला जाता है। ये प्रोसेस तब तक चलता है जब तक किसी कैंडिडेट के पास आधे से ज्यादा वोट्स ना हो जाए। आप जितने ज्यादा लोगों को रैंक करते हो उतनी ज्यादा आपकी बैलेट और आवाज में ताकत होती है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि आप मुझे ज़ोहरान ममदानी को अपने बैलेट पे पहले नंबर पे रैंक कीजिए। और सिर्फ मुझे नहीं, बाकी बैलेट भी जरूर भरना। ये 3 दूसरे कैंडिडेट्स हैं जिनको आप रैंक कीजिए। लेकिन एक बात याद रखना, एंड्रू कोमो को रैंक नहीं करना। उसका कैंपेन ट्रंप के डोनर्स के पैसों से चल रहा है। अगर वो जीता तो डीसी के साथ साथ एनवाईसी भी उनका होगा। विश्वास नहीं होता तो खुद उनसे सुनिए कि क्या होगा अगर कोमो जीता तो।
Some ranks you don't have to put the whole set in.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Basically allowed to exhaust your vote.
बिलियनियर्स के पास ऑलरेडी सब कुछ है। अब आपका टाइम आ गया।
Go back to Bollywood.
So that's an ad specifically for like the Indians in New York. I guarantee you there are tons more.
No, of course.
But let's compare it to Andrew Cuomo's ad, shall we? It's gonna let me fucking. Can you full screen this shit on Instagram?
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, on the app probably.
I don't use the app.
God damn it.
Which I should, because to be fair, the Instagram web is fucking garbage.
There are plugins you can get to do all that stuff.
Oh, okay, maybe not on desktop. All right. Instagram desktop is fucking garbage.
Dude, seriously? You don't have...
Where can you put a link to that video?
Oh, I just searched for Cuomo, like Cuomo campaign ad. Seriously.
It just shows how poor his campaign was.
Yeah, like I should be able to find this real fucking fast. Facebook, fuck you. And it's the fucking Instagram video.
Yeah, Facebook's owned by Instagram is owned by
No,
Facebook.
I know, but they fucking he didn't even adapt the model, like the video. Like
No,
didn't
they-
have a
you
different
sim-
video for Facebook, a different like.
They don't. They simulpost. You can simulpost from Insta.
It's
to
just
Facebook.
fucking lazy, man.
It is lazy.
It's the second campaign
There's
style
just a to-
video.
there's a
This is
toggle in Insta.
2022.
Yeah, it's all garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, the dude's mum's like a movie producer, like a movie director.
Hold on, Mom Nani. What is your name?
Like if I just go Zorhan,
His
primary
mother is
campaign ads.
Mira. His mother is Mira Nair, an Indian American filmmaker. She's been BAFTA nominated and a whole heap of stuff.
Looks like an ad for Arc Browser. Oh, let me search X. Fuck, this is like fuck Cuomo, you are useless. Cuomo.
No wonder you lost.
Official Cuomo has him dabbing up a guy in a BBW hoodie. Oh, dude, it does too. I heart BBW. Oh, that's fantastic. That's an outside group supporting Zahra Hamdani. So he had some outside help as well. Dude, fuck, man. Where's the fucking ad? Oh, here you go.
Oh, here we go.
Trump's coming for New York. Who do you think can stop him?
No one.
LA's in chaos. Imagine it's Times Square. Trump's coming for New York. Who do you think can stop him? Zoran Mamdani's a 33-year-old dangerously inexperienced legislator who's passed just 3 bills with a staff you can fit inside a New York elevator. New York already has a
That makes him
crisis
sound
of
efficient.
affordability and safety. We need someone ready.
I hate saying that about him.
Andrew Cuomo's managed a state and managed crises.
It's
From
New
COVID to
York.
Trump,
He hasn't
Trump's at the city
managed
gate. We need
shit.
someone experienced to slam them shut.
No, he was the governor of New York, the state, not the
Yeah.
city. This is a downgrade.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He hasn't managed anything. New York State is fucked.
He managed to not get lynched during COVID. That's
Also,
what
what's the
Yeah, he managed to
message?
kill your grandma.
Yeah.
Please elect me as mayor.
Guys, what's the message that you got from that campaign?
Zorhan bad.
Trump's bad.
Yeah,
Trump bad. Zorhan worse.
I mean, not wrong, but
So what he's going to do for the mayor?
What are you do for me lately? Oh, there you go. Here's another one. I think I showed. Did I show this one last week? This was a freeze the rent one.
I think I've seen it anyway.
I'm Assemblyman Zahran Mamdani.
Again, look at the fucking composition. Look at
His
the
mother was totally
production
involved in it.
values.
And I'm running for mayor to freeze the rent for every rent stabilized
I mean, you
tenant.
could shoot all of this on an iPhone.
Wait,
Just
you're
do
gonna
all the
freeze
rest
Oh,
of it.
100%.
The rest of it in
The
post.
problem is, yes, you can shoot it on an iPhone, but you can't just point an iPhone at.
No, but
at
you can do
someone.
all the setup.
You
and
have
do all
to know the fundamentals
the
of video production.
videography and yes, the videography and everything. Yes, it's all production level. And again, his mum is almost certainly connected with.
Oh,
the shit.
100 billion %.
Yeah.
My rent? Yes.
Did I hear rent freeze?
Yes, this guy's gonna freeze the rent.
And you're all going to pay more for everything else.
This guy's gonna freeze the rent.
And you're going to pay more
It's
for
true.
everything else.
As your next mayor, I
They've
will freeze your rent.
oversaturated it. Color.
Yep.
The color's way oversaturated just to get like bright and
Yeah.
And that helps with the mood. Like it's an upbeating message.
Yeah, everything about it is upbeat. I'm not surprised he won. Like if
It's the same
43
state. This is the same state
43%.
where AOC is a representative.
Yeah.
43% on round one.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
In the Dem primary, yeah.
In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done.
I know that everybody loves to quote Mandela, but let's not forget that the ANC literally burned people alive.
Yeah, Mandela was a terrorist.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he was a socialist.
Well, that's why they quote.
So it's appropriate.
Yeah.
For him, for Zoran, yeah.
It's all right. Zoran's not going to burn people alive.
No,
Yet. Oh, dude, this fucking bitch. I wish Trump would destroy her. She deserves destroying more than anybody.
Who?
Jinx.
Tish James?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, is she the one that went after Trump?
Yeah, she's the
Letitia
the
James.
lawfare. The lawfare whore.
Mm.
Wait, I'm trying to find another ad, but he released them all ages ago, I think. Let's see, Linktree. Oh, he's got an OnlyFans.
I wouldn't surprise me.
I'm kidding, of course. Well, look, here's his page. What do you see straight away?
He's dressed up like an
The
Indian.
fucking the donate button. Yeah, he's just like an Indian. The real cost of living is the real. Here's one of his. Let's see.
Well, clearly it's got a YouTube page. You probably go to that.
Yeah, that's what that. I was looking for the YouTube page.
Offering bullshit.
New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted by a federal grand jury.
Every politician's
See what I mean? Fucking
says New York is the greatest city on the globe. But what good is that if no one can afford to live here? City Hall is engulfed in corruption.
Unscientific report.
The cost of living is the real crisis.
And there you go. He got it. So he got in the knock on. He got in the knock on Adams. He got in the. He fucking pulled in COVID with fucking Cuomo and the Jesus.
New Yorkers are being crushed by rent and childcare. The slowest buses in the nation are robbing us of our time and our sanity. Working people are being pushed out of the city they built. A mayor could change this, and that's why I'm running.
I don't think a mayor could change that.
No, really
I'll
not.
make buses fast and free.
So I can just get.
Ask a New Yorker. The buses are already free. Paying is basically optional.
Yeah.
Where I'm going.
I'll make childcare available to all New Yorkers at no cost.
I want to raise my kid in New York.
Oh, Jesus
And I'll
Christ.
freeze the rent.
That is insane. Like that's going to be so fucking expensive.
That's why it's
And
taxing
for
so many
every-
people.
Like so we do. I think Australia, every child, no matter how much you earn, is entitled to 3 days of childcare a week, free.
Something like that.
So I'm pretty sure that's what it is now. That's very expensive.
It's the reason why that's the reason why it's so expensive.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons, because there's not enough.
That too.
God, I don't know what
Every single rent stabilized tenant.
These Eric Adams rent hikes are killing us.
I think your crack
Life in
bills
this
are-
city doesn't need to be
sending
this
you
hard.
broke, lady.
But politicians like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo want it to be this way. They care about their donors. They care about themselves. They don't care about you, the working class.
I'm probably going to end up having to mute all this stuff because it's probably copyrighted music.
To keep this city running. This campaign is for every New Yorker who believes in the dignity of their neighbors. And the government's job is to actually make our lives better. We can afford to bring down the rent, have world-class public transit, and make it easier to raise a family. We can do all of that and so much more because this is New York. We can afford to dream.
That's some solid
You were
production
mostly correct,
qualities.
Thermo. It is 3 days a week, but it is for families that own less than $530,000.
So practically everyone.
Yeah. There is a policy that Parliament is removing. This policy, which has passed Parliament, removes the previous activity test that required parents to be in paid work or other appropriate activities to access childcare subsidies.
Okay. So, interestingly enough, this guy was polling at 1% in February.
When did he start putting out videos?
So that was 8 months ago.
Okay.
So November.
To polling at 1%.
He went from polling at 1% in February to winning.
To getting 43% of the
Getting
round
43%, yeah.
There's a
That's
lot
pretty
of things
good.
that make New York City special. For me, it's the delis and bodegas. Habibi, could I get an egg and cheese on a roll with jalapeno?
You know, you get a BECSPK, you fucking Indian.
Small businesses employ nearly half of all New Yorkers in the private sector.
Who the fuck puts
They keep the city
jalapeno on
running.
bacon, egg, and
The
cheese?
last 4 years have been hard. We've seen the dollar slice go extinct.
Someone who likes it
Storefront after
burning on the way in.
storefront
Hang on, did he just say bacon?
Halal! No, he's Indian. He's not Muslim.
No, I'm pretty sure he is.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he's an Indian Muslim, yeah. Let me blow your fucking mind, Tim. Pakistanis are Indian as well.
I know. Bring back the Raj, right?
Like, they literally went, hey, Indian, Hindus over there,
Yeah.
Muslims over there,
You're
and
right.
then they drew the line.
He's a Shia
24
Muslim.
hours.
He's a
He
Shia
must be
Muslim.
not. He
apparently.
mustn't be observant.
No. Well,
Because-
actually, he's a 12er.
He's a Shia, yeah.
He's a 12er.
No, but he's not. He can't be an observant Muslim.
No.
Because he couldn't even eat anything cooked off that grill.
He's in it. He's a 12er. The same stuff you were talking about earlier in the show. He's part of that sect too. So believing in Mahdi and all that stuff. So yeah, if he's ordering a bacon, egg, and cheese, he's been a very, very bad boy.
and had a mayor in Eric Adams who has ignored the struggles of small businesses. That's why, as mayor, I'm going to make it faster, easier, and cheaper for small businesses to get started and stay open. First, we're going to cut fines and fees for small businesses by 50%. Regulations are important, but small businesses have to navigate more than 6,000 of them.
This is true. If you've ever watched Lewis Rossman, you'll know the complaints about doing business in New York.
far fewer resources than the big chains. That's why, as mayor, I'll appoint a mom-and-pop czar with the
But he
clear
grew
goal
up
of making it easier to
in-
run a small business.
one in Uganda, yeah.
$1,000 isn't a lot to our city government, but it can be make or break for a small
Man,
business.
the Upper
trying to
West
get off the
Side
ground.
when he was 7.
Next,
So
we're
he
going
is.
to the mom-and-pop czar will
He's
coordinate
raised
with
in New
agencies
York.
to speed up.
His mum, like I said, his mum is a movie director, and his father is a
Columbia. He's a professor at Columbia.
He's a professor at Columbia, and guess
Yeah.
what? He's a professor of
Post-colonial studies.
Post-colonial
I have Wikipedia.
studies, yeah.
Like Zoran was only naturalized in 2018, but he grew up in America.
Yeah, I know, but like, yeah.
So everyone's argument that he's from Uganda, it actually doesn't fly.
Yeah, but the argument is if you're 30 years old, you've been a citizen 23 years longer than he has.
Yeah, I know.
So,
but it means
Cut red tape
he's
and
lived
let
in New
New
York
Yorkers start
almost as long
businesses
as
soon. Because you
30-year-olds.
shouldn't have to fill out
becomes a
24
dumb
forms and go
argument
through
at the
7
end
agencies
when
to
he's
start a
nationalized.
But
So,
most of all,
he's
we're
done
putting our
all
money
grew
where
up
our
there.
mouth
proper
by
things.
increasing funding for small business support programs with 500.
like I said, good ads, good fucking ads.
Yeah.
Like, and you compare it to Cuomo, and it's like, dude, and it's the primary. All the kids came out like.
What's the thing though? From that one ad that we saw from Cuomo wasn't even speaking. It was some voiceover.
Yeah, Absolutely.
What can
fine.
Cuomo do for you? Like fucking nothing. Can't even talk to me.
Yeah. John Cordella says, don't blame New York City's blacks or Hispanics for Mamdani. They voted against him. Whites and Asians did this. So it was 50% Cuomo, 30% Mandahi for Hispanics or Latinos. 35-25 for whites and Caucasians.
That's only 10 percentage points. I wouldn't say that you blame the whites.
No, but like, look at that. Like Hispanics were like, no.
They are the largest group next to the Asians.
Look, the gap is huge.
Yeah.
Whereas this one's a bit tighter. So, New York is a closed primary state. About 400,000 people voted. So this was only registered Democrats. So independents had no say.
Yeah, you can't do crossover voting.
Republicans haven't actually done a.
There's no primary because no one ran.
They
against
skipped the
Lewa.
primary because no one ran against CYA. 50 Cent offers to pay New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mandami $258,000 to get lost after the socialist name dropped Queen's rapper.
Keep your name out your fucking mouth.
Apparently, all the working class suburbs voted for Cuomo, and all the gentrified ones voted for Mandahi. So middle income and high income voted Mandahi by 10 and 13 points respectively.
Oh my god!
Lower income voted for Cuomo by 13 points. So
Black
Champagne. So what's it called?
Champagne socialist.
Champagne socialist, but there's like there's another term. It's not champagne socialism. It's luxury beliefs.
Yeah. They're so rich that they don't have to care about the consequences.
This is retarded. This is how you make AOCs.
Yep.
Like you make massive things that you cannot defeat by doing shit like this. Rep. Andy Ogles has formally asked Pam Bondi to revoke Zoran Mandahi's citizenship and deport him to Uganda. I understand this is a funny stunt, but this gives Mandahi more attention, drives more Democrats to his side.
If they can do this to me, they can do it to you.
Yeah, and gives him a fucking thing he can fight on.
Man, don't support communists.
Zohan Lida Muhammad Mandahi is an anti-Semitic socialist communist who will destroy the great city of New York. Let him. You're the representative of Tennessee. Why the fuck do you care about what happens to New York? You are a fucking clown, sir. And I'm sorry, Congress has enough fucking clowns.
Pretty much everybody.
New York is finished. Zoran Mandahi is planning on making new laws that says it doesn't matter where companies are headquartered. If you do business in New York, you must pay his new increased corporate tax rate. So Mandahi wants to raise the rate from 7.25% to match what it is in New Jersey, which is 11.5%.
Which I think is the largest in the country.
Look, if you've got a city right across the border that has a higher rate and you want to attract business, just leave it a bit lower. That's the point, isn't it?
Well, New York's Louis Rossman points out New York's biggest issues when it comes to small businesses. But what this is going to do is going to drive corporations out, and they're no longer going to do business in New York.
Well, people were joking that Florida can't handle Zoran Mandahi being elected mayor of New York because they don't have enough houses down there.
Well, that's the thing, though. The people who can't move across the country...
They'll be trapped, yeah.
Well, maybe, but they might be able to move to Pennsylvania or New Jersey or Connecticut or one of the suburbs that's right next to New York.
Jump across the Hudson and go to Canada.
So what's going to happen if this shit comes in is all the companies are going to stop doing business in New York. Like, there's not going to be any Walgreens. There's not going to be any Walmarts. There's not going to be... All those companies are going to get out of there because why are we paying federal tax in New York? Fuck them. We're done. New York's
basically capital flight.
Yeah. Everyone's going to leave. The companies and the people. The only people who won't be able to leave are people who literally cannot leave. Well, incapable because they don't have the money, and it's going to be food desert. It's going to be a resource desert. There's not going to be anything in the state. It's all going to go. And I say bring it on.
Oh, it'll be in the city. So
in the city, but
it's
I say bring
tax.
it on. I say bring it on.
Yeah, let them do it. Let them fucking do it. In 2017, New York City ordered a review of public works constituting symbols of hate for potential removal, but a statue of Columbus remains in Astoria. In defiance of the values of humanity, empathy, and justice that we stand for, it has to go. The Italian-American community has a rich history in Astoria. Who should we honor instead? Tony Bennett, Walter Oduisio, or Sacco and Vanzetti. They said Sacco Vanzetti. Executed due to anti-Italian sentiment. They literally murdered someone. They were anarchists. I would accept Tony Bennett, and that would make more sense. And it's disgraceful that the people on Twitter chose Sacco and Vanzetti and not Tony Bennett.
Yeah.
But yes, that's what you get. That's what we get to look forward to. And yeah, as you alluded to before, he's a 12er.
Yep.
What does 12 mean?
They believe in the 12th Imam. And
The same thing we were talking about at the
The
start.
12er Shia, yeah.
Yep, that's what it means. 12. Okay.
I've got mad love for my Ismail, but I'm actually Inta Asheri. So
English, please. I know that tweet was in English, but half the words are not.
It's
I love my sand
it's the
nigger,
type
but
of it's the type of Islam, the sect he's in.
I love my sand nigger, but I love my other sand nigger.
Yeah. Them. So what kind of mayor does New York City need right now? Me. Comrade Araya Rajan, age 21, new mayor of Kerala. She'll be the youngest mayor of a major city in the world. Here she leads an alternative detachment of red volunteers. So literal fucking communist.
I wonder how that's going.
Zoran loves the Muslim Brotherhood. Oh, great. Oh, no. Curtis Ewing says Zoran Mandani's plan to tax people based on skin color is just wrong. It's racism, pure and simple. We've got a mayor who calls white people crackers, and now a socialist pushing race-based property taxes. I'll fix the system right, fair, transparent, and smart. No division, no hate, just leadership. That's a great cover. The price is white. Mamdani says white neighborhoods should pay higher property taxes.
You did.
So the way it works in New York is property taxes are based obviously on the adjusted value of the property. But if your property has been there for a really long time, when they introduce these adjustments, there's a cap. There's a cap on how much the assessment can increase. And the cap can only adjust up to the level when you sell your place. So when you buy it, like when you buy a place in New York, the cap is adjusted. So if you've lived in New York your entire life and you own a very expensive brownstone in a very nice neighborhood, like say in the Upper West Side or the like Upper East Side, and it's a very expensive property that's valued as tens of millions of dollars, or maybe even $50 or $60 million, and you just live there, you don't plan on moving, you don't pay property tax on the entire amount. Your property tax will be going up every year by the maximum amount it can go up, but it's still a pittance compared to what you would pay. What Zoran wants to do is, Zoran. What Mamdani wants to
Zoltan.
do.
Sorry,
that's what it is. Zoltan.
What's that movie with Sean Connery with their floating heads?
Dude, where's my car?
Floating heads.
Dude, no, but
It's a meme.
Zoltan is from Dude, Where's My Car?
I have no idea, but Zoltan's from Dude,
It's
Where's My
the
Car?
cult from.
Yeah, no, but oh god.
Sean Connery floating heads. I don't know. Sorry.
Sean Connery.
You say
Yes,
Sean Patrick?
Sean Connery.
You say Sean
floating
Patrick
heads.
or
I have no
Sean
idea.
Patrick Flannery or Sean?
No, Sean fucking Connery.
Connolly.
Oh my god.
I'm not too sure.
Connolly or Connery?
Zardoz.
Yeah, the one where he's in the that outfit.
Zardoz, not fucking like God. I'm fucking retarded. Never mind. But yeah. Anyway, what he wants to do is remove the artificial
the gun
cap.
is good. The penis is evil meme. Yep, got it. It's an old meme.
I know
Yes.
it's a very old movie.
Very,
too.
very old meme. It kind of dates me.
I can't like. So what he wants to do is remove that artificial cap. So basically, all the expensive houses will be taxed at the actual rate for people who live there. But the people who live there are broadly white, which is why it says shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and wider neighborhoods. property tax system is unbalanced because assessment levels are artificially capped. Like I said, they can only go up by a certain amount each year, and the value of the properties have exploded over the time as people have lived there. The mayor can fix this by pushing class assessment percentages down for everyone. So essentially, the rate gets lowered across the board, like the assessment percentage.
But then how would he make all his money?
Well, all the other, like the adjusting rate goes up. So your tax rate, your tax collections across the board go down, but because you can adjust the rich pricks higher, their houses cost more. So, and these aren't necessarily rich people. These are people who've just lived in New York a really long time.
Yeah, or inherited.
But they could sell their home and boom. So, and there's a weird rule around transfers. Like if you're married to the person, you can and the person who owns the property dies, like it can transfer to you without triggering an increase in the assessment. There's lots of tricks that they use to get around.
Oh yeah, like survivorship stuff.
Yeah. So yes, that's Zoran Mandahi, the probably next mayor of New York.
This is just another end run around unrealized gains.
Well, it's just it is capital raising.
It's ridiculous.
Look, assessed values on properties is an end run of capital gains. Yeah, but honestly, it's a land tax.
Part of me really hopes that he gets in and he implements all these.
Yep, I think
and
it's hilarious.
All these people sell and leave, and just like accelerate the destruction of the leftist agenda, because I want New York to become. I honestly thought it was going to be somewhere.
No, that wasn't real socialism, Baldo. Like, what are you talking about?
I want this to become an example of what happens when communism and socialism and leftism take over, takes power and takes over and does dumb shit.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's almost 5 hours in. We're fucking heaps to do. YouTuber and founder of Save a Fox Rescue, Michaela Raines, has died at age 31. She took her own life due to online harassment. Many fingers are pointing at the Save a Snark subreddit, which has gone private. Here's an example of the subreddit. Here's the archive of the subreddit. It's just post after post after post, basically. And apparently, she did the worst thing you can possibly do with these people. She used to fucking argue with them she used to defend herself in the replies.
No.
Yeah, I feel so fucking bad for her, and I'm going to make all you feel bad for her by showing you her husband.
Hi everyone. I just want to start this video out by saying parental advisory. This is not a video for children, and a trigger warning. Some of the things you're about to hear are going to be triggering for some people. I don't have approval from the board to make this video, but I have to say what needs to be said. I have to. This is a video I never planned on making, and it's completely devastating having to sit down and write this out. But a couple days ago, Michaela Raines passed away. This is the most hurtful and difficult time of my life, so please bear with me as I try to read this through the tears. Michaela was the most bright and shining example of what you could accomplish if you really set your mind to something. She was never held back by ideas that everyone else considered unrealistic. As many of you know, she was on the autism spectrum, and while that made her
that too, yes,
life very difficult, it allowed her to hyper-focus on one thing, and that one thing was obviously animals. From a young age, she dedicated every waking hour of her life to helping them, whether it was helping a snapping turtle cross the road or saving 500 foxes from a terrible fur farm. She was never in it for fame, money, or personal gain. She was truly one of the most selfless people I have ever known.
Anyway, he goes on to point out that she was constantly bullied by both people who knew her and didn't. Yeah, one of the biggest criticisms I've heard was that they raised money and bought foxes from fur farms. So.
Oh no, they
right. That's it.
Well, the argument is that by buying them from fur farms, you're encouraging the fur farms to keep breeding them, but instead of killing them, selling them as pets, I guess. Like I don't know. The internet people are weird, and it's even made worse by the furries.
I mean,
this is the fur affinity user Kaiser Lion, an artist who bullied Michaela. He helped create a harassment campaign against Michaela. One of the main culprits behind her suicide. Kaiser has no verifiable evidence that Michaela was running a scam, or he fabricated lies against her. Oh, and here he is. He's a male Barbary lion from North Georgia, USA. I should have put this in the wood chipper section.
Mm-hmm.
After Michaela's suicide, he doubled down on having nothing to do with her death, despite participating in the harassment campaign and bringing it to Reddit. And here it is. So Fox is a hoarder, not a rescuer. She buys foxes from fur farms, not actually rescuing them. She let a fox die from heat stroke. Okay. Fox is getting seriously injured on fences and other parts of the enclosures. What would you like her to do? Like, foxes are trying to get out and they hurt themselves. Okay. Paying her staff in cat food and not in money. Aren't they volunteers? Stealing animals, possibly doing drugs. She had an OnlyFans as well. And it has to be one of the weirdest OnlyFans I've ever heard of. She didn't get naked. She used it as like a diary to like share her thoughts. Like, this chick was BPD.
So
she used it.
OnlyFans would want the people to use the platform for.
Well, OnlyFans doesn't care what you use the platform for. They want people to give you money.
Yeah, but
and take a cut.
But the branding is it's for porn.
You know, the original idea of OnlyFans was for like people who do specialized things, not whores.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like she was using it for that. And the whores took over.
Look, any platform where you allow anything will inevitably be subsumed by porn. It's just how the internet is. That's what the internet's for.
Yep.
The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn.
Grab your dick and
have a click for porn. Porn. Anyway. So yes, fuck furries. I hope they all die. He's a piece of shit. These guys are fucking disgusting. Zoophilia mentioned in thread. Of course. Of fucking course. Why do all furries want to fuck animals? Ridiculous. So yes, sorry that poor lady is dead now, and she had a 3-year-old daughter, which is kind of like unforgivable, man. Like, how can you do that to your fucking kid? But when you're in that state, you're not thinking of anybody else except the people who are attacking you, and that you've got, this is your way out. This is the thing you can do that'll take away the pain. So, my understanding is she slit her wrists. So yeah. Anyway, speaking of people who should slit their wrists, Palestine Action responds to the Home Secretary's statement on prescribing this. Palestine Action is the organization where 2 of its members went into the RAF base last week and sprayed the engines of a couple of jets
with stuff
with red paint.
That's all it was red paint.
It was red paint, yeah. But by filling the engines with red paint, the planes were grounded. They're grounded, and they will probably have to be trashed.
Those engines, at least.
Those engines are done, yeah.
Yeah.
Palestine Action says this is an unhinged response to an action spraying paint in protest of the UK's government arming Israel's slaughter of the Palestinian people. The real crime here is not red paint. Please, I want these guys to try to get onto an American base. Please try that.
Yes.
Oh,
please
it was
try
RAF.
that.
It was
blam, 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 blam.
It was
British.
The real crime here is not the red paint being sprayed on these warplanes, but the war crime that have enabled those planes because of the UK government's complicity in Israel's genocide.
Well, the issue is if you sprayed it in the plane, not on the plane.
Well, that's exactly right. It also smacks of rank hypocrisy from Keir Starmer, who rightly defends protesters who blah, blah, blah. The protesters who broke into the RAF base didn't do any damage. and the private arms companies. So these guys have done this, among other things. They shut down a factory by climbing onto the roof and basically not leaving. Like, this was a weapons factory. Like, they've been targeting anything related to Israel in the UK.
It'd be a shame if they accidentally fell off.
But yeah, what they're crying about is Home Secretary is going to prescribe them as a terrorist organization.
So they're going to describe them
They're going to
accurately?
prescribe them. So if it's a prescribed terrorist organization, being a member of a prescribed terrorist organization is a crime under the Terrorism Act. A crime punishable by 5 years in prison.
Just by saying you're a member, or just by being a member?
Being a member or supporting the organization.
Oh, there goes their funding.
So, well, I don't think you need to worry about that because Palestinian Action's cash trail leads all the way to Iran. Probe launched into group in the wake of clash between London and protesters on streets of London.
Oh my God.
So there are fears Iran could be providing money via proxies given the objectives of dismantling the apartheid regime in Israel are aligned. Home Secretary Yvette Cooper is due to update MPs this week on the proposals to make it a criminal offence to belong to or support Palestine Action. I wonder if that's retroactive.
So anyone who is a member is fucked.
So one person was caught riding an electric scooter up to an Airbus Voyager air-to-air refueling tank and appeared to spray paint into its engine. Yesterday, protesters clashed with police in London in response to the government's plans. Cooper's secondary legislation would add Palestine Action to the list of prescribed groups to be published on Monday. There's the spray paint, or the paint they sprayed. I guess if you spray paint, it becomes spray paint. MPs will then vote on the motion following Wednesday. If it passes, the House would have the final say the next day, with the prescription order coming into effect on the 4th of July. LOL! But one of the known public donors is James Fergie Chambers. We've spoken about this guy before. He's a billionaire, multi-millionaire who supports all these sort of Antifa groups and radical Islamic groups as well.
Okay.
I think his father or his grandfather founded like Cox TV, like the cable network. That's where his money comes from. I think he lives in Morocco now. He's a Muslim. He's a Muslim communist. He's the heir to a multi-billion conglomerate. These fucking Daily Mail conglomerate. You couldn't even fucking right click on the words that have little squiggles underneath. Jesus fucking Christ, Daily Mail. Beyond concerns about transparency, the Home Office is yet to state direct evidence that links Palestine Action with Iran. HPOP they take Proud Boys off the terrorist list, unjustly added in 2021. In the UK, did they have the Proud Boys as a prescribed organisation in the UK? Ms. Cooper attempted to justify her move banning the group by pointing to a series of attacks by Palestine Action since its inception. I think I asked X to give me a list of all the actions. Let's see. Grok. A list of all direct actions has performed in the UK. Okay. Yes, I realise I spelt list wrong. It was a fat finger, not a misspelling. 2020, vandalism of Elbit systems in headquarters in London. They broke in and spray painted the interior of the headquarters. So criminal damage for supplying weapons to Israel. Occupation of the Elbit drone factory in Leicester. 4 members dressed in boiler suits climbed onto the roof in response to unrest. Whatever. Chaining the gates of UAV tactical systems. Like attack on Thales. Break into Instro Precision Factory. Vandalism. Like these guys. Look at this shit. Elbit. Vandalism at Trump Turnberry Golf Resort, attack on BBC headquarters, Scottish Enterprise officers, breaking at RAF Norton, action against Allianz sites, Elbit Systems related entities. Like, these guys are an absolute fucking menace.
Yeah. Like, protest is one thing, but this shit's...
Yeah. Go to the place, lock yourself to the door. There you go. There's your fucking protest. Human chain yourself. And when they run you over, well... But, like, this is absurd. And I want to go back to this because these organizations' funding is not transparent. We do not know where the money comes from. This can quite easily be an op from enemies. Like I said, enemies of the West are fucking everywhere. There are people throughout the West who want to destroy the West for a fucking paycheck. The number of people who will take money to damage the West or fucking try and destroy the West or just cause trouble are fucking legion. There are thousands of them, and they are willing to fucking sell out their own fucking people. Now, back in the day, we used to call that treason and execute those fucking people.
Yep.
Anyway, speaking of Jews, no, I'm kidding. Ethan Klein's War on Women by, of course, the great Kat Tenbard, you piece of shit. And Jamil Jamai's controversial piece about women Jews. So this asserts that Ethan Klein is a raging sexist because he only sued 3 women. So this crescendo continued until this continued all week until it reached a crescendo, which had Ethan tweeting this out. Good evening. I've been thinking deeply about everything going on, specifically about the accusation that I'm a misogynist for suing 3 women. You are correct. It's not been fair. That's why I've decided to add Sean to Black to the lawsuits for gender equality. Sean, be sure to thank all of your snarker friends for their constructive advice.
So what is he suing these 3 women for?
He's suing he is suing what is it? Denim's who's the fat Muslim one?
The fat Muslim
and
one.
The hipster one.
He's suing 3 women.
He's suing 3 women for copyright infringement because they chair streamed his content nuke, and they have public statements where they said not to watch it on his channel to deprive him of money. They basically did everything you don't do.
Oh, so like Akilah Hughes, just worse.
Yeah, basically. But no, not even that.
Oh, no, because that was after the court case started.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay.
It was everything you don't do, but worse. So
come and watch his stream on our channel. Let's just restream his.
Yeah, come and watch my stream. Don't give him any money. Like, yeah, that kind of thing.
And so now
it is textbook copyright infringement, and it's statutory copyright infringement, which is even worse because Ethan went and registered the copyright for the content nuke before the release. That doesn't actually matter because you can register it up to 3 months after the broadcast. That they do that for live broadcasts.
Okay.
But he went and registered it with the with the Library of Congress so that he can exercise, or with the Patent Office so that he can register his copyright, like the Copyright Office, so that it's a statutory claim. So, or if he proves it, the maximum amount payable is like $150,000 per offense.
As in per watch.
As in per watch. So each of them will be up for $150,000 each.
Oh, okay. So not for per person.
It is per fucking time it was done, but they only did it once. So
yeah, but I was thinking when per.
You mean per view from the viewers?
No, not per view. I mean per broadcast.
The 3 of them.
By streaming it, you are breaking the copyright. The viewer watching it is not breaking the copyright.
No.
So who is Sean DeBlack?
Some other content creator who did exactly the same thing. People brought it to H3's attention that he did this as well, and made similar statements. So he's adding this person to the case.
Oh, so those 3 women weren't all on the same.
No, they did it separately.
on each individual Twitch channels.
I thought we covered this last week. I thought everybody had seen this video. Because H3 Snark and the two disgraced journalists are unwilling. So the two disgraced journalists are Kat Tembage, who is a piece of shit, and friend of the show, Taylor Lorenz.
Oh, the 88-year-old.
Yes, the 88-year-old or the young lady. So she is a massive Hassan simp. She wants that Hassan D bigly.
Kat does?
She's I don't know about Kat, but Taylor definitely wants that Hassan D.
Okay.
So she's been obviously going hard against Ethan Klein. So basically calling him a sexist and yada yada. Anyway, HC says, because Snark and the two disgraced journalists are unwilling to swallow their pride, it looks like the lawsuit against Sean will be moving forward. So in an act of unimaginable grace, I'm prepared to make one final offer. If Hassan donates $25,000 each to each of their GoFundMes, I will tear up the Sean DeBlack complaint that I've already spent several thousands writing. Furthermore, Hassan, any behind-the-scenes donations will be found during discovery. So pretending like you're helping them behind the scenes works now, but everything will be overturned to us in due time. This Hassanabi account is like, this is extortion. He wants Hassan, he demands Hassan pay $75,000 to their legal defense or he'll sue Sean DeBlack.
Oh, he's already suing Sean DeBlack.
He's already suing Sean DeBlack. This is
drop it.
He'll drop the suit if you like. It's not extortion. So this is hilarious. This is going to be fucking hilarious.
This would be something. It'd be something along akin to a third party settlement agreement.
Yeah.
Like, so $25,000 to each of the three women he's suing, so that they have a chance to sue him properly to defend.
Yeah, Frogan, Denims, and Casey Tron. Costi is correct. Go watch the fucking video. I don't know how you've missed it.
I started watching it, and then I just started. Okay. I
would highly advise you go and watch Ethan's video where he drops it. It's H3 in his old form. Like you know how H3 kind of went all depressed and like.
And then just started doing live streams.
Started doing his podcast.
Before then,
and he changed before that, but
I watched
he sort of fell off.
Seconds of the video. Okay?
He sort of fell off, and I watched this, and I'm like, okay, A, he's enjoying himself again, and B, he's back to his old rhythm.
Yeah, he's found his old.
He's found his thing again. Like it's like he's lost the yips. So, all right, let's quickly talk about SCOTUS. There were some SCOTUS decisions this week. SCOTUS ruled 6-3 with ACB, so Amy Coney Barrett writing the majority, that universal injunctions likely exceed the equitable authority that Congress has given federal courts. The courts granting the government's application for a partial stay of the injunction ended below, but only to the extent that the injunctions are broader than necessary to provide complete relief to each plaintiff with standing to sue. So a court can't, a federal court, the lower courts, federally, can't issue. So the SCOTUS said that lower courts can't issue decisions for individuals that apply to everybody. So if one immigrant goes to a lower court and says, "Oh, Trump wants to deport me," it can't be treated. The court can't go, "Okay, we're enjoining the federal government from deporting you and everybody else like you." They can't do that because they never could. So SCOTUS 6-3 decided that. Interestingly enough, or hilariously enough, there was some absolutely brutal fucking call-outs in the majority because Justice Jackson, Ketanji Brown Jackson,
and what's even funny,
wrote the dissent.
What's even funnier before this is that there were multiple dissenting opinions, and Jackson wrote her own.
Oh, did she?
Kagan and Sotomayor did not join in her dissenting opinion. They wrote their own.
Lol.
The two of them. So Jackson's dissent is unique.
Is just hers.
Just
hers
hers.
So
She's
this is
especially retarded.
This is
And
the
the other
majority.
two wrote one together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
So this is the majority. Justice Jackson. So this is Amy Coney Barrett. Justice Jackson skips over that part because analysing the government governing statute involves boring, quote, legalese. Post at 3. She seeks to answer a far more basic question of enormous particular significance. May a federal court in the United States of America order the executive to follow the law? In other words, it is unnecessary to consider whether Congress has constrained the judiciary. What matters is how the judiciary may constrain the executive. Justice Jackson would do well to heed her own admonition. Everyone from the president on down is bound by law. Same goes for judges too. That goes for judges too.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a whole 3-page part.
This is from Jackson's dissent.
Yep.
So I'll read the start of the sentence. As I understand the concern in this clash over this writing is terrible. Like this approach to write. This is a Harvard grad. Harvard is ridiculous.
Supposedly.
As I understand the concern in this clash over the respective powers of two coordinate branches of government, the majority sees a power grab, but not by a presumably lawless executive choosing to act in a manner that flouts the plain text of the Constitution. Instead, to the majority, the power-hungry actors are, wait for it, the district courts. She used wait for it, like literally wrote wait for it.
You forgot the ...
She ellipsis wait for it.
Yeah,
the
...
district court.
wait for it, ... the district court. Yeah, it's the way she wrote it too. Like
She wrote it like a fucking Zoomer. What the hell?
She's not that young, I think.
I agree with
Is
this.
she going to add clapping
It's one thing to
emojis?
have an intellectually unimpressive Supreme Court justice, but it's somewhat surprising how unintelligent her clerks appear to be as well. Yes.
Oh shit.
Because the clerks help write the opinion.
Yeah.
But back to the majority,
which was delivered by Amy Coney Barrett, as we mentioned. Yeah.
We will not dwell on Justice Jackson's argument, which is at odds with more than 2 centuries worth of precedent, not to mention the Constitution itself. We observe only this. Justice Jackson decries an imperial executive while embracing an imperial judiciary.
Yeah, basically.
So she's basically saying that she says an imperial, like the president, the executive having unlimited power is shit, but the judiciary having unlimited power is good.
Because she's on the judiciary.
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. See you, Costy. Have a great week, man.
Bye,
Later, Costy.
There's one thing we know about Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson this term. It's that she doesn't understand.
So I don't understand. Can I just understand? And I don't understand. And so what I don't understand, I don't understand your argument. I'm just trying to understand your answer. I don't understand.
This goes for 4 minutes.
I guess I don't understand. I don't understand. And I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand, but I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. So I'm trying to understand. I'm sort of with Justice Kagan trying to understand. I don't understand. I don't understand because I'm still trying to understand. Maybe I'm just not understanding. I don't understand. I'm trying to understand, and I don't understand. I was just trying to understand. So I guess I don't understand, and I guess I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm struggling to understand, and I don't understand. Can you help me to understand? I'm sort of with Justice Alito trying to understand. I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand. Like, I'm just trying to understand. I guess I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand. I don't understand, nor do I understand. I don't understand what I don't understand. So I'm misunderstanding your role. I'm just trying to understand what I'm trying to understand. I don't understand that. I don't understand. So I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand why not. I don't understand at all. So can you help me understand? I don't understand.
Oh my God.
I don't understand. I guess I don't understand. So I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Oh my God. It literally goes for 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
And that's just from this
I guess I don't understand. I guess I don't
This is one fucking term. 1 year.
1 year.
Not even the whole year.
This was October 2024.
No. The start of the video said this year.
Didn't it say October?
Only 6 months.
October
No, it's the October term. So from October to not to now.
Oh, sorry. The term is a year.
I think it's still a couple of months ago.
Oh, okay.
And then they put out their opinions.
Can you play it for a second? Oh, that's just 1 year, not this year.
Yeah.
Okay. So I read that as just this year.
Anyway, Sorry. The Supreme Court backs parents opting children out of LGBTQ themed books.
Nice.
The funniest thing about this case is, it's like Mandami. Like it was brought by a Muslim family. So it's like the case law will be like Muslim last name versus like English last name forever. So it's not a Christian saying this. This is a Muslim, which is hilarious.
So they can't be like, where's
it's the Christians? No, motherfucker. This is the Muslims. Also,
nice.
there was a. I think they settled something about the birthright citizenship, but I think they split the baby, metaphorically speaking, of course. Here it is. Trying to wrap my head around the cognitive dissonance. Radical leftists just filed an emergency motion asking to protect class birthright citizenship for preborn babies. So they're arguing that preborn babies should have a right to citizenship, even though they don't think these children have a right to life. Fucking Christ.
Oh, lovely. Gotta love it.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I'm trying to find the actual fucking decision. Sorry, Trump's not a reliable narrator. I'm not going to use Trump as a source. I want to know what the fucking decision was. Yeah, that's right. We've gone through that stuff before. That birthright citizenship of American citizens goes into effect. Lower courts do. Oh, okay, right. So because the lower courts issued the injunction, that was the birthright citizenship case. So Supreme Court split the baby by saying no. We're not going to discuss birthright citizenship. The lower court can't actually enjoin the executive nationwide. So there's still no overall decision on birthright citizenship.
So it goes back to the first order that we reviewed.
It's probably going to be this case. So this is the birthright citizenship case itself.
So the case that went to Supreme Court was birthright citizenship, not Trump versus.
Well, it ended up being lower courts. Yeah, it ended up being that that the courts don't have the right to block it, to block the executive order. Anyway, Julie Kelly says some of the declarations in the birthright citizenship case are infuriating. Here is Liza, a Russian citizen. So is her husband. She had a baby in February when she heard President Trump's executive order, my world fell apart. She claims. She went on to say that the president's order basically says that my child is a nobody. No, the kid's a Russian citizen, obviously. Imagine any other country tolerating this sort of arrogance. So I, Lisa, upon personal knowledge, hereby submit my declaration. I was more than 18 years old and competent to testify, yada, yada. My husband, Igor, and I met in Russia and later moved to the United States. I arrived in the United States first in 2023, and Igor arrived in 2024. I hold a valid student visa. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree. Igor and I have been unable to return to Russia because we fear we will be persecuted. Igor has a pending asylum claim. Bullshit.
For what? Persecuted for what?
No idea. It's not clarified.
That's what I'm saying.
Cool Frog has raided this stream. Thanks, man. How you doing, buddy? Raid. Dude, we're almost got 40 minutes to go. So you guys come in right at the end. Mm-hmm. But welcome anyway. Yes, so this October, Supreme Court will get this hearing. But yeah, our child, LB, was born after February 19th in 2025 in Texas. LB is our first child. We hope to have more children and grow our family. Liza gets to conceal her name in the lawsuit because she fears retaliation from the president. She then lectures us about the rights of her baby and other babies are entitled to and brags about her lifelong dedication to justice. Seriously. I'm also afraid that if my full name were known, my family and I would face retaliation by the U.S. government. I also fear the U.S. government. So you fear persecution by the American government, but you're afraid to go to Russia because of persecution by the Russian government. Fuck you. I understand I'm being asked to serve as a class representative. Oh, that was, sorry, back to the SCOTUS decision. That was the other thing about the SCOTUS decision. While they ruled that lower courts can't enjoin nationwide, the workaround, and the majority actually said in their statement that if a class is granted, so as in a class action, that can enjoin the executive. So they actually say in the majority that, oh yeah, by the way, you can get around this by recognizing a class exists for a class action. So expect the lower courts to start issuing throwing out the rule book on class actions and saying, oh yeah, we've established you as a class, because there's rules around how you establish a class action. So,
and they're just gonna ignore.
So they're gonna cheat. They're gonna cheat on that as well.
The people who they have to rule on whether it's a class or not, it's a judge, isn't it? And if they're active as judges, then they can just be like, yeah, well, you're a class, in you come.
Sure thing, Cool Frog Man. I'll if I find some time, I'll shoot you a DM. I thought this was hilarious. Does it surprise anyone who talks the most on SCOTUS? Liberal women.
I'm not looking at the screen, but is it? It is the black woman. Okay.
It's Justice Jackson, followed closely by Justice Kagan, again followed closely by Justice Sotomayor.
Who speaks the least? Ironically, it's the black man.
Justice Thomas.
The black man.
The black man speaks when he has something to say.
Look at Barrett. She's not even fourth or fifth.
She speaks less than the men.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6. She's seventh.
Yeah.
Six.
She's the
I know everybody loves to shit on Amy Coney Barrett because she makes some bad decisions Trump world doesn't agree with sometimes, but she is a good jurist. So
she's 8.
Yeah. Anyway, it's time for racism news. Welcome everybody who just arrived. It's time for racism news.
Go on, say the N word. Go on.
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
That's racist.
Racism news.
Just in time, Raiders.
Wait, where did everybody go? For those who may not be aware, this is a segment where we cover stuff that might be spicy. So yes. Anyway, this is Make Europe Free. This is I guess my home
this is in Italy.
One of my home countries.
Look at this. Look at the fucking state of the city.
I've seen 2 Italians.
This is Rome, guys.
Like the Casbah.
This looks like in Bangladesh or something. Look at this, guys.
I've seen 3 Italians.
Look at the state of this place.
4 Italians, 5 Italians.
Look at this, guys. This is Rome. This is Europe. Does this look like Europe to you?
I mean, yes.
It does now.
I don't see a single Italian here, guys.
Not Europe when I was a kid.
I am more Italian than any of these people. Look at this.
Occhio amico mio, perché noi qua non siamo ben visti, quindi stiamo sempre attenti.
Simone, he's friend.
È la strada molto pericolosa dove spacciano e vengono beccati.
Saying that the street is dangerous.
The guy in the Brazilian soccer shirt, that's an Italian. He speaks Italian at the very least because he heard that guy.
He's like, what?
This is not a very good place. He's like, wait, what?
Perché?
Perché hanno I coltelli tutti quanti, I maceti. Con
Maceti?
Sì, loro.
Che no.
Tutti.
Look at all these guys.
Tutti. Una telecamera, amico mio.
Yeah. Look at all the shits on the floor. And here they are, just loitering. Very dangerous, he's saying.
Se passo là io adesso, sono un centinaio, mi caricano, sicuro.
So yeah, it's not just
look at this.
Not just limited to the UK. So thanks Angela Merkel. Carmelo Anthony's parents blew $532,000 on cars and a house, and now his supporters are pissed.
Why? Carmelo Anthony's daddy, Drew, on the internet requesting for $1.4 million donation again.
Yep.
God damn it!
What did y'all do with all that? What did y'all do with all that money? Where did it go? They know what lawyer fees and all that stuff costs that much. They say y'all buy an Escalade and a brand new house with that money. Now y'all should have put that money up for that man lawyer fees. Cause you know them people is fighting, trying to get that man, and he's young. So in a way, y'all up there spend all that money like that y'all right.
Dude, fucking.
That was supposed to be put aside for him with his lawyer fees.
I'm not adding that. I swear to God.
No, you're not.
Yeah, that's in the
And y'all
original.
gonna sit up there and spend that money.
I mean, I do have the recording, but I just think it's hilarious they've burned through it. I hope it's true. I don't know if it's 100% true, but he is asking for $1 million in donations for more legal, like for more legal fees. So,
Right, that money should have gone into was it an escrow account?
should have gone into a trust account with the lawyer.
Yeah, a lawyer's trust.
Or at the very least, an escrow account. Yeah,
something.
Listen to this racist man.
Okay, so when I came to Canada about 25 years ago now, just a little over, it wasn't a matter of choice. We weren't coming here for economic reasons or anything like that. It was straight up life or death. Like every time I was growing up, my mom would always tell me, we're going back to South Sudan, we're going back to South Sudan. But eventually we ended up getting citizenship here in Canada because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Sudan has never seen peace. That was a few days ago. It also has the world's lowest GDP of $251 per year.
Jesus
for
Christ.
me, that is what a legitimate refugee
Fucking
is.
hell.
Someone that's actually fleeing persecution, war, like they're fearing for their life, right? Right? So then when I run to viral videos like
I agree, but that doesn't mean unlimited Sudanese migration. Like
this, that's been making its rounds in the news cycle, it just literally makes my blood boil. And that's why I get so passionate about this immigration stuff. Because listen to this guy. Roll tape.
You know you can get up to 82,000 Canadian
oh my God, my ears.
dollars from Canadian government for doing nothing.
It's not happening.
Yes, I am talking about refugees. If you become refugee in Canada, they will pay you up to $224 per day. That is $140 for accommodation and around $84 for food, and that too are tax-free. So it means around $82,000 a year. It looks like a paid vacation to me, but it looks like free money to me. And in addition,
It's that type of systematic abuse that makes all Canadians look bad, especially the ones that came here the right way and eventually assimilated into Canadian culture. Because now I understand why.
Say a boot.
Why all these natural-born Canadians want all immigrants out. Even I want all immigrants out now. But I guess the advice is working because we've had the most amount of people claiming asylum in the second quarter of this year ever.
That's fucking quarterly numbers. That's almost 500,000.
That's crazy.
Jesus fuck Christ.
No, that-
450,000 in the first quarter.
That's total number of asylum
Claimants.
So it's
okay.
adding
It's
on.
going to grow. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna
Jesus Christ.
That's
I was
still a
gonna
lot.
say, that's still a lot. Yeah.
Ever, you hear me? I don't know, guys. I'm not going to go too deep into all that right now because it's just so mind-rotting trying to figure out what is actually happening.
I just want to say that's not how you use a bar chart.
Wrap your brain around this, but I just wanted to show you guys that this is the real reason why they're actually claiming asylum. They ain't running from anything. They're not real refugees.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's
Do you think they'd accept
Okay, so when I came-
refugees from
Australia?
Queensland? You've got more freedom in Queensland than you
Than
will
I'd have in Canada.
In
Yeah.
Canada. Holy
Damn it.
shit. That's insane. How do they afford that, man? Like seriously, like if it's all those claimants, that's ridiculous. That's
Taxes.
billions a year, like hundreds of billions a year.
Tax the people who are citizens to pay for the people who they
Who
try
aren't,
and bring in.
who want to be.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's racism news for this week. Los Angeles anti-ice rider was hit in the arm with rubber munitions and broke her arm, putting her out of work. She's very sad and depressed. What's your message to her?
It just has been very heavy. I've been sitting here very depressed, honestly. Like, it just feeling helpless.
She says she noticed things were starting to get violent. She accuses that violence of coming actually from
Is
law
this AI?
enforcement officers and not from the protesters,
it's
at least
real.
the ones that she was with. She says when she turned around and tried to leave near Grand Central Market, she was hit with a rubber bullet. This is the wound. We had to blur some of it because it is pretty graphic to see here.
Probably
But
a 40
she says it
mic.
broke her arm. Now, Bridget
Yes,
tells me
that's
that
how
she is a
kinetic
tattoo
energy
artist. That is
works.
her dominant arm, and now she is out of work. Her doctor thinks for at least 8 weeks as a result of this incident. She says she doesn't know what she's going to do to pay her rent
goddammit,
or anything else. She said
I'd scrolled up on the chat, so I didn't see any. Sorry, guys.
it was important for her to be there to protest. I asked her about the
It's not that, like, Tumblr says that's similar for Australia, Canada, and the UK. Not the amount of money you mean. Like, there's no way they get paid that much. But I think the asylum seeker
UK,
I think the
maybe.
asylum seeker numbers are about right. Yeah.
I don't think
Being
Australia would
involved-
pay them that much.
No, we're pretty cheap when it comes to the benefit schemes.
in a protest when things do get violent, and if she has any regrets about doing that.
Critics on the other side would say
This guy definitely
if
works
this
in the
was
call
getting
center,
violent,
Eric.
and if you already been tear gassed before, why stick around? What would your answer to that be?
I will always stand for what's right.
You don't
no
know
matter
what's right.
if
Shut the
I
fuck
get
up.
hurt or not. I know putting myself in that position, there is always a chance. There's always a chance to get hurt. But I would rather say that I was there and I had stand for what was right than not be there at all.
The LAPD says they don't have a comment on this specific case,
Anyway,
but
I don't care what the LAPD says. I think it's hilarious. So yeah, broke her arm at a protest, lost her job. Womp womp.
She found out.
Found out, yes. The Hodge twins being exposed as a complete grifter in 3 acts. So here's the tweet about, like, oh yeah, I think did we cover this last week?
I think we covered it last
Yeah,
week.
Yeah,
President Trump just unleashed the American, like, it's just a fawning message about Trump, and then
on Facebook.
Yeah, on
And then on
Facebook,
Twitter.
and then on X is they're like, oh no, we fuck Trump, like, oh,
Yeah,
Trump's
but
taking us into
if
a
you know
war,
Keith
someone
and
for
Kevin,
anti-war.
If you know Keith and Kevin, they're not smart enough to write that. Of course, they have someone else writing it. Like,
Shit sounds like ChatGPT wrote it. We don't personally post on our Facebook. We've got a lady that runs it. Our personal takes are only on X.
that was written by one of them. Like,
We've got to fire our social media lady because she's making us sound like neocon boomers on Facebook. If you all didn't already see, we're getting dragged because of our Facebook account post. We posted our personal takes on X.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude,
Is
just
it
post
those-
the same shit.
yeah, but like,
Yeah, if you're gonna have someone post on Facebook, get them to take your tweets. Maybe
And do that, yeah.
Maybe
And
put a
reword them, expand them, yeah.
Where does this make them like complete grifters though? No, they're just dumbasses, and they know it. I followed the Hodge
Because
twins for
no,
years.
it's grifting because they're saying what they're talking. They're not talking about. They're taking their audience on Facebook, like they're taking advantage of them. They're lying to them because it's not actually them.
It's someone else.
It's someone else, and it's not even their opinions. It's someone they don't even have direct control over, apparently. So
that's weird.
Nathan clearly knows nothing about the fucking Hodge twins. Then, like, these guys were bodybuilding influencers. They're not that smart. They're not that smart.
Don't care. I don't care. I'm just going to call you a slur.
Okay,
We're not
dude,
doing that. I'm
whatever.
just going to call you a slur.
Okay, Sam.
Describe the workings of Andrew Tate in the real world. So the real world, I believe it's a cult.
This token is his stock. I'm Donald Trump. This is my token.
To pump the price, we have to pump our shoulders.
If I make $1 million in crypto, nobody gets rich but me.
Genuinely a cult that's aimed at young kids. One of the leaders of Tate's organization, a man who goes by Iggy, has said that their target audience is school-age boys between 12 and 18 years old, and that's what I've found talking to.
Yeah, the people who are impressed by, look at my small penis in my tight pants and Bugatti.
Yeah, bro. A lot of the people that have been inside as well, and once they've been in.
Hodge twins are 2 steps above Candace Owen when it comes to smooth brain political takes. Which direction, Eric? Which direction? Is that better or worse?
They're encouraged to isolate from their friends and families, work extreme hours, in part sections of the cult push out videos promoting Tate and getting more people to sign up. So I've spoken to a lot of kids that
Is that
I
AVR?
believe have like the trauma of
Is what ADR? Him talking.
Is it dubbed over?
videos promoting Tate and
Sounds like this
getting
just
more
out of
people to
sync.
sign up. So I've
No.
spoken to a lot of kids that
It's just
that was in
I
sync.
believe have like the
really?
trauma of
No.
someone who's left a cult, and they've expressed that to me as well.
I'm going to become
I think
Prime
it's just
Minister.
desynced a
As
bit.
I
Yeah, just
did-
like maybe by a frame or two.
Anyway, I'm shocked that anybody would describe Tate's Real World as a cult. Like, of course it's a fucking cult.
No, it's a university.
It's a
though, man.
university. It's a school, buddy. It's a school. Tom Boy says, "Oh crap! You know our liars are going to tell you about these other liars in some news report." Yeah. NPR is decrying Trump administration's leadership to remove sugary energy drinks from Snap. For her teenagers, soda and energy drinks occupy a unique role. It's kind of like a social currency for them, she says. I just assume she's black. Sorry, we're out of the racism section. But, her 17-year-old daughter, Olivia, confirms
We
this
never
dynamic.
lied.
I feel like when you walk into first period in the morning, everyone has like a Red Bull, an energy drink. It's a social construct for sure, says Olivia. Some of her peers come to school with Starbucks drinks that cost nearly $7, a luxury she cannot afford. But having a Red Bull, she says, makes her feel more normal. I would never be able to be part of that social pyramid if we didn't have the SNAP benefits that would pay for those. So yes, President Trump, you taking away any sugary drinks from SNAP means that Olivia can't be part of that social pyramid.
This is all luxury bullshit to me.
Yes.
The concept of kids in a school having coffee.
Tate derangement syndrome because Costy's not here.
Red Bull started to come out when I was like in grade 12 or whatever, I think. But kids rocking up to school with coffee? What, like, no. What the fuck? Yeah. I'm officially old.
Anyway, Trump declared so much water on me today it should require an act of Congress. Congressman Thomas Massey of Kentucky is not MAGA, even though he likes to say he is. Actually, MAGA doesn't want him, doesn't know him, doesn't respect him. He's a simple-minded grandstander who thinks it's good politics for Iran to have the highest nuclear weapon, while at the same time yelling death to America at every chance they get. Iran has killed and maimed thousands of Americans and even took over the American embassy in Tehran under the Carter administration. We had a spectacular military success yesterday, taking the bomb right out of their hands, and they would use it if they could. But as usual, despite all the praise and accolades received, this lightweight congressman is against what was so brilliantly received last night in Iran. Massey is weak, ineffective, and votes no on virtually everything put before him. Rand Paul Jr. No matter how good something may be, he is disrespecting our great military and all that stands for. Not even I build up so much spit in my mouth while I'm doing this. He doesn't have a clue. He'll undoubtedly vote against the great big beautiful bill. He already did vote against the great big beautiful bill, but yeah. Even though non-passage means a 68% tax increase for everybody and many things far worse than that. MAGA should drop this pathetic loser, Tom Massey, like the plague. The good news is that we have a wonderful American patriot running against him in the Republican primary, and I'll be out in Kentucky campaigning really hard. MAGA is not about lazy, grandstanding, non-productive politicians, of which Thomas Massey, he's definitely one. And thank you to our incredible military for the amazing job they did last night. It was really special. Make America great again. So yes, they're going to try again to get rid of Massey. I don't know if it'll work.
Who the fuck is Rand Paul Jr.?
He's saying that I'm saying that Thomas Massey is actually Rand Paul Jr. because he votes no on everything, okay?
Okay.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Basically.
Except they do.
These guys know what the fuck they're doing. A suicide bomber has blown himself up inside an Orthodox church in Damascus, Syria during Sunday Mass. 25 people died and 80 people have been hospitalized, with 30 of those in critical condition. So, this is ISIS doing this, not like the government of Syria, whatever the hell that is at the moment.
ISIS.
No, it's not ISIS. It's the guy who hates ISIS. Though he used to be part of ISIS, but then he decided he wasn't ISIS, so now he's not ISIS, because that's how that works.
Oh.
My mum married a Maasai warrior she met on holidays in Kenya. It destroyed my childhood. The son of a woman who abandoned him and the rest of his family for a Maasai warrior she met on holiday has spoken for the first time about how she ruined this childhood. Steve Liddington, 43, felt compelled to break his 30-year silence after reading Mail Online's sensational article on how his mother, Cheryl Thomas Good, regrets marrying a Maasai tribeswoman, Daniel Lekiminko, and swapping her home on the Isle of Wight for a mud hut. Hello, you have a lovely mud hut. And I would like to share with you a most amazing book. Yes, so his mum left. Mum abandoned the family and ran off to another country to hook up with a Maasai warrior. And the Maasai warrior ended up dumping her because all he wanted was British citizenship. Cobra Kai star Martin Kove accused of biting co-star Alicia Han Kim at fan convention.
No mercy. Cobra Kai never dies.
Nibble the leg.
Pretty much.
Taste does not exist in this dojo. Personal space does not exist in this dojo.
Right.
So what did he do?
He bit a co-star.
He bit her on the arm.
What, like playfully?
According to reports, Hannah Kim told an officer working the VIP section after tapping Cove on the shoulder to say hello, he suddenly grabbed her arm and bit her so hard he nearly drew blood. The report states that when she cried out in pain, Cove allegedly started kissing her arm where he had bitten her. The report detailed that Hannah Kim then told her husband, who was present at the event, the pair went to confront Cove about the incident. Cove exploded on them, saying something to the effect that how dare they confront him. Hannah Kim and her husband asked the reporting officer to step in and defuse the situation, according to the report. Cove claimed he was trying to be funny, adding that they play fight all the time on the set of Cobra Kai. Hannah Kim I saw the first season of Cobra Kai. I have not seen another season since.
I think I watched season 2 and I dropped it. I don't like Cobra Kai.
The dude's 78. He probably did grandpa bites and
yeah,
she got scared.
And she's like a soft-skinned Asian girl.
Mm.
Anyway. How a successful OnlyFans account launched a 26-year-old creator's deep into debt. She was earning over $30,000 a month when she amassed over $350,000 in credit card debt. This is the thing. Your income goes up, your spending goes up.
She went money crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And because she was spending all time recovering from being an IRL whore instead of an OnlyFans whore, she was making less money. So now she's whoring herself out on screen to pay for it.
Let's see, yeah. Apparently disposable vapes may be more toxic than cigarettes. Apparently the disposable vapes leach like heavy metals into the coil because they're all made really poorly and cheaply.
Because they're disposable?
Because they're disposable, yeah. Disposable vapes are a fucking pox. We should have stuck with the idea of like liquid refills, and everybody has their personal vape that they build like a lightsaber.
Like I can understand if the government was like, yeah, no, personal vapes, they're banned. Oh, sorry,
disposable vapes
banned. But if you want to buy or build one, whatever, go for it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Monster, filmed throwing a toddler to the ground in an airport lounge, admitted he selected the child at random and wanted to kill him as the boy continues to fight for life.
Fucking piece of shit.
This is rough. Very rough.
Oh my god.
What did you do to my book?
His name is Vladimir Vitkov from Belarus. He had just returned from just returned from work on constructing a nuclear power plant in Egypt. He was fired and sent home because he was drinking and smoking pot. So
he's angry at the world and decided to hurt a little.
He's
boy.
angry at the world and decided to hurt a little fucking kid.
And as the first paragraph said, he intended to kill the child.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
It's like he didn't get his head kicked in.
Yep. Well, he did it in Russia, so things aren't going to go well for him.
No.
Nope.
Is Russia backing Iran? Because the kid's from Iran.
Yeah, Russia Russia's. Well, it's part of BRICS. Remember, and BRICS is like a tight alliance, man.
I thought BRICS was.
Yeah,
I thought the I in BRICS was India. Sorry.
Honestly, I don't think
Iran's a member as well. Yeah.
I don't think that matters.
You are right. The I is India, but also they're a member.
Doesn't matter what kind of child it is. If you hurt a child.
Oh yeah, he should have been shot.
Yeah, that's right. Poland Trantifa militant face planted on the ground after being tased for brandishing a weapon against federal agents.
Taser.
Oh my god! Are you
hit.
fucking serious? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Ooh.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Hope you lost it.
The roll is just perfect.
Oh my god!
And then the pepper balls. Stay back.
They tased him and then pepperballed him. Antifa lied and claimed Julie Winters died at the riot. Every video post they shared are lies meant to incite people to come out and attack federal agents in the ICE building.
Murderers! Cops! Pigs! Murderers!
DHS might have killed a protester tonight.
Cops! Pigs! Murderers!
They tased a fat tranny, you fucking retards.
But all it takes
They
is
should
one
do it
person
more
to
often.
lie and say, "Oh, they killed a."
Oh, wait, we're being blamed for killing him. Well,
See,
we better.
the Blind
We should
Scotsman
probably
says,
do
"Peace
that."
out for now. All plant the seeds."
Peace, my dude.
Liver King was arrested for traveling to Austin, Texas, making threats against Joe Rogan on social media. Brian Johnson faces one charge of terroristic threat.
It wasn't just words. Like he was bringing out guns on things, and he was making pretty imminent shit.
That's hilarious.
Meth King, not Liver King.
Yes, well, world's sexiest footballer is on the losing team as Swiss women are beaten 7-1 by 14-year-old boys ahead of Euros.
That's not a surprise.
Again?
Not a surprise.
Switzerland team lost 7-1 against FC Leusen's men's under-15 team.
Men's under 15.
Yeah.
Boys under 15.
Boys under 15.
Come on.
Oh my god!
Come on, get it
It
right.
happened again.
There she
It
is.
keeps happening.
So, yeah, okay. I've had so much lip filler I have trouble breathing and can't close my mouth, but I have no plans to stop.
Avert your gaze.
I don't understand that. How do you have trouble breathing but you can't close your mouth?
Well,
surely
because
look at this.
You can't fully close the lips, but it's
like they're already closed.
Yeah.
Lol. Fuck's sakes.
Her teeth are perfectly
Transgender woman.
Oh, wow.
His teeth are perfectly normal, and he's still got a snaggletooth.
Anyway, Boston University hit by more sexual harassment claims just a week after Alex Cooper's allegations. A second ex-Boston University women's soccer coach has been accused of sexual harassment after Alex Cooper's bombshell claims were made public. The Call Her Daddy podcast host described the harassment as extremely painful and claims it has lasting effects on her to this day. Waitress alleges her concerns were dismissed by school officials. So Boston U is going to have what was that fucking guy's name? The coach, Larry Kassar, was that his name? The coach.
Oh, the gymnastics coach.
Gymnastics coach that molested the girls. It's gonna be the same fucking thing.
Thermo. Scroll down.
Larry Nassar.
Nassar, that's it.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Scroll down.
Excuse me. Nice.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Not nice.
Well, it's a female coach.
Yeah,
I was looking at the
it wasn't a
blonde,
male
sorry.
coach. It was a female coach. And it's not the
Damn.
first incident either.
Damn.
This is going to get buried because it's a female coach.
Maybe.
Definitely not
Massive.
going to get as much coverage.
Well, speaking of coverage, massive semen explosion
Ew.
hits bull artificial insemination facility Firefighters forced to dodge "quote unquote" projectiles.
Adam 22 most effective.
No, I think Lena the plug most effective.
No, he's the one buying it to drink it.
That tweet's from 2019.
Oh, damn. Which one of you motherfuckers?
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me.
God damn.
It might
Terrible.
Ryu.
It's probably Ryu or whoever posted this one. Yoshiki Tamano wants you to know his next project is his next project to confront modern conflicts.
Yeah, the creator of Gundam. Yeah, he's wants to do other stuff.
Is he going to do like a Iraq Gundam?
Oh, I don't know.
Immobile suit Gundam.
So Tomino recalled as a child he fled bombings during World War II. I didn't realize he would survive World. So I didn't actually realize he survived World War II.
He an old bitch.
Oh, Gundam's from '79, right? It's very old. Like
I think you mean Robotech.
No, that's Macross.
Whatever.
Yeah, don't question me on my mecha, man.
Basically the same.
Yeah, function. It's all giant robots.
Giant robots funny.
Yeah, he wants to do.
Macross was awesome. You have like the love that I had that toy. It was fucking awesome. The F-14.
Yeah,
that's fucking good.
That was, which was also brought over as Jetfire for Transformers. There was a whole licensing thing.
Anyway,
yeah.
Prison officer who had sex with armed robber in look, we're getting towards the end of the show. I'm getting into the stories I don't really give a shit about.
Yeah.
Prison officer who had sex with armed robber in cell reveals what she'll do next. Oh, this is the one you can actually go and see the footage of her getting railed.
Yeah.
What? Her partner says she isn't going back to OnlyFans content. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh.
Wishes of a cock.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Linda
Linda
de Sousa Abreu.
Her OnlyFans has been culled, but you probably could find backup.
So WNBA fans left heartbroken by Caitlin Clark news. She has a groin injury, so she won't be playing.
Oh, boo.
What, they gave her a cunt punt?
They punt her every time, like every all the time, constantly. She's constantly besieged by Negro women. Sorry, we're not actually out of racism news.
Like I said before, are we ever? Show starts, racism news. Show ends, that's the end of it.
That's the end of racism news. Adult star passes away. Kylie Page has died.
Another one
bites the dust. Yeah. I don't know if there's any update about because this happened this morning. I don't know if there's anything more about it. I don't know if she offed herself or if it's like a freak accident or something. I feel like it was a freak accident. They'd say, and by not saying, they're like, oh, she killed herself. This is cause of death. The cause of death is still under investigation, according to Grok. So yes, this was Kylie Page. She is deceased. So she was 28 years old. The Moldovan-born star was also known for his wait, what? Oh, Damien Stone died at the age of 32. Okay, never heard of him. Sorry, guys.
Before you go to
Sorry, the guys. Unless you are like Danny D or like what's the guy who is every job?
Johnny Sins.
Johnny Sins, yeah. Unless you're Danny D or Johnny Sins, so you have to be remarkable. No one's going to remember who you are, bro.
What I think is interesting.
You're basically anonymous.
How old was she? 20?
She was 28.
And she's done 200 scenes?
Yes.
Go have a look at the link next to that guy's name.
Next to the guy's name. This one died at the age of 32.
Yeah, look at how many scenes he's done.
I don't think I want to know.
He did X-rated scenes of the men, women, so he did everything.
Yeah, but scroll down. I think it's somewhere in there. I think he did 40 scenes.
It doesn't say.
I must have seen it somewhere else, but he's only done like 40 scenes.
Oh,
yeah, that was interesting.
Men are disposable. Like in this, among other things, in porn, men are disposable. We just cycle through.
They're just cocks.
Yeah,
that's it.
Like if you've seen Orgasmo, it's a joke. It's a stunt cock.
Yeah, that's why they bring in Ron. Oh no, sorry,
they bring in a black guy.
Ron Jeremy's not the stunt cock. He's one of the villains. He's one of the bodyguards.
Yeah. So yeah, that's very sad. You have to cry while jerking off to her now. I'll be curious to know how she died.
What do you mean while jerking off to her?
That's what you always do.
You say that like
I think she did a lot of scenes. I think she did a lot of scenes on Blacked. I think she was one of their
stars.
Stars, I guess. Yeah. Contract models. That's the name. That's the term.
One of their roles.
Raw's alert says breaking tonight in Washington D.C. Construction crews are actively erecting and putting up. That's large anti-scale barricades around the White House and Treasury. So these are the fences that don't have a lot of handholds, so you can't actually climb them. Hence anti-scale. Rwanda's foreign minister praises Trump for the impossible peace deal. This conflict has been going on 30 years. There have been many attempts at mediation, but none of them succeeded.
Because it's the signing of a peace agreement between Congo and Rwanda to end a conflict that has been going on for 30 years. And there has been many mediation, facilitation in the past, but none of them succeeded. And we believe that it's because of your leadership and your steadfast commitment to this process, with also a new approach of economic integration, regional economic integration, which is important to allow Rwanda and DRC working together, because this is a very rich region.
Yes, the Congo has a lot of rare earth minerals, but everywhere has a lot of rare earth minerals. Congo's got lots of other minerals too. It's pretty resource rich. And finally, good news. Big Balls now working at the Social Security Administration after departing Doge.
Oh, very nice.
So Edward Corstein, the 19-year-old nicknamed Big Balls, who was working for the Department of Government Efficiency, has landed a new role at the Social Security Administration. He's a quote-unquote special government employee. He's very special.
Indeed.
And that is it. That is it. We are done again for another week. I promise next week will be shorter.
You say that every week.
I know, right? I'm going to go and order dinner. Okay. So have a so for those of you who stuck around till last week, or who were here last week, I won the keyboard. I received the keyboard. It had no dongle. I am now waiting for the dongle. So, but I am using said keyboard. Here it is here. Because
it's a fake keyboard.
Only because the only way to use the keyboard is to plug it in. So, because my PC doesn't have. Well, I don't think one in the lounge room has Bluetooth, but I don't want to use Bluetooth. Bluetooth is gay. So, anyway,
use the special protocol it's built with.
Yeah, it's got Bluetooth and it's got like a built-in 2.5 gig based. Yeah.
Oh, okay, 2.4 stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, so thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen, as always. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Tom.
Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat, as always. Thanks, Cool Frog, for rating. It was fun to see the number say 20. And yeah, I'll play the outro. I fixed it so it plays to the end now.
Hey.
So yeah, have a great week. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Later.
This has been a Chuckling Koala production.